This is filthy.
Okay.
And that is a response and a half.
Beautiful plays coming out from this team right now. Oh my word!
This is insane. The boy just got completely boomed. Well, the floor is literally lava, fam. Oh my god.
This is Watchpoint, presented by State Farm.
Hello and welcome to the Watchpoint pre-show presented by State Farm. My name is Zoe. Joining me are Nori, Reinforce, and Costa. Nori, can you please not use my notebook? Thank you very much. It's very helpful, as per usual. Anyway, guys, we already had 2 matches whilst we were fast asleep happening. So let's quickly go over them and talk about the results. Because once again, the Titans did not manage to get the W. They went up against the Chengdu Hunters and they lost 3-1. Once again, there was no sight at all from Hangzhou. What is going on with the Titans? Does anyone have
you
an
seen this
explanation?
man? That is the question. Coming into this season, a lot of people were saying Vancouver Titans will be great as long as they don't implode from the inside, because there's a lot of drama that you heard in the past between this team. Then you add Fisher, someone who's been through so many teams and has a pretty toxic, I would say, background, according to what we've heard. So are we seeing the implosion of the Vancouver Titans? Are they going to be able to get this back together and get back to their proper form?
You know, I'm gonna go with a different narrative, okay? Because I had my fair share of complaining about the Vancouver Titans yesterday. You can watch yesterday's Watch Point if you want to hear me rant about Hangzhou. I'm gonna go with the fact that Bren is actually so smart. He actually predicted this.
What?
He thought it'd be an easy win for the Chengdu Hunters. He said on Plat Chat that the Chengdu were just gonna Chengdu the Vancouver Titans and easy win. And I mean, I just gotta give credit to the man. Credit to the man who actually predicted this was going to happen. Big brain analyst right there. Brennan, love the man. Congratulations. He predicted this win. Good job.
You get 1 reinforced buck.
Okay. Yes, you get one reinforced credit on Brent's account.
That was impressive.
I mean, to be fair, this is not the first time that the Chengdu Hunters are able to surprise the Vancouver Titans. If anyone remembers, in 2019, where our Amon Wrecking Ball player, or what we thought is a one-trick Wrecking Ball player, suddenly took it to bumper with Reinhardt.
Calm down.
So that was quite exciting.
It
happened one time.
I'm just saying that it happened. I remember exactly what happened. Route 66 was 10:30 in the morning, and I was wearing.
I'm just saying, Bren had an incredible talent takedown game as well. Doesn't make his career.
Shanghai Dragons went up against the Guangzhou Charge as well last night, and the Dragons once again managed to get themselves a quite convincing victory, 3-0. Looks like the Dragons are quite on fire. Do you think they are able to go toe-to-toe or even above and beyond the Western teams?
I would absolutely say so. I think they looked very impressive. One of their losses was against Chengdu Hunters, where they kind of just got Chengdu, really. They were caught off guard. They were trying to play a far composition. Didn't work out for the Dragons. But apart from that, I mean, they've looked super solid. Lee Jae-gon, fantastic Lucio. Bit over-aggressive at times, tends to get picked a bit early, and that keeps them back a little bit. But apart from that, I mean, you have a super impressive damage lineup. Then you have Void. I mean, whoever talked trash about Void going into the season, I mean, I don't know why he has a job at this point. Like, that's terrible. Really. Then you have Isayaki as well on the flex support. So, I mean, this is a fantastic roster, and they're looking really impressive in the Chinese region. I really want to see them go up against the Seoul Dynasty, and I really want to see them compete with teams like Philadelphia. I know we aren't going to get that for quite some time, but Shanghai Dragons looking like a force for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can't wait for all the teams to intermingle and mix again, because that's going to really tell us who is indeed at the top of the leaderboard. For now, however, we have 3 more matches to go for today. So let's take a look at the schedule so you know exactly what is coming your way. We kick things off with the Houston Outlaws, who will be facing off against the Toronto Defiant. Afterwards, we're going to have the Philadelphia Fusion taking on the Atlanta Reign. And last but certainly not least, the Shock will go up against the Gladiators. I gotta be real with you guys. I feel like all of these are actually quite hard to predict.
Terrible. We had the Houston Outlaws versus the Toronto Defiant. We saw that game earlier in the season. They both played dive, and it was an absolute slugfest. Philly and Atlanta, absolute stacked rosters. I've always wanted to see these guys go against each other. Play chips, or why not? Come on, please, a little bit, Philly, just for me. And then you have the Gladiators versus Shock rematch. So there's nothing to be disappointed about in today.
So we hope, right?
That's true,
set
yeah.
the expectations. We've been there before. Anyway, let's discuss the first match of the day. Outlaws going up against the Defiant. Maybe looking at the starting 6 here first from the Outlaws. Once again, are we seeing a different support line being fielded? Raucus is out this time around. What are you making of the shuffle of the support?
It almost seems like they want to bring Raucus in just to sort of play the Baptiste. I feel like whenever they want to play this sort of Baptiste with whatever Repel ends up being on, that's sort of the time they want to put in Raucus. If they ever want to play the Lucio, they're just putting in Jexay. So that seems to be the rotation they're going with this weekend. Obviously, as I've always said, I don't like the massive switching and the constant switching of players, but for the most part, the Outlaws are looking better than they have in the past, so I'm going to let them do their own thing and sort of give them a breath.
Yeah, and then you also have to keep in mind Dante, of course, who's going to start as DPS again. He had an incredible game yesterday, specifically on Tracer. But at the same time, it was against the Boston Uprising. How much credit can you put into that? Boston Uprising, they did not play the Torbjorn. We saw a lot of teams yesterday play the Torbjorn specifically to shut down those Torbjorn and Tracer compositions. McCree is in the pool, but Torbjorn has such incredible damage output against double shield that it is a very viable pick still. But regardless, Dante still played that Tracer. Boston Uprising didn't really adapt. If the Houston Outlaws will have a chance to win today, I think it's going to be on the back of Dante's Tracer. But the big question for me is Toronto Defiant going to allow Dante to play the Tracer at all? Or are they just going to try to hard counter it and force the Houston Outlaws onto compositions they're not as comfortable playing?
Well, Costa, what kind of compositions do you expect to see from either of those teams? You just mentioned it the last time they faced off against each other. It was a dive v dive situation. You think they're opting for a similar route
I think
today?
with the Doomfists we saw last time with Agilities versus the Blase, we don't see Blase in the starting roster for the Houston Outlaws. So if anything, I think we might see a Tracer mirror matchup, and we have Linksa back in, so maybe the Tracer, the McCree. It's actually going to be really interesting because both of these teams are unconventional in the metas that they usually play and like to play towards their own style. Toronto, we have no idea what to expect for them, so it's kind of hard to predict.
Well, we can help you out a little bit to maybe get an idea of what is coming your way by looking at their starting roster. Reinforce, what are you making of the starting 6? We're seeing Logix back in. He seems to be their control guy of choice. Anything else which surprises you at all?
No big surprises. I mean, there's a few things in this hero pool, right? Like, Kariv cannot play the Ana, which he's known for. I mean, last year he was known as the Sandman by some people because the way he hit all of those big sleep darts. Then you have someone like Nevix, fantastic D.Va player. How is he going to adapt to the Zarya and the Sigma? That's going to be my big question. We've seen that he's played some Zarya in the past because this is a team that enjoys playing the Doomfist. They like to put agilities on that character and engage pretty early, and they like using the Zarya shields to sort of help the Doomfist engage like that. How is this going to affect the Toronto Defiant this week with this hero pool? That is my big question. But you have to look at Kariv specifically. How is he going to perform without the Ana in his arsenal this weekend?
I mean, Costa, you might be able to answer that. You know Kariv.
He's been on Twitter. If you've seen him recently, he really wants Moira to have to aim, which makes me think that he is stuck on the Moira right now, playing the Lucio Moira. I know Kariv pretty well after playing with him for a while. All he wants to do is aim and shoot at people, so he's probably not happy about it. But that's what I expect to see him on, the Lucio Moira coming from the Toronto Defiant. Once again, though, we have Logix coming in, whether or not it'll be just for the control map like we've always seen, and then Short4 comes in after that. That's what I'm expecting.
All right. Well, we're going to head into a very quick break right now, and then we are back with more match discussions. We are back again and ready to talk about the second match of the day. This is going to be a good one or so, I hope. It's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion taking on the Atlanta Reign. Both teams are looking pretty darn good right now. And currently, Carpe from the Philadelphia Fusion is kind of starting to, collect some achievements, to say the least. He is the first personnel to hit 600 solo kills. He did that yesterday, and with ease, to say the least. And he's also just, 5 shy from being the first to have 4,000 career final blows. Is Carpe the GOAT?
I'm going to go with no. I actually don't think so at all. Yeah, I really don't think that he's the GOAT at all. I think looking back at last year, you have to keep in mind that Philadelphia was a pretty average team last year. They were around the mid-table, 10, 11, many times because they couldn't adapt to the GOAT's composition. Now, despite that, Carpe was still playing the Zarya, and because he played so many games, he racked up those final blows, the eliminations, the hero damage, etc. But if you like, on a divided by time scenario, I don't think he's actually up there as the GOAT. He has an incredible Widowmaker, incredible Tracer, but the fact that he didn't perform up to par last year during such a big time because he was playing so much Zarya, didn't find the motivation to play that Zarya. He didn't enjoy playing GOATs, and I think those are facts. So there's no doubt that he's an incredible damage dealer player, and he has a long history of playing in the Overwatch scene. Incredible achievements from this guy, but I don't think he's the GOAT because in Season 2 of the Overwatch League, he didn't really perform up to par on that Zarya, and he didn't really pop off as hard as he did in Season 1. Season 1, spectacular. Season 3 so far, really impressive. Season 2, not so much. So I don't think you can exactly give him the title of GOAT just yet until he actually racks up some more achievements this year or next year.
I have a quick question I want to add to you.
Okay,
Do you think he's the greatest of all time on Widowmaker, though?
On a Widowmaker, that's a pretty hard question because there's a lot of fantastic Widowmakers there, Costa.
It's a yes or no question, Johnny. Yes or no?
Well, it's a yes or no question, but I'm going to slim away and I'm not going to give you a definitive answer. I think there's tons of great players in that category.
All right, everyone watching, please call Jonathan out for
indifferent answers.
Just not giving us a real answer.
I just gave a super definitive answer whether Carpe was the GOAT, and you treat me like this?
It's not a definitive answer. Is he the best ever?
I said no, and I laid out the arguments why he's not the best ever.
Right,
Widowmaker, it's a different story.
Okay, well, fair. Either way, let's talk about the match at hand. All right, we have two fantastic teams. Costa, these are two top teams. Who do you expect to come out
We
on
saw
top?
Philly really turn it around yesterday. They reverse sweep the Paris Eternal. It was a very impressive comeback. It seemed like at first they were really struggling to sort of find how they wanted to play the game. Paris are playing Lucio Moira. They were tending more towards like the BAP, sort of less Lucio speed boost. So they're just, sort of playing to their own strengths. And once they found their footing, they ran with it. With that said, they're playing against the Atlanta Reign, which I would say is arguably one of the best double shield teams in the league. They have Gator, they have Hawk, who just seem to always get value out of all of their cooldowns. And then you add, the incredible DPS lineup on the Atlanta Reign as well. You have Edison, Ursa. We've actually seen Baby Bay come in to play the McCree and Widow as well. So whether or not we'll see Baby Bay out today, who knows? But it doesn't really matter. These guys have such a stacked roster, they could honestly field any 6 at any time, and they'd be able to compete.
That is very true indeed. Reinforce. Which of the DPS players do you expect to see in most of the time?
Well, for Atlanta Reign, I think it has to be Erster, right, and Edison. I think they are the most powerful duo on that team. Baby Bay has had a lot of playtime so far this year, and that's because he's so volatile and so explosive with the Hanzo, with the McCree. He actually could receive a lot of playtime today over either Erster or Edison, because we've seen him in the past being featured and they actually benching Erster. I think Erster is probably the best DPS player on this lineup, but despite that, I think sometimes you will see Baby Bay be better than Erster on some of those heroes. So it's a complicated answer. I don't think we're going to see Sharp featured as much, because you have that trio that can fill pretty much any role at an incredibly high level.
Yeah, no, they definitely all pull their weight plus some. We have one more match to discuss today, and that's going to be a rematch. Week 8, the Shock and the Gladiators faced off against each other, and it was the Gladiators coming out on top. Now, of course, we need to know, or rather talk about, Shock, right? They had ups and downs this season so far, and apart from their first game, which was convincing, afterwards they started to, kind of slip. Costa, what do you make of the Shock's performance?
Yeah, the last time
right
Shock
now?
played the Gladiators was when they had their first 0-2 weekend in I can't even remember how long. They lost
Long
to the
time.
Gladiators and to the Valiant, and it was very unprecedented, but they were playing around with their roster a lot, and it kind of felt like they were walking into this match with more confidence than they really needed to have. And they were really sort of struggling to deal with what the Gladiators have, and the Gladiators just sort of made them play their game. We see the Gladiators play a lot of this Ryan Zaya, so the Shock just need to be smarter and come in with the proper 6 that they want to field and come in with a strategy. We saw that from them last weekend, so I'm expecting the Shock to actually come into this match with a lot more prepared and a lot more ready for what the Gladiators are going to bring.
Yeah, and I'm hoping to see that double shield combination come out in full force today. I think that Super and Choyobin is a fantastic front line, and I think if they perform up to par, I actually think that San Francisco Shock will perform a lot better than they have the past couple of weeks. If we keep in mind, Choyobin been playing a lot of Wrecking Ball for some reason, then they've been subbing out Super and Smurf, and it's all a bit all over the place.
Yeah.
I think if they just stick to Super and Choyobin, you play the Orisa, you play the Sigma, that has worked out so far for teams this weekend, and I don't think you have to overcomplicate it. Just play your solid 6 that you did last year, play the lineup you did in the finals, and then I think you're going to play up to par. So keep it simple, Shock.
All right, if we're looking at the other side here, at the Gladiators, a pretty stacked squad themselves. Who are you keeping your eyes on?
I think you always have to keep your eyes on the support line for the Gladiators. I feel like they're the people that sort of go under the radar a lot of the time. Big Goose and Shaz have been on this roster since the beginning of time, and they're just so solid across the board. They're always making plays. They're always just sort of staying solid. They very rarely feed and do anything wrong. So you got to stick with that. And you can really see that them getting that value with the tank line of the Gladiators now. Space and OG are just running circles around the oppositions. And if I'm Shock, those are the people that need to shut down. Need to shut down OG, need to shut down Space, because otherwise they will take over the game.
Yeah. But it's going to be hard, Costa, because OG has been so impressive so far this year. We've always talked about OG as one of the potential breakout talents because he has so much potential, but he keeps being very aggressive, very volatile, sort of like the baby of Reinhardt, if you will. But I want to believe that he can tone that down a little bit and play better overall. His Winston was super polished against the Vancouver Titans in my mind, and just look at the stats of his Reinhardt this season. I mean, that is super impressive. So finally, we're seeing OG break out at this star Reinhardt player. It's been a long time coming. I think during his time in the Fuel, we saw some ups and downs, and we were sort of pretty disappointed that he couldn't find the stability. But so far, with Space next to him on the off-tank role, OG has been super convincing and impressive so far this season. So I'm really happy to see that he's finally finding success, because as I said, this has been a long time coming. So the Gladiators front line is pretty scary, and you should be warned. You should be on alert, San Francisco Shock, because they might actually come in swinging.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, their backline is just as impressive. So overall, Gladiators looking absolutely crisp. Speaking of looking crisp, we got some great highlights so far from this weekend in our Emote Control presented by State Farm. So let's roll the first clip and take a look at what we got for you. We had a fun moment with Nero on Volskaya when they played against the Titans. You know, some, I don't want to call it BM, or actually, yes, bad May. Let's go with that.
This
He
is
had
such
a moment.
I don't know. I'm happy we're getting this because it sort of shows Nero's personality, I suppose. I mean, it's sort of BM, but I love it. It's moments like this I live for. I feel bad for the Vancouver Titans, but at the same time, you gotta love it from Nero. You gotta love it. I don't know which one to pick here. Oh, wait, I know exactly which one to pick.
Potato Josh.
I know exactly which one to pick.
Tell us, because I can't see your feed for quite some time.
Okay, so we have to mentally get ready for this. I picked the Riju Hong crying because that's what he did against the Guangzhou Charge. Nero was pretty BM and made the Vancouver Titans upset. Riju Hong not having a great time so far in the Vancouver Titans. So I picked the Riju Hong crying. Don't worry, it's going to get better pretty soon. I hope.
You got
this would be me if I was on the opposition team and this is what was happening in map 3 when I was 2 up. So I don't know. This is just my feelings in a nutshell.
All right, I got Potato Josh. Not Josh. Potato Josh. Jaws has not been a potato yet. Or
Not
so
that
I
you've
think.
seen.
But yeah, it's more of a, oh, I can't believe he did that moment. Anyway, the next play we have for you is a pretty nifty play from Sado, who is using Orissa's Halt against Ben Best Earth Shatter. That's a classic. You hate but also love to see it.
Yeah.
That's a
Yeah,
segment.
yeah,
right, Costa?
that's my segment. I'm gonna need you to send me $50 on that one. So
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yep,
Pretty
sure.
expensive.
Wow.
yeah, it's copyright. That's all I'm
I was
saying.
about to say.
Oh boy. Well, I hate to see it too. I picked the moth
man.
face because that is the face that Sado, or sorry, not Sado. That is the face that Benbest is doing as this is happening and he lands the shatter. I've been there many times. I mean, I've missed up a lot of shatters in my days. I'm just gonna admit it here on the Watchpoint Post Show. Yeah, I always talk myself up. I always hype myself up as a fantastic player. But sometimes I just messed it up. Okay? And I shattered some shields. I did get thrown off ledges and I missed some
don't
shatters.
believe that.
And this is the face you're making when that happens. So very relatable for me.
I have the Matt awkward face. Please get me out of here. This is Ben Best when he shatters and he's like, I got none. Guys, help! I'm on the low ground. So this is exactly how I imagine Ben Best in that moment.
Yeah, it's it hurts. Now the last one is well, we kind of lost one person throughout or during a broadcast rather. Achilles just disappeared. And,
For
I-
game 4.
working.
Yeah,
working from
this
home
is
is
hard.
hard.
There's
I'm here.
I understand.
Many
I literally
distractions.
just had to walk away from the
Cats.
broadcast and there was
Cats.
no one in my frame because I left my things on the floor.
When it came down to the last fight, where he managed
So I have the
I
Johnny
love
Police. This is our bosses. You know,
Oh,
in the
yeah.
police outfits. Like, hey,
Me
you
too.
gotta be on the camera when we start. So this is them. Working from home is hard.
Yeah, I like
It is.
curving
truly is.
my my emote a little bit because it shows that I have a very big brain. So you know, we can play around with the camera angles a little bit. This is me, big brain Johnny, telling Achilles
Like
to
it.
please be on camera. He did call me out yesterday, and I did hear that, and I took offense actually, because he called me out for predicting the Boston Uprising to win,
And then
and
now
now
you're
I'm calling him out. Do your job. Be on camera. Okay? All right?
All right. Well, these were some of the highlights, guys. Thank you so much for participating in Emote Control presented by State Farm. We are going to make sure, or we want you to make sure to watch the Watchpoint post show tonight, as we will be unveiling the Universal Hero Pool in our post show for the first time. That's right. It will impact both the league and also, of course, competitive play and contenders and so forth. So yeah, all of that will start on Monday, and we will discuss the heroes which will be out of the rotation tonight in the post show. For now, we're going to head into a very quick break, and afterwards we're finally back with the documentary of that guy. So stay tuned. Nori is he's a special cat.
Nori's a god. A gift to humanity.
Nori to me is this almost mythological creature.
Who is Nori? I think a better question would be, what is Nori? Because Nori is almost like a state of mind at this point.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Mate!
Nori!
Nori works! The system works!
Nori did it!
Where was I when it happened? Well, I was sat at home, enjoying the finer things in life. A good book, a cup of tea, Grey's Anatomy. When I look over to my second monitor and I see a miracle had happened.
System works!
Frankly, I couldn't believe what was unfolding before my eyes. It was one of the most ridiculous things that I had ever seen.
Only Nori really has the deeper knowledge of what's going on back there.
You can't coach that kind of confidence.
Nori is the savior of hero rotations.
This is the one. Got a good feeling about this one.
Come on, Josh. Oh, the legs.
Yeah.
Please, 1 in 3.
It's McCree.
Oh, you didn't get May. You had a 50% chance, I think.
It really just took one performance for him to already completely and utterly outshine Sideshow as well as Mr. X.
We tried to get Sideshow and Mr. X to do it in the past, but you can't get a Muppet to do a cat's job.
I don't think they understand the gravity of the situation when it comes to hero pool draws.
Look, I am not bad for draws.
I think the main reason they're so bad for draws is they have too much emotion pent up inside.
Sideshow and Mr. X are simple folk. I think they might share a singular brain cell.
It's about time that we take a hard look at our talent team as it stands.
I kind of feel like Nori could take his place if he's not careful.
He's already been in communications with our producers and the higher-ups.
You just look at that glorious fur that Nori has, and then you compare that to Sideshow's forehead. I don't think that's a big question at all. I think it's pretty decisively Nori is the best analyst in town.
Sometimes, though, in life, there's people, or in this case, animals, that are just better than you. And that's okay. I'm okay with that. I don't know how Josh feels, but I'm okay with that.
Humans never fail to disappoint. I genuinely believe that animals are the better humans. Yeah. That makes for a good t-shirt print, doesn't it?
I don't think humans in general is a big letdown. We do a lot of good things around the world. We bring a lot of positivity. We've contributed a lot of great tools to the world, actually, like sushi delivery, which is great in times like these.
Humans are a letdown because we are inherently flawed. And cats, as we now know, are perfect in every way with a 1 million IQ.
The most impressive thing about Nori is just the swagger. It makes it look easy. Put it up there with the greats. You think about Jordan, Rice, Gretzky. Nori is in that category.
Normally people develop a bit of an ego and ask for money, fame, power. Nori, though?
His initial day rate was 5 treats. Now I think he's heavily leaning towards 20 treats a day, and I just don't know if that's within our budget.
Gotta say though, the Egyptians had the right idea. They've been worshipping cats for God knows how many years, so maybe we should just be following by their lead.
I think it's just a matter of time before we bow before our cat overlords. I, for one, embrace it.
And that was a Nori story, and you know, he kind of made it. He already had done it. Upper Deck already sent me his official Overwatch League Upper Deck cards, which means he's the first time to actually have his own. Really impressive stuff. Thanks a lot for Upper Deck, to Upper Deck for sending me all of these. Absolutely loving it. Now, guys, it is time for predictions. So let's take a look at the leaderboard first to see where we
I'm on the climb.
standing.
I'm just saying.
Or rather, am I still number one? Yeah, that's right, Custer.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
take
boy.
that, Cats. Yo, I'm one away from
Must
Johnny.
be really
Johnny, what are you
proud.
doing, mate?
Oh,
You're
boy.
slipping.
Oh boy! Oh boy! And I know we're disagreeing today as well.
Oh, it's gonna be spicy.
Yeah, but honestly, today has been hard. I mean, even Miso struggled during her picks. Like there were some questions she raised, and rightfully so. Honestly, I personally thought that it was pretty hard as well. And yeah, let's take a look at who has been picking which team today. Reinforce went for the Defiant, but
Am I throwing?
You went for the Defiant?
Am I
you're also
throwing?
split on the Fusion.
I think
okay,
you're throwing.
okay. Let me be real. Let me be real. Okay, I'm a bit of a washed-up player. I'm a bit of a washed-up analyst. My number one claim to social media right now is Houston Outlaws fans tweeting at me. So keep doing that. That is why I picked the Defiant. Keep it up. Love you all.
All right. I mean, these predictions make me happy because we're going to have a lot of discussions coming in after the matches are done. So I'm very excited for that. For now, we're going to head into the first game of the day, and we will be back during halftime for our game break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Overwatch League for your Easter Sunday. I am Mitch Leslie and once again it's me and Matthew Morello taking you home here with 3 huge games here to get through today.
Yeah, I feel like we're the Sunday crew now. Every Sunday we're here doing all 3 matches, but this week...
Would you say any given Sunday, Matt?
True.
Yeah.
You could very well say that. This Sunday we have really good games, though. Back to back to back. Starting off with Houston versus Toronto.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this is an interesting match now because Houston have already shown that they're pretty comfortable with this particular hero pool, Matt. We have seen over the last, few months that people have said, look, the best teams are really going to be the ones that thrive as much as possible in the meta at that time. And, Johnny called it out quite well, I think, in his predictions yesterday, that they would be able to show a little bit more of their ability. Now, their opposition was the Boston Uprising. This time, I think their opposition will be a little stiffer because Toronto has already shown that they like to play an Orisa-centric style. They were playing that sort of in week 1 of hero pools when there was sort of 2 different schools of thought. This should be more natural for Toronto.
Right, I mean, we'll see what Toronto has today. We haven't seen great performances from them through the course of their early season. Houston, I think, Houston, I think looked good yesterday against Boston. We'll talk about them a little bit later. But Toronto, I think they have a lot to prove today. I think this is a matchup where both of these teams, I still feel like, are kind of equal in terms of where they are in terms of standing in the league. And I think if Toronto wants to prove that all these new additions really paid off, this is a series they should be able to win.
Yeah. Houston having bounced back now after a 3-match loss streak. Let's have a look at our map pool for today, ladies and gentlemen. Nepal will be our first of the series. Then Nambani, Paris, Rialto, and Lijiang Tower there. If we need it, of course, we'll tack on some control maps. We have seen that Houston like to play longer series at times, and that might be an option here. But
I feel like it
Nepal
will be.
is one of their best maps, though, for Houston. Control is, in general, one of their stronger performing categories, and Nepal is definitely their wheelhouse. So they should feel okay going into that.
And then I think to talk about Houston's lineup a little bit, to start this one off, they'll have Linkser in yet again. He looked good yesterday. It's good to see Linkser back playing in general. It was kind of weird seeing him not in the lineup. Like, I think Blase is a good player, but Linkser's really been like a standout performer for the Outlaws since day 1. So to see him back in the lineup's great. And then Repel for Raucus. Both of these players have been kind of switched out early on in the season for each other. Didn't really know. They're both playing the same things, and they've been in as well. So it doesn't really seem like there was really much of a reason why they were opting back and forth, but we'll get a look at Repel today.
Yeah, we've seen teams make sort of some switches up in their rosters that haven't always made sense. Sometimes it's just a one-to-one switch, right? Player in a certain role. It could honestly be a matter of the maps that they practiced on. Teams, generally speaking, probably have a bit more time to practice right now, even though their opposition pool is much more limited than it was when we were, operating out of the arena in Los Angeles, right? All the teams are there. Now, it's a little bit more selective. Now, it's a little bit more about who is in the same division as you and is geographically close enough to get your sort of worthwhile scrims. So that's interesting as well, because all of our regions have the opportunity to develop their own sort of meta within that week of time that teams have.
In the Asia region, you've seen a lot of different things than you've seen here in the Atlantic and North America. And I expect that to continue when you have the Chengdu Hunters just doing whatever they're doing out there. They're just playing anything.
Their plays seem to make a little bit more sense. I think Jinmu on the Doomfist was an interesting showing. What we saw from him, but obviously you see players like Amon still want to play Reinhardt, with an Orisa. Elsa's playing the Orisa this time instead of something like a Diva or a Sigma. So they're trying their own thing. I'm very interested to see what happens if we get these regions to collide later on in the year.
Yes,
because all of these different takes, this all builds up week after week, and we saw this at the very inception of Overwatch, before the Overwatch League, where regions would have a very strict understanding of what they would play, with the exception of the Chinese region, who often played sort of a little bit more off the wall, a little bit more aggressive. But we're seeing a lot of diversity there. Our teams that are based in North America have tended to trend towards just sort of sticking with that one composition, a safer one.
I do wonder how things develop in North America specifically, because you have a few teams on the West Coast, a few teams in Central, and then a lot on the East Coast. And I know in the past, when teams have been pretty poor, it's been difficult for them to find scrims against some of the upper echelon of teams. How will the top of the Atlantic progress to get better? You can't get better by only scrimming 1 or 2 other people. So are you going to help or have to play some of the lower tier teams in the Atlantic Division to just try and get practice in general? How is that going to operate? Because that type of practice really only helps the team that's trying to climb their way up. Doesn't really help the team at the top. So I think staying up top in the Atlantic and really kind of keeping that momentum going and keeping your play high is going to be much harder than where there be like the Asian region, where I feel like there are a lot of good teams.
That's right. I mean, that's something to consider here. You can't scrim other teams if you don't have internet. And right now, that seems to be a little bit of an issue for the Houston Outlaws.
Oh,
So,
okay.
ladies and gentlemen, we will take a quick break while we get Houston's issues sorted out. Perhaps they're just chewing up too much bandwidth on other sides of the house. But when we return, our first match of the Sunday will be underway. It will be Houston and Toronto. So stick with us. We'll be back when the players are sorted.
I run down the street, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in and it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those that are wondering, we have a little bit of a delay in proceedings today because Houston is currently experiencing some rolling blackouts. Now, whether that's because of weather issues or not, Jexa got boomed entirely out of the server. And in fact, his PC had some sad times. So he's working on getting back into the game. I'm told that everything seems to be going fine there. But as the day continues, we may anticipate more technical issues coming from their corner. We'll keep you posted on that stuff, but for now, it looks like they have 6 players in the set.
Yeah, they have 6 players in the lobby. Now, we will see how long that lasts.
We are setting expectations, everybody.
Not promising you that they're here the whole time. They may end up leaving for a bit. We'll see. Seems like the players are ready. They want to just jump right into this, which I totally get. If they're having internet issues, they probably don't want to sit in the lobby for any longer than they probably have to. They want to jump straight into the game and see if they can get it all sorted out.
Well, in fairness, Jexa just got into the lobby. The rest of his teammates are the ones waiting. He got into lobby and face rolled his keyboard, just trying to make sure everyone knew that he was ready to play. We are ready to see you and your team play, Jexa. Now, the head-to-head matchup between these two franchises sees the Houston Outlaws at 2-1 so far. So the Defiant not only a chance to continue to work on their streak, but also to even the score between these teams. And if you just joined us, our first map of this series is going to be Nepal. It is actually, I think I mentioned this before, this is the Outlaws' best control map historically. They've got a 66.7% win rate, and it's their second best map of any type. So as a Houston fan, this is where you wanted to see your team starting in a meta. That's been good.
I didn't realize you were so much of a stats guy.
Yeah, I'm actually just reading a sheet that has stats on it.
Oh, wow.
That's so I'm a reading guy. And in fairness, we had a bit of time to fill, so I had some time to, do my homework. We should always do our homework here, Matt.
Like, I never did my homework. I was one of those kids who was excellent. I put in minimal amount of time, and I was getting B's, and that was all right with me.
Yeah, and now you're sat in your office talking about video games for a living. Let that be a lesson to everybody at home, but we're out of the gates here. Toronto versus Houston. Compositionally, we see Logic's here on, the Torbjorn. Now,
the legendary
there's no trace to counter with this, Matt. It's slightly different comps we're seeing.
I mean, look, double shield on both sides. A little bit more aggressive from the Toronto side with the Reinhardt. Then having the Sigma, where the Outlaws, they're really playing like a control game, trying to break shields with the Hangzhou in as well. But the Torbjorn is going to be interesting here. How you set the Torbjorn up, where the positioning of that turret's going to be.
I mean, the Outlaws have been really reluctant to push out, Matt. They are playing quite heavily around a main tank Orisa, whereas the Defiant actually have a Reinhardt and Orisa to work with here. Less mobile, sure, less ability to shut down flankers, but look at the aggressiveness from Beast. He pushes in. Point gets captured now to start by the Outlaws, and Agilities is trying to help his team gang up on Meko. The Defiant definitely had a target in mind, but in chasing them down, they lose a couple players. Agility's getting rid of Lynx through the middle of the map, and the Outlaws have to give this ground up.
The Defiant, they give up the point early, but they push through with that Reinhardt, and they get extremely aggressive, and that's what you need to do with the Rein in this type of composition. The Sigma one, they want to sit around the point, they want to play around the Mei. Muma, who gets onto the point first, they take control of it for an extended period, but they're not able to hold it because of the aggression that comes through to the rest of the Outlaws team.
It looks like the slower start from Houston ended up hurting them there. It was easy for Toronto to identify where the Sigma was, and they made a beeline for Meko. Now the Outlaws are going to be shut out for a little while. It's tough to break back into this map against double shield. Maywall will cover off the right-hand side, and Evix gets blown up. Beast, though, that's the Amplification Matrix and Fire Strike combo with
I was going to say, it's a nice volley of orbs from Repel through the Amp Matrix that sets up the Outlaws to get that first pick off, but then Beast with the Fire Strike, and then one swing of the hammer. They're able to get 3 kills off of that, which will keep the point in the Defiant's favor. And now that the Defiant, they have control of these chokes, this makes it very difficult with the Mei and the Torbjorn, right? You're going to have Blizzard coming on here soon. You're going to have Molten Core as well. We have Blizzard from Agilities that opens it up. A nice Mei wall, and they lock Meko in place.
Meko trying to push forward a little bit now, and Muma is extremely out of position. He won't get back to the rest of his team. Rather close to freedom, but getting cut down there is less than ideal. So Houston work with no tanks for the time being. They have the ultimates they need to break back in. They do have both DPS ultimates. Transcendence is also available here, but I mean, this is a conundrum against double shield. How many casualties do you have to take to even get onto the point to contest it?
We'll see from the Outlaws POV. You see Meko putting the shield out on Sigma. This is just going to create space. This Dragon Strike from Linkser. Beast gets low, and they let him walk away?
Yep, gets back to the point. He was even halted into some of that Dragon Strike. Now, Beast eventually drops down. Very split from Nevix. You see, he's just holding his own pivot point here on the left, and I don't think that... Yeah, well, the Fortify gets him out of trouble, to be fair. Molten Core is thrown down by the Defiant defensively, but it's an offensive blizzard from Dante, and now he showers underneath that Immortality field, but he's taken down. Yes, the Immortality field expired, and the Molten Core eventually got him. Dante must have forgotten where he was standing because he had that Immortality. Huge shatter. That 3 now, but a Transcendence immediately is going to get brought in there by Repel. A hefty, a meaty shatter from Beast. That is 99-33 in Toronto. We're looking to take the point back. Jax's in trouble.
Yeah, as Toronto's going to come back with the Lucio on spawn as well. Kellex, he'll have a sound barrier if need be, but won't even need it here. As Dante coming out, he's going to have to ice block just to stay alive. And this should be the Toronto Defiant putting it away, but Meko's able to get one.
Eventually taken down. It was Logic's turret that deals with the Wrecking Ball, and Toronto starts strong. Reinhardt and Orisa giving the Outlaws some problems. They want to bring a Sigma in, Matt. And we've seen quite a few teams do that. Very powerful in his own right, of course, having Accretion to deal with anyone flanking. But that's not what the Defiant are trying to do. They are going together. They are playing a death ball comp, and it's probably tough for Meko to get value on Sigma.
I think the biggest difference, right, is where the Toronto Defiant, they did a nice job of just speed boosting Beast Halo around on the Reinhardt, getting him in positions to actually do stuff, because with the composition the Outlaws are running, when they control the point and they have that Orisa Sigma, it's very difficult for the Rein to get anything going if he can't get into place without taking tons of damage up front. So with Lucio and Reinhardt, they're able to keep the Reinhardt topped up, but also fast and agile to the point. So we see they'll go with the Rein Orisa again, and the Outlaws will make a change, go Rein Orisa 2. Symmetra on both sides here as well.
Meko on the Orisa. I've seen pretty much everything now. Wall up in the middle, but Linksa still wants to try and circumvent it. Now back to playing around his Reinhardt shield as he's rather vulnerable if he gets ahead of it. He went low. Kellex is able to deal with Repel here, and Linksa is fired up. He needs some shields to sort of keep him charged up, otherwise he has to reload like that. And he's trying to make his way forward here. The classic aggressiveness of Jex that is able to get him a kill, but a cheeky double turret behind by Logix snaps the kill up on Linksa. Meko keeps himself alive for just a moment, but Logix pushes past the bubble.
And I really love that Maywall from Agilities there. Is the Toronto Defiant, they put down some damage. Kellex actually gets a kill on the Repel. And what they decide to do is they Maywall, they back up a little bit, they buy some time. They also dwindle the power of Linkser's gun, as we saw from his point of view. And then they're able to just re-engage once the Maywall goes down. Really nice Maywall from Agilities yet again. Catches Muma, just not able to follow it up.
Muma kept his shield up, nicely done. Beast was looking for a big shatter again, but now he's going to be frozen up. Wall put up, it's going to be an Immortality field from the Outlaws here, but they need to back away. And they are going to use that Symmetra barrier just to make this more comfortable. Agilities, though, has Blizzard available. That's the shatter, it is, and that is filth. Muma steps straight through the barrier and gets himself at least 4 with that shatter. Over to the point we go. And the Houston Outlaws now in a much more commanding position.
Yeah, Muma goes through the TP and immediately lands a shatter there. So Linkser puts a TP up onto the bridge. Muma right away clicks on it, turns to his side, lands a shatter. But still 40% earned for Toronto at the beginning. We'll see how they go about breaking this setup now, as both teams have committed to this Symmetra. Symmetra has become very powerful against obviously double shields, but also on this point in particular.
Teleport to the high ground for the Defiant. They mean business. They force the drop down though as they see the supercharger used, and the Outlaws may be happy enough to use that ult to deny the high ground. Muma caught behind the wall, that shield disintegrating quickly under Logix's scrutiny, and they'll fall to a fire strike. Beast controlling the front line, and Logix is making it so there are no shields for the Outlaws to hide behind. That's a heck of a lot of damage to output. It's because he kept himself safe. Over time, that Symmetra becomes an absolute menace,
But you also notice how Toronto went about attacking that, right? They didn't take the high ground fight right away. They went up to the high ground, they drawed them off, and then what they did is they dropped. They were able to set the Symmetra up on the point, which is extremely effective. It's what a lot of teams, usually are used to do with control. And then what happens is the Outlaws try and rush in, they get split up by a Maywall. Now the Outlaws try and push in again.
Dante still gets there though, so he was able to control some of the Defiant's front line. Logix now, gonna throw his wall up, but that's a shatter, it's huge! It's 5 knockdown for the Houston Outlaws! The Reinhardts on either side of the map are getting a ton of value, but it's the rest of Beast's comrades that are enabling him to do it. The Defiant now are up to 80%, and they wanted the Outlaws to TP in, Matt. They were ready for that.
And they have a sound barrier for this next fight, the Toronto Defiance. They're in a great spot to put this first map away rather quickly, almost effortlessly.
90% on the ticket.
TP across.
All right, splits the Defiant. They don't all go there. Dante can't get in, though, and Moomer's caught behind a wall, and that's it. That's the death knell. The Outlaws again try and get close to the point by using a teleporter, but it's predictable. It's very telegraphed, and the Defiant just wait for Moomer to show his spiky helmeted head, and they cut him off the rest of his team. Map number 1, pretty comfortably, Matt, to the Toronto Defiant.
Yeah, extremely comfortable from the Toronto Defiant. And there was never a point during that where you felt like the Outlaws were in a position to take an extended period of time on the point or even really make a good push for it, as the Outlaws look really disjointed after looking good against Boston the other day.
Do you think, Matt, that the Outlaws come into this match wanting to play the Sigma and then they have realized very quickly that that is just not going to work on a map like Nepal?
I think
does it look like it was intentional, the switch for the second round?
I think the 2 points they got on Nepal were probably ones they needed to switch off onto the Ryan Orisa comp. I think if things could have worked out a little bit differently, maybe with another point in there earlier, they could have actually played it a bit differently.
Well, Toronto, first map in the bag already. They look dominant. The main tanks are giving us a bit of a show today, ladies and gentlemen, so stick around. There'll be more of that, especially with these compositions. Map number 2 is right around the corner, so hold on to your hats, eat some Easter chocolate, and we'll be back in just a moment.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
And by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
The Overwatch League. I'm Mitch Leslie here with Matthew Morello, and that first round, if you blinked, you probably missed it. A quick 2-0 for the Toronto Defiant, and it looked like the Outlaws, Matt, were in a transitional phase. And this is a term that people use to make something that was awful sound a little bit nicer, but the Outlaws couldn't really find their feet, and it looked like Toronto really had the read on them, especially as they tried to reposition with Symmetra teleports.
And you also don't know with some of the issues with the Outlaws in terms of internet, how that played into it. Not really giving them like a huge excuse, but we don't know at this moment in time, as they did have some issues before Game 1, but still, they didn't look good. It didn't look close in Game number 1. Toronto really took it to them. They were in control of the point most of the time. There was never a time where they were at a huge deficit of ultimates. They were cycling through their ults really effectively, so Toronto looked really good early on.
Yeah, we believe in the benefit of the doubt, but however, we have to analyze what we see. Now, some of the substitutions we see might answer some of those questions for us. There are going to be changes across both teams as we head into our second map. That map's going to be Numbani, for those that are wondering who didn't catch the pre-show. And look, this is actually Houston's best escort map.
You just, told me,
you
just told me the last one was their best control map, and they got dunked on. What's going to happen now?
I'm setting up the stage here because so the Outlaws. Okay, so
you're in the right sheet this time.
If you play escort maps, right, obviously there's 3 points you can get. We can actually see an average of how many points teams get over the course of their careers or whatever. So the Outlaws actually have an average of 3.25 points on this map, which means obviously they're getting more than a map done each time they play. It's the only map that they average 3 or more points. So on every other sort of escort or hybrid map, they sort of
are these numbers
don't finish
are these numbers all time?
Yeah, all-time franchise record.
But that doesn't do anything to help me now. I mean, look at the meta right now. It's completely different than it's ever been. It changes week to week. You can't really hold stock in that as much anymore.
That's right. But what I'm doing is, setting a historical precedent, and when we can actually evaluate Houston on their ability to exceed that.
Tell it like it is.
You are sneaking your deep-seated hate of stats into conversation with me. That's what you were doing.
I was just giving my opinion on what you said.
Well, for those of you at home that are interested, now you know. Those of you that aren't, you haven't really missed much. You've literally missed teams walking out of sport.
Yes, you haven't really missed much. The Outlaws, they go with a double shield Mei Hanzo setup. That we mentioned, Raucous comes in here, so they do have double flex support. You just don't know, right? We had the issues with Jexay early on. Maybe they continued through that. So we'll see if Raucous, they opt to play some Lucio, or they want to play a little bit slower and play the Baptiste, which it looks like they're going to do early on. And
I mean, Zen Baptiste makes sense against the double shields, right? It was very common when we first saw double shield.
Absolutely. I mean, the Baptiste is a good look here against the double shield. It does a ton of damage. Immortality field's great. Ant Matrix as well. So the Defiant, they'll have Surefour, who comes in for Logic's a little bit more, a little bit more versatility, but he actually gets the turret on the other side of the Mei wall, which may have actually just been enough to protect the Beast, keep him alive.
Or at least ward him off from anyone just walking up to him.
Near him.
They broke the wall as well. Now the Defiant are aware the Outlaws are up on the high ground, and Kellex couldn't quite get behind the shield. Well, Nevix sort of put a shield forward, and then the entirety of the Defiant had to climb onto the other side of it. I wonder if Nevix turned around and put a shield, then maybe they saved Kellex there.
But look,
regardless.
The Toronto Defiant, they need to get the high ground here, right? They're just wrapping around, trying to get up here. If they get here with the Torb, they have a chance to just lock the Outlaws on the point.
Yeah, they can set up base here.
This will almost be like their offensive push will turn into defensive positioning with a defensive-looking comp, trying to take the point.
Okay, there's Ant Matrix. Immortality field had to be placed down pretty early on by Raucous on the other side of the breach, and these two teams now are standing at 20 paces and firing with their handguns, old Civil War style. Agilities goes down. Already 2 ticks on the point for Toronto, though. Because of this rotation, the Outlaws are a little bit concerned about stepping foot on the point. But once they've committed, the fight goes pretty well. Beast is hit with the Discord Orb, and there's an Immortality field now placed up, and it's Linksa and Dante from the high ground getting the job done. 3 for Linksa. And once the Outlaws decide to go, everyone seems on the same page. They again stave Toronto.
Yeah, that was a good retake there from the Outlaws as they got bullied off the high ground by the Toronto Defiant. They're able to come back, take it, and get on the point. Where I think Toronto kind of beefed that is where Beast had an opportunity to push straight through the Orisa shield and just didn't do it. Kind of got stuck in a little bit of a dance on the point. Take a look from Linksa's POV. Nice shots from Linksa. You always expect that, though. I mean, his aim's pretty nuts.
That's the Dragon Strike now. Linksa earned that in the previous fight from doing so much
so
work,
weak.
and everybody gets caught in the flux. Mako making pancakes out of the majority of the Defiant. And that'll be that. Another fight done off the weight of ult advantage.
Linksa, nice headshot on Agilities there. Is Surefour, he'll get out of harm's way. So another hold here for the Houston Outlaws. They did end up using some ultimates in that previous fight, a good chunk of them. So they'll just have Supercharger and Transcendence here. Can they speed Beast around, maybe to the high ground, try and get a shatter off? They consistently go low, they get walled. And then they just try and dance around to keep him alive.
they have nothing to safely bait a Mei wall though, so they had to go together and fast. Okay, that Mei wall is alright. It doesn't actually split Toronto off effectively. It slows them down a little bit, but maybe that's what they want. Shore4 turns around with that Molten Core and makes it a very dangerous place to stand, but Rappel was quick on the trigger finger with the Transcendence. He falls, and everyone's going to burn down now!
They had to,
The Outlaws were held in place, Matt. They had the healing, which was fine, until Transcendence expired. Then Shore4 gets 3, and they finally break through.
Well, it was also a massive halt that comes in from Nevix, which yoinks them off of the point. And at that time, the Toronto Defiant, they're so close to taking the payload and the checkpoint that the Outlaws have to just run through Shore4's Molten Core, which we saw how that turned out. It wasn't pretty, but really nothing the Outlaws can do there. It's a pretty decent first point hold, though, from Houston.
I mean, the Tourbillon again featuring not because it's countering Tracer, but because, of course, against those heavier armed targets, you're doing more damage. Kareev down. Oh, that was a Sonic arrow there from Linkser. I don't know if he intended to find a kill with that, but we'll take it.
That's the power of Hangzhou. You don't intend to find a kill, and you do.
Well, Kareev won't be switching. Kellex is just going to try and taxi him back into the fight as quickly as possible. The Linkser, he was on high alert to respond to the halt. Thrown out by Muma. He'll just sit up here on the ledge.
Good ultimates here for Houston, though, to hold, right? Yeah, you have the Blizzard that you can use in the close quarters. Just look at this. Toronto trying to come fast on a flank. Maybe set up a shatter here, but nice Dragon Strike there from Linkser.
Immortality Field thrown down, but that expires awfully fast. There's still enough to keep Beast up, though. Shore4's turret is now down, but Beast wants to use this shatter. There's the problem of about a bajillion shields in between him and the enemy, and a Mei who's going to freeze him up. Dante fates it. Beast. His irritation's so great that he goes for the Earth Shatter, and it's easily brushed off by Dante, who then goes for the Blizzard. And that's about as big as an outplay as you're going to see.
Oh, it's a sick play from Dante. I do want to say from the Outlaws, though, their positioning is so much better there than it was on Nepal. And Links are just racking up the headshots. But you saw from Beast's POV, he's trying to push and trying to get one of these shatters off, and they're just not able to close the gap. The positioning from the Outlaws is much better, just playing a little bit further away, out of harm's way, where Beast was able to do nothing on the Rhine. Now they switch and they go for the Eureka Sigma.
This is one of those games from Linkser, Matt. 11 final blows, 2 deaths. That's his second there. And yeah, really starting to dominate, but without him here and without a way to bring him back, might be tough for the Outlaws. They also do not have the Lucio that Kellex had before, so they won't get him back into the fray all that fast either. Nevix actually trying to flank around Dante here. A couple more Hyperspheres will get the job done. Dante is the drop down.
How was he alive?
The Beast wasn't watching him. Okay. No one was looking at Dante after a drop. The intention of the Defiant was split. They still get the Immortality Field here, though, and that Gravitic Flux is shrugged off. Meko finds no luck there.
There was a part of me that thought Dante was going to live through that when he gets the Harmony Orb, but he pushes in through the back. But the Outlaws trying to contest this one final stand here for the Outlaws. Muma will fall. There goes Meko shortly after. Their point B defense falls apart, where they do hold the Toronto Defiant, so under a minute there to take checkpoint B. So they do have a positional an opportunity here to really win the map in terms of not allowing Toronto to finish it. And then, like you mentioned, they've been very good on Numbani. They've been able to complete it pretty frequently. So you think the Outlaws have a good shot at that point.
1 minute 43 on the clock. The Defiant still looking for the next opening. That was not one of them. Raucus throws down that amplification matrix and forces them to split between left and right. And that's what causes Nevix to get caught. Raucus showing off some of his signature aim there. Nice for Batiste to have the moment where they can really be damage outputters.
So the Outlaws, they'll get control of the choke here. That's the massive part for Houston. You can control the choke with the Mei and the double shields. You can also force the Defiant to potentially have to use some of these ultimates to get the cart moving again, right? With a minute to go, you do have a little bit of a nervous factor here for Toronto, where every fight matters to the point where you could end up losing the half. So you have to invest some of these ultimates rather early.
I think the Toronto were happy to try and move as fast as they can, catch them out. We do see a halt there, but it's going to be a supercharger thrown down by the Outlaws, and they're happy playing close together for now. They get rid of agilities, but they lose movement with Meko being frozen up. Yeah, without those shields in the way, the Mei is a problem. Transcendence now gets used in the Blizzard, so most of the Defiant's front line can stay up and at it. Discord Orb even got stuck to Beast, and he was so low, but Kellex and Kareev are keeping that front line alive, hanging in there. It's tooth and nail stuck, but the Defiant are still working with a full 6 until Beast goes down.
And that's a tough player to lose. It's the Outlaws, they had the Transcendence towards the end of that fight to get everybody top back up. puts them over the line just a little bit, as Meko now with the Gravitic Flux could put it away.
Oh my gosh, that AoE freezing coming out there, it's so brutal, and Dante is abusing May to a fullest extent. He is finally punished for that, but at what cost? The Defiant lost 3 to the May in that corner, and the Outlaws managed to prevent Toronto from finishing the map.
Now the Outlaws sit in a position, a very good position to tie this up. Going into the half, like you mentioned early on, they average 3.2 points here on Numbani, so that would tell you that they should be able to complete this, and they have with great effect.
All right, we need a rule. Wait, if you're going to tease me for bringing up stats, you're not allowed to reference them later in the broadcast.
Yeah,
you did.
When did that happen?
You were like, oh, I don't care about these stats, man.
No,
it doesn't mean anything.
I never.
All right, clip it, guys.
Never did that. Never did that.
All right. Here's those last moments here, though.
Yeah.
Meko's just able to control the backline, and that's what Sigma has really, quite often gone to for. Again, Hyperspheres bouncing in those small chokes are very powerful, but it really is a decrease. Just stop the Wrecking Ball in its tracks.
And you wonder if Toronto's, I don't want to see main downfall, but really, it's a Torbjorn wasn't incredibly effective to take the first checkpoint. It took a while for the Torb to get going, and Torb is so positionally oriented where you have to have the shields in the right spot, you have to have good spots for the turret to be able to make him work, that until they really got that high ground control and they were able to build that Molten Core and force them into position, they really weren't getting a ton out of it. This is what I'm interested in, though. We'll see Surefour play the Ashe on defense, so you'll have Ashe with Mercy, Dante on the Pharah here to kick things off.
They have to know that Houston is going to be playing this. Otherwise, this seems a little bit risky. But if anyone is going to play a pick like this with confidence, it's going to be someone like Surefour or Baby Bay. There's guys that really like to take those risks.
Ashe with the damage boost is nasty, though. I mean, you can one-shot like a Pharah, it feels like, right out of the sky. We'll see from Dante's POV. Just trying to put some rockets down into the shields on the backside of the high ground here. Trying to get some damage down to allow the Outlaws to push through the front.
Slow start for Dante. Man, even rocks are getting thrown at him right now. Again, he's looking for poke. If he can take some attention, let the rest of his team work through main, as you can see that they are doing right now. They're working their way onto the point. But we see Meko very low there. So Dante not taking quite enough attention away from the rest of the Outlaws there to really allow them to get in. He is committed now. This is quite a wide flank.
Yeah, he's going very wide on the flank, but also a very dangerous position as they can just move around and just LOS him, right? Where they can just break the line of sight. You can't really see Dante here. He is taking rockets for a wild ride out there in the back as the rest of the Outlaws are falling, and it doesn't seem like Dante was not in a position to put down any damage there on the Toronto Defiant, like any meaningful damage, because if he comes around the corner to get really good angles on everybody, then he gives the sightline to Surefour, which is what he's trying to avoid.
Yeah, I mean, now Dante and Raucus kind of have to stay here. There are a couple ledges they can perch on. Obviously, they can stay airborne indefinitely, but damage like that, I mean, that was really set up by the
Raucus
icicle.
should be dead in a second. Yep, there it is.
Yep.
So nowhere for him to fly to.
Yeah, you need a reference point. You need a north star.
Okay, so the position is good from Dante if they had players coming through the front side of that choke. The issue is at that point, the Outlaws were like down by the point. When they're down by the point, Toronto then can know where Dante is and just drop to the point and fight it. And he can't come around that corner because that's the angle that Surefour is locking down.
All right, let's try this again, says Dante to Raucus. And once more, they peek around that left-hand side. Keep an eye on Surefour, far left of your screen. He'll be trying to shut down Dante the second he comes into view. That's an amplification matrix, and Dante goes for a tumble. Raucus, well, he had used Valkyrie, so he could have got back to the rest of his team, but Kareem shuts him down. Kareem with 7 final blows for this map, Matt. That's as many as Surefour has. Filling his role as a dual DPS and support player, and given his history as a Widow player, that shouldn't be a surprise. But what a boon it is for Toronto now to have that extra firepower, and it is showing.
They throw Bob into the choke, and he just gets mowed down, but the Bob actually allows Kellex to get a free res off onto agility, so you can use it as a little bit of
Would you say it's a zoning ultimate?
Zoning ultimate, you can almost look at it as like a Bob at a little bit of a taunt mechanic there.
Dante gets one. Now there's mercies on both sides. The resurrects are still a factor here. Nevix gets rid of Repel. Raucus trying for the resurrect, and he gets it! Surefour's able to shut him down immediately after, though. Dante not affected by the dynamite. Now going to take the 1v1 against Surefour. Or so we thought. Thinks better of it. Still has the high ground. Shawfall probably doesn't fancy being down here. He needs to find the last pick, and he does. He didn't even have to scope in for it. And the Toronto Defiant have held the Outlaws to a standstill. There is 37 seconds left in this round, and Lynx is going to go for the old
I was going to say, you bring out the Widowmaker, you bring out the May here. The later portions of the game, the Widow screams kind of last resort, right? You have to pop off, you have to come up with a pick if you're Lynxer, but Widow's so difficult against these double shields.
Feast or famine, Matt. It's time to roll the dice. Lynxer, one pick should be enough. But he does have to be aware that he's going up against a Mercy. The Defiant still have Kellex on that pick. Moomin tries to walk on in now. Frozen up. Fortifies as he makes his way over towards the point here. Moomin now is going to be sat on that low ground. That's that pick. That's Kareem down. Lynxer finds his target. There's still Kellex alive for the healing though, but the Outlaws are set up on the point here. They get a wall to prevent the Defiant from even touching, and Moomer is sat here, proud as you like. Shawfall though, he's on the flank. He lets the Bob go. He gets two with that one, looking for a little bit more. Finally Bob succumbs, but Shawfall is still swinging for the fence. High ground seems Repel struggling to find a way down, and no one's going to fish the Outlaws out of that situation. Not even Lassie. That'll be map number 2, and Houston's one of their best maps. Falls by the wayside in what's been a very quick series so far.
Yeah, really. The first 2 games have gone lightning fast. We don't really talk about it much because he's kind of useless a lot of the times. But the Bob there from Surefour was actually quite effective because he's actually able to just contest the point. That allows the Toronto Defiant to not fall under the same pressure the Houston Outlaws fell under, where they had to run to the point. They throw the Bob on the point. He takes some time there, a few seconds. The Muma has to mow him down on the Orisa, but those few seconds allow Toronto to flush some of the players down in the lower tunnels and then get back to the point.
Having that virtual 7th player makes a huge difference for the Ash there. And I mean, Bob may not have barrage, he may not have sleep dart, but he does have a gun that shoots, and he generates immediate and imminent threat, which demands attention in many cases there. Works out well, the Ash pick. Perfect answer to the Furrow, which was never switched off, by the way. The Outlaws committing to that one course of action that ultimately causes them to lose the map. I'm sure for a short series, Matt, there's still plenty to talk about at halftime, so we're now going to step aside for a moment and let the crew over at the game break explain to us what we've seen so far.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
I went down the street, right? And all of a sudden, huge exploding comes in, and it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Welcome back to our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. I am Zoe, joining me are Costa and Reinforcing. Guys, the Toronto Defiant are currently up 2-0. Reinforce called it, Costa and I just couldn't believe it.
They haven't won yet, okay? I've seen this happen before.
Johnny spooked. But you're on your way. Dude, I'm trying to give you credit, and you're just like throwing it out
Watch
there.
point reset,
okay.
come back.
Right.
We'll see then. Oh boy.
It might work out for Reinforce is all I'm saying. Either way, let's talk about the game. I feel like Control was a fairly one-sided affair. However, on Umbani, I generally thought that Outlaws should have it, given that they had such a great defense. But then everything went wrong from there on. But let's start with the Control map. Reinforce, what did you see there? What went so well for the Toronto?
I really like their engages and their overall shot calling on this map. I think they played the game pretty beautifully overall. It started out on a Paul on Sanctum, where Toronto Defiant, they just played Ring Around the Rosie. They found a pick-off onto Meko, playing the Sigma, and then they kind of went from there. And then you saw these kind of messy fights where it went back and forth. It looked like Houston were able to win some fights. Muma had some great shatters. But Toronto Defiant, they just seemed to bring it back, and it seemed like they capitalized on a lot of the mistakes that the Houston Outlaws put forth. So I think this was a pretty back-and-forth matchup, but I think overall, Toronto Defiant, they seem to have a better game plan, they seem to have better shot calling, and they just clean up a lot of these fights that turn out really messy. So Houston Outlaws, they're a bit wonky right now. They're not very decisive, and they don't have very convincing fights. So I don't know if Costa agrees with me, but that's what it feels like in a way.
Yeah, I think...
Well,
I think it's been actually pretty close and back and forth. I think Toronto's just used their ultimates better for the most part. They've been getting more value out of them, at least in the first map and a half. This defense, this attack by the Houston Outlaws just made no sense. They come out with the Pharah, Hangzhou. They're just hoping that they get picks and damage. They play against an Ashe. I think as soon as you see that Ashe, they're playing Ashe Mercy, you switch off the Pharah. But instead what we see is Dante stays on the Pharah for about 3 minutes, and then with 1 minute left, they're like, oh, this isn't working, let's switch. But at that point, they don't have any ults, they don't have any positioning. It's just really hard to get back from that. So I think that's just Houston Outlaws coming with a strategy, but not realizing that they're getting countered off the bat. So
do you think it's a case of like, oh, I'm far up, I have ultimate, hold on guys, I'm just going to get value from my far ultimate.
Well, he was in their back
just try one more time.
On the coast for, I'm going to say, a minute and a half just flying around, and then the moment he peaked, he just got shot out of the air. So just really poor decision making.
Also, by the time I think he had his second barrage or something, there was only 1 minute left. So it's it's not like they really had enough time to make something work, since after the switch he's then just there with a 0% on the ult of what did he go for, May afterwards. Either way, it doesn't really matter because it didn't work out for them. However, what did work out was a lot of big plays from the Toronto Defiant, and one of them made it into a crunch time presented by Cheez-It Grooves. This one is going to be led by Reinforce because it was quite a hype.
Yeah, it was. But not only that, I think this fight in general sort of describes what happened throughout the series. I think it starts off with the Houston Outlaws actually getting an advantage in this fight, but then Dante ends up dying to the Molten Core, which you don't really expect. I think he was playing in an Immortality field, and then the Immortality field either got destroyed or ran out, and Dante died to the Molten Core. Then Beast came in with a huge Earth Shatter, and actually turns this fight around. So once again, Houston Outlaws, they had the advantage this fight, but then Toronto Defiant just turned it around based on individual plays and capitalizing on the mistakes of the Houston Outlaws. And to me, this is the series in a nutshell so far, this fight alone.
All right, so we're heading into our third map, and that will be Paris. What do we want to see from the Houston Outlaws? Two things you mentioned were that they just stuck on their compositions a little bit too long when it didn't work out. So a little bit of stubbornness there. And the other thing were their ults and how they used it. We saw some ult layering there more than once. What else is not going right?
I just want to see them play the Baptiste Zen. I think they can, if they mirror this matchup, they play the Mei, the Hanzo, and the McCree, and then they just play the double shield tank. I think they actually looked pretty good on Numbani, especially on their defense. If they sort of play their style and play like the defensive way that they wanted with the double flex support, I think they can definitely take it to the Toronto Defiant. They just need to not try and overthink this, okay? Just play your game, match up. We're going to Paris, a map that you can definitely play that way. So that's all I want to see. Just go back to basics.
All right, go back to basics. Speaking of basics, we're heading back over into.
No! Oh, wow! Lord!
That was
Wow!
So mean.
What a
That was
transition!
so mean for no reason whatsoever.
No way!
I love you guys. I'm really sorry.
Mitch, what do you have to say to
I
that?
don't even know where this one was coming from. Back to you guys.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch. The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury with HyperX Fury Memory. And by Coca-Cola, the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, everybody, on the other side of your game break. This is the Overwatch League, and we are still in the series between the Outlaws versus the Defiant. But the question is, how much longer will Houston be in this series, Matt? Because Johnny hit the nail on the head at the start of Watchpoint. He says that the shot calling and the engages from Toronto have been very clean.
They have. They've been great. Toronto's been on fire the first two maps. The next map, though, Paris, I mean, could go either way. It's a toss-up, right? A very difficult map to predict. So this could be one where the Outlaws could find themselves getting back into the series.
Yeah, so far the Defiant haven't actually played Paris this season. The Outlaws have played it once and they lost that particular match. So it is a map, Matt, that is, well, pretty difficult for teams to navigate if they aren't getting through choke safely. Now, the Outlaws demonstrated quite a telegraphed approach to their engages in fights, especially on Nepal, right? Yes. Very clear to see what they were doing. And it feels like Toronto kind of know what to expect from Houston. You know, we saw Surefall pick the Ashe. He picked it before he saw there would be a Mercy Pharah combination from Houston. That indicates to us that these two may be scrim partners. There just may be some assumed knowledge going on here between the two of them.
But even then, if they were scrim partners, they wouldn't have scrimmed this week.
Well, that is possible. That is true. I mean, and it's entirely possible that the Ashe pick comes out purely because they think it's going to be good in general on Numbani. I mean, there's no reason not to say that either. There's safe high ground, easy ways to sort of fall back.
It's like the middle ground
flanks
between running like a Widowmaker and let's say it's a like a 76 or something along those lines, right? It gives you a little bit more long-range potential. It gives you that consistent damage, although not as like really fast and consistent as a soldier. But it just kind of serves the same purpose, but just a little bit more of a distance there.
Well, yeah, I think that Ashe looks after herself a little bit better when she's dealing with the medium to close range battles than a Widowmaker, for example, unless you're just nutty and you can click heads at point blank, which we've seen Lynx do on many occasions. But Paris will be our second map in this series, and for the Outlaws here, it may be, again, when we see Lynx brought in, we think hit scan, we expect that. We saw Hangzhou from him as well, and that looked incredibly good on Numbani, but it wasn't enough to get them through. So McCree will be the play for Lynx here early.
Yeah, they'll run May and McCree up on the first platform high ground. On defense, what do the Defiant do? Bastion, Genji double shield is not really a composition we've seen anybody run. Don't expect this to be the thing that they run out with. This, okay, that would have made a little bit more sense if you ran like the Symmetra with the Bash, if you really want to run Bash on offense, but the Beast who goes with a rollout here just to see what they're running, and he'll go back to the spawn and switch. I think maybe an Orisa here will be the play, yep.
And he does. He switches up, and the Defiant realize that getting through the choke might be a little bit hard, but they value having Nevix's Hyperspheres and Accretion, especially the game-breaking potential of Gravitic Flux. So, here's your first shield up. Nevix's going to absorb some of the damage and actually prolong that Orisa shield by using Kinetic Grasp. He got like 250 to 300 extra shield, which decays fairly slowly. So Nevix still has that to spare when he comes forward, and his next Kinetic Grasp is already online. So he gets the Defiant through the first choke. Now here is the second.
He's just going to have to wait this out. Kellex building up towards this Amp Matrix rather quickly as well as Nevix. They push out, so this is good positioning here from Toronto. They're actually able to force a few players down from that high ground, but Dante just being a nuisance is going to force them to back out. Yep, they're going to lose agilities.
Nevix tried to intervene there and keep agilities alive. It looks like he was not aware that Dante had dropped down behind him until it was a little bit too late. When we talk about Batiste, Matt, I remember last year watching Bedosin play on Numbani for London at the time, and he had his ultimate in the first 10 seconds as they were pushing the high ground on offense. It's very, very easy with Batiste to get quick ultimates when you're pushing through chokes against what we call spam compositions. Like comps that you sit behind shields and just throw projectiles at a gap.
AoE healing, good damage. He can even jump above and get damage down past shields, right? So a lot of ways for Baptiste to generate ult charge. I wonder if they just fly around the corner, drop this, and see if they can nuke a player down. Nope, they back out.
Kellex, yeah, being a little bit careful. He does have to be careful. Just using his Exo Boots for no reason in front of enemies will probably just get him shot out of the sky like a Pharah. He drops even more predictably than that. Again, healing has to be used, and that Immortality Field already thrown down and dispatched off. And I think the Defiant, yeah, it's back to the drawing board for them yet again. And Kellex tries to use his Exo Boots to get away. Luckily, there was a shield from Nevix to protect him from the poke.
Now the Defiant just kind of, I was going to say they were stuck in the choke, but that'll be a Discord Orb onto Muma and then a kill. So the Gravitic Flux, the answer for the Houston Outlaws, but they're a little bit split right now, Mitch.
Yeah, look, I mean, the Gravitic Flux pops everybody up into Lynx's line of sight and makes it very easy for the McCree to just pop them once or twice. They are virtually suspended in midair still for quite some time. Easy pickings for McCree, especially for Lynxes. So that's a decent answer. Look, you lose your pivot, you lose your main tank, and then you say, well, okay, we have to do something else. They throw out the Gravitic Flux and they keep themselves alive on this first point hold. I like it.
Now the Outlaws in a position to potentially get a full hold here, right? You have a lot of ultimates, and as I say that, I totally jinx it. But they were not able to capitalize on the pick the last time. Let's see if they're able to capitalize taking out Lynxer.
Yeah. Lynxer was the reason, though, that they were able to stop even in a short-handed fight.
Oh,
Mecco, you cannot use Kinetic Grasp at that range on Dragon's
He got
He
halted.
knew it too. He had no choice but to brave the flames of the Dragon. They consumed him in turn. Supercharge used quite far back here, and the Defiant are very slow and moving on to this point. Beast looks like he's able to stave off a little bit of the slow with the Fortify, but eventually gets frozen up and does have a Discord Orb on him, but the damage has been done elsewhere. Nevix just windmill slams Propeller to the ground, and the Defiant will have this point A.
Yep, it'll be Dante just coming on for a little bit extra stall, but that'll be it as Toronto. They finally break it. Although it does take a while. They did get that first blood on Amuma. They're not able to win it. It's really Mecco with the Gravitic Flux who saves today. But the next time they get that pick on a Lynxer, they're able to break on through. So both teams will now go into the mirror. The issue for the Outlaws here, though, Mitch, is they have no ultimates on the board. Rockets probably get the Amp Matrix, but the Blizzard for agilities, they have to kite this on the point, or else Toronto may be able to take point B really quick.
Dante didn't use his Blizzard frivolously in the last fight either. It was just a lack of capitalization after the fact. It wasn't like it was thrown away. The Defiant, though, will take their time. Now, if they take too long, the Outlaws will build some of those key ultimates and be able to stave them off here. So now we see a little bit more pace as the Defiant start looping towards the point. Agility's just going to wall off the Orisa on that left side, but there's still threats on the other. Blizzard thrown in there. Dante's going to use the ice block, try and back away. He throws up an ice wall for his own protection, and now the Defiant stand inside their own Blizzard. But Beast is taken down. Repel's able to get the Discord Orb and the finish off. And Raucus is undetected, essentially, in this corner, or at least unharried for the time being.
Oh, well.
That was short-lived. That was short-lived indeed. The Defiant eventually able to break through here, Matt. Now, do they have the numbers to move to point? No.
No, they're going to have to back out here. One more player for Toronto on the point. That'll be Agilities. Just charges down Muma. But Toronto, they'll end up not even getting a tick out of that match where they had that Blizzard to use. And there was no... Raucus does get the Amp Matrix there, but there was no other ultimates available at the time. It's a big hold there for the Outlaws.
Listen, the Outlaws split themselves up so they can't just be wiped in one go, and then there is enough time for the reinforcements to arrive. Surefour has a Dragon Strike, but as far as things to combo that with, there's nothing.
Well, you have a good halt, right? I mean, Beast ends up with a good halt on a Mecha the last time. So we'll see if they can combo that Dragon plus the halt. As you see this positioning from Surefour, just to try and get somebody from Houston to be in a position to get this halt into the Dragon off.
Yeah, he fancies himself in a 1v1 anywhere. He'd love to draw some attention. And he does! It looks like he's actually got Nevix caught here. Nevix gets accreted, and that Dragon Strike was supposed to be using Nevix as some form of bait, but it was too delicious, and it was going up instantly.
Oh,
and
man.
That is an ultimate that has been wasted.
That's tough.
Completely thrown down the drain.
Yeah, so you gotta feel for Nevix there. He didn't get baited. That wasn't the intent, but he definitely did.
It looks like it though, man.
Ooh, okay, Surefour with an exit here on a Raucus. Can you just go in on this rather quickly? Maywall
the
here to
answer
buy
is no.
time.
The Defiance comp doesn't really let them do that. With a Maywall in play, they're going to be waylaid even further. So they have a player advantage, but now Lynx has been able to get into a flanking spot. Dragon Strike attempted to be thrown in. He was halted into an arrow from Surefour, and Lynx's Dragon Strike doesn't really find the mark. The Outlaws had to be very careful here, but they've got a lot of ultimates to work with, and that Blizzard is perfect into the Gravitic Flux. But Mecco's got more work to do on the backside because Nevix has come through off from the wings, catches Raucus with an accretion, dodges Mecco's. Mecco looking a little bit low, trying to sit behind his shield here, but Lynx has returned to the fight, gets his revenge on Surefour. It's going to have to take more from the Hangzhou now, though, as one tick has been accrued for the Defiant, and Lynx had to fight 1v4. Kareem set up on the point, wrecking balls now into the fray. Both Muma and his opposite number Beast attempted, but can't touch in time. And so the Toronto Defiant finish the map with 11 seconds on the clock.
It's a good transcendence from Kareev as he comes through the choke when the Blizzard's going down. And he actually, Mecco pops the Gravitic Flux while the transcendence is still active. So didn't really get much of anything. That's why when we were on board with him, he just kind of turns to his left and tries to shift focus just on staying alive, maybe putting some damage down on some other players. As the Gravitic Flux doesn't get anything. Surefour time and time again was getting these picks, Mitch. Just took a while for things to develop. But that fight really starts when they get Raucus. They're forced to use an early Maywall in the choke. Then an Amp Matrix comes down for the Defiant, and they push onto the point.
Houston thought they had them there. There was a Blizzard from Dante into a Gravitic Flux, but during all of that action, it seems like Mecco failed to realize that there was a Sigma and a Batiste flanking them on the left side. Once they got to the point, I mean, it was an instant kill, I think, on the enemy May by Toronto, and then they were able to play the fight from two different angles. They had Houston caught in a crossfire.
Interesting.
Just when Houston thought they had a wombo combo in the main door.
We'll see the Ashe again. So maybe they think they're going to be playing Pharah here. It's that little trolly Maywall there from Agilities, blocking his teammates. But the Ashe I don't feel is going to be as powerful on this part of the map and on this map in general as it was on Numbani. Numbani, a lot of high ground, a lot of Pharah play. Here, we're not seeing the Pharah early from the Outlaws. And there's not a ton of high ground unless he goes really far away. But at that point, you were better off just playing Widowmaker. So I'm interested to see how Surefour puts the Ashe to use.
Yeah, I want to see if the Dynamite ends up being huge or just feeds Raucus a ton of ult percentage early on. You know, maybe if you're Houston, you want to get hit by it, and then you just let your AoE healing build up.
I mean,
regardless.
you allow the charge onto getting Bob as well, although Bob not as impactful.
Oh my, that was a perfect ult from Muma. Look at that, ult into accretion. There was a Discord orb thrown there, Linksa. Everything was used, but they have a Mercy. Kellex is here, doesn't matter though, they've lost agilities now. And the Outlaws are doing a much better job here of creating opportunities and now a player advantage. It's a 6v5, and the Outlaws as a result take center stage. They move to the high ground, they get rid of Beast.
The Outlaws have a much better composition to break these shields with the Hangzhou in play and the Zenyatta. It's really difficult as we don't really see the Ashe do anything there on that first point, but it's really not the Ashe's fault. The whole team falls apart there playing up on the high ground. So it looked like Agility's win Doomfist trying to maybe get back to the point with a nice rollout, but he'll change, go back to May, so that resets a little ultimate that he gained. Then we'll see the Kellex Zenyatta here.
Kellex and Kareem. Obviously, we don't normally see Kellex on flex supports, but he's actually one of the longest serving players in the Overwatch League. This guy has been at the top level for a long time. The Danish nationals also represented his country pretty much every World Cup he's been a part of. 5 minutes 28 on the clock though. Here comes the push. Amplification matrix thrown up, and Nevix and Co think to back away. Nevix eats a lot of that initial salvo of damage with the kinetic grasp, and that buys Toronto the time to get back to point. But they look uncomfortable, Matt. They look like they don't like this at all.
I mean, they don't want to fight this straight up because they will lose that battle because of the Hangzhou shield damage and just damage in general. As Repel with a headshot on the Surefour range, so you lose your main source of damage for Toronto.
Good catch though on Linkster though, Matt. That was the combination between Nevix and Agilities. But Dante and Raucus starting to get involved, and now this could be over very quickly for Toronto. They're going to be shoved off the point here. Right in the backline, Repel has been dishing death. 6 final blows for Repel. That's more than Dante has this round. And the Outlaws have an immense time bank to work with. Surefour slammed to the ground. Kinetic grasp now being used by Meko. Will he get caught by the Dragon Strike? A lot of damage there. And the Toronto Defiant still trying to keep some players on the point, but Kellex gets halted out into the line of fire. That's a desperation gravitic flux. And they are thrown down into an immortality field, but Raucus and Repel aren't lucky. They don't stay alive, and now Surefour's able to find Muma, and this is over for Houston.
Oh, they're able to bring it back. Nevix coming in with 2 kills, the gravitic flux. They're able to get another one off the back of that as everybody tosses all their ultimates into the fray. It was an early nice play, a little nice play that you saw on the side, maybe at the point where...
Little nice.
Yeah, Surefour actually goes to bob the point to contest, and Meko jumps up and just blocks it, like he eats the bob to his face to prevent him from getting onto the point, which then made Toronto panic a little bit. Agilities had to jump on and block.
Yeah, well, Bob only goes as far as the first target that he knocks up, Matt. And nicely done to body block him, although that's not really the kind of thing I want to throw myself in front of. The Outlaws now just need to not get frustrated. They still have a huge time bank, and they got 2 ticks from that last fight. This really should be their map to win now. Ice Wall's thrown up. Repel doing so much this round. Look at him, he's going to sit now behind formation. Muma a little low, but he's going to try and get the most out of this amplification matrix. Dante's forced to ice block on the point though, and here come the rest of the Outlaws now. As soon as Dante raises the signal flare, the rest of them move up. Dante going now for a freeze on the right-hand side and combining it with that endothermic blaster means it's a very quick slow, and there it is. 3 minutes 56 on the clock for Houston. They are way ahead on Paris.
And Houston really wins that on their great point A take. Their point A take was very quick. They were able to push Toronto off of the high ground. Toronto, I would be shocked if they run the Ashe again. They probably opt and run something like the Hangzhou here, because there was no Pharah on the other side. I think maybe they were expecting a Pharah play if they were going to run on Nimbani. Maybe we see it here on Paris on offense, but no Pharah for the Houston Outlaws. Are able to take that point rather quickly.
The Defiant have to go on the attack first, which is always the unenviable position for the teams with the lesser time bank on these assault maps. And yeah, we definitely won't see Ashe here, that's for sure. The question is whether Surefour tries to run it back on defense. It looked bad. I mean, Ashe in some of those cases has to make more dangerous peaks to get kills. I would consider it a riskier play. And I guess on Numbani it works because there's a huge amount of low ground separated by 2 of those balconies. But here, you're kind of out on the flat. You don't really get to the sick high ground as defenders past that first little choke.
See the Outlaws go with McCree here, so they will have not as much damage, like really bursty damage onto the shields like the Hangzhou, but see if they can put the McCree to use. I feel like the Hangzhou is a better pick here than McCree, to be honest with you. It's just, I feel like Deadeye is kind of, it's a zoning ultimate, which
says a lot. It says a lot.
But it's almost a worse version of Dragon, right? Because the Dragon you can just throw out and then start moving again and shooting and doing stuff. With Deadeye, you're just kind of stuck.
Hey, you can move your screen now, Matt. Now, that's a big quality of life update for McCree.
You move your screen while you die, standing still. I mean, that's cool. But I mean, Hangzhou also gives you the information with Sonic Arrow as well. I feel like there's a lot of advantages to Hangzhou here.
Look at this. The Defiant split themselves into 2. This is very aggressive. Now, the cohort on the low ground consists of, well, as far as we can see, Beast Halo, and he's able to move up a little bit. Throws the shield out, but the high ground is still controlled by Houston. Yeah, and look what happens. Houston realized that the Defiant, they choose to split themselves up, so they just collapse on one half of the team, and Shore 4 is lost at sea, halted now through the doorway, straight headfirst into an icicle, and that will be it. The Defiant will not make any more ground on this map.
And where the McCree comp wins out over the Hangzhou one is when they're not fighting in that long-range area in the choke. When it gets into that close quarters, that's when McCree can get in that effective range and be almost more impactful than Hangzhou. So right there, the Toronto Defiant by rotating, trying to get up to that high ground, played right into the Outlaws comp. Now the Outlaws, all they need is that one tick here to win this map. They got to get it. I mean, I do not want to see this go to a draw. It would be bad for the Houston fans.
It's unlikely. They've got 4 minutes to work with, but we don't know what Toronto Defiant have up
We
their
have
sleeve
seen a
here.
lot of unlikely stuff. Did you see that C9
God.
the other day with Dallas and Washington?
Yeah.
I mean, people just turning their brain off mid-game, just running around.
Being a pro gamer ain't easy, mate.
Nah.
Repel, I have to say, he's putting the performance out on this map that is, I guess it's kind of reminiscent of, reasons why he was picked up for, a team like the Titans, man. He looks incredibly good. 9 final blows. He's even with Linkser in final blows, and he's even with him in damage. So again, both of these teams are showing these flex supports that can really function as, off DPS.
It's why we were surprised we didn't see more Repel earlier on in the season. Like when they picked him up, it seemed like he was going to challenge Rockets for a starting spot, have a good chance to win that. And then we've seen him sparingly, so it's good to get a good look at him in this series.
And the time is right for 2 flex supports. Here we go. So the Defiant play the McCree instead. I would call this slightly safer, but still not airtight, Matt.
No.
See what you're get done.
Let's see. I want to see Toronto not just give up this high ground straight away. I mean, they do get Beast low here. But if you're Toronto, you got to hold strong on this. You can't push back to the point. Well, you can't let that happen either.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered. And it's not the kind of doctor that the Defiant will go back to next time, that's for sure. He doesn't have their best interests at heart. But, I mean, Houston, yeah, he does. Maybe take pity on them for getting kicked out of their house in the Woodlands. Shout out to the Woodlands residents. You guys are no fun. Link's now going to sit back behind this light pole here, but that first pick really opens things up. That is it. Houston Outlaws, again, on the back of Linkser, crack the Defiant open and get themselves a map in this series.
Yeah, Houston looked like a completely different team there on Paris than they did in our first 2 maps. Really taking it to Toronto. The Ash pick did not work out for Toronto on their first defense on A. And after that, it allows the Outlaws to have a crazy time bank into overtime, which allows them to win the map.
I mean, this is how these compositions operate on Paris, Matt. You're supposed to try and find a pick as the attacking team. Now, when we saw Toronto play it, they were not that aggressive. There maybe weren't as many risks being taken. And it took them a heck of a long time. Now, when they went to defense is when they started taking risks and they got blown up awfully quickly. That is a big turnaround here for the Houston Outlaws, and maybe some momentum for them heading after the break.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an Outlaws fan, that's exactly how you wanted to see them come out after the break. They looked good the other day. They looked poor the first 2 games. This resembles more of what we've seen yesterday.
All right, we may be settled in for a long series here. Let's see if the Outlaws can bring it back, or will the Defiant put this nonsense to a stop? We'll find out on the other side of these messages.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Well, regardless if there are hurricanes or lightning storms harassing the residents of Houston, the Outlaws have been able to overcome them for now and get themselves at least a map in this series, Matt. Paris, for those just joining us, was not a close affair. It felt like the map went for a little while, but that's because it took so long for the Defiant to try and make their attacking round.
The 3 maps we've had in this series have felt extremely one-sided. The first 2 go in favor of the Defiant, the last one in favor of the Outlaws. So can the Outlaws keep that going into Game 4? Game 4 will be on Rialto. You can play the May Hangzhou here as well. I mean, that's what the Outlaws, they had good success with on that previous map. We'll see what Toronto tries to do, if they try and get a little funny and run something like an Ash again. We saw Agilities. He never came out on it, but switched to Doomfist a few times in the spawn. Maybe try and get back, or maybe try and make a play. But we'll see what Toronto pulls out, if they just go and match in the mirror.
What do you think about the old school Bastion Pharah DPS comps we saw in this map? Like, think playoffs of last year, and you know, is that an option? You set the Bastion up on the high ground, let your Pharah
You
play?
could. We did see a lot of teams though break that with Pharahs, right?
That's true.
Well, we saw it work for a little bit, but then teams that were pretty decent were able to break it pretty consistently with a Pharah. I don't know if we'll see teams revert back to that. It is double shield, so it does make some sense. Double shield Baptiste lends itself to more Bastion type of comps because the game is just slower. It's way more campy around the shields and just positioning. So Bastion can excel in that type of gameplay.
This will be the Outlaws' first outing on Rialto, and of course we've already seen the Defiant play this map. They've managed to get a win, so we'll see what this new look Outlaws for this season shows on this map. And defensively, at least, yeah, as much as Surefour has professed to be a lover of Bastion, he either won't choose to play it or won't be allowed to. It will be Hangzhou for him.
Yeah, they'll try and match. They expect the Outlaws to come out with a Hangzhou of their own. So at least it's Widowmaker at the start, but then you think Linkster will probably switch off of this because he's run the Hangzhou pretty much the whole game. So they'll get into
I mean, you're playing Widow against double shield, probably doesn't feel great anyway, right?
Yeah, it feels horrible. It's probably just try and get a pick here early on, maybe somebody peeking the high ground. Ooh, he saw Repel there for a sec.
And, okay.
Maybe a halt into it? Nope, not able to get it going. He gets one headshot, little wave, now he goes back. He'll go to Hangzhou maybe. Ooh. Yeah, Dante on the Tracer. So he did this the other day against Boston, just tore him up.
Okay, so he has to be really careful of Nevix. That's, I guess, the main threat for him. Also, random headshots from Hangzhou's, which honestly, you can't just write off as random coincidences. They happen a little too often.
He made the Tracer look sick the other day against the Uprising.
Yeah, that's right. A big part of them getting the win there. So what can he do here? Oh my! Well, Kareem gets blown up. He couldn't get away. It was a one clip from Dante, though. That much is certain, and he's already gotten 2 supports down.
Is he invisible?
Look at the Defiant crumble, dude. Hello?
All right. Well, Dante just blinks into the back line, takes out both supports, picks up another one on Nevix, and that'll be a first point take almost
time
here.
for the tour, man.
For the Outlaws. They're going to get very close to their pushing up here, trying to prevent Toronto from making another defensive stand. But, yep, like you mentioned, it's Torbjorn time, as when we see Tracer, Torbjorn comes out. Torb's a great counter to the flankers. Does he pull a Decay, though, and play this into the Torbjorn?
I mean, I'm here for it if he's going to do that Dante pulse bomb. Good placement, but he only gets rid of the Immortality build from Kellex. But he sits up here, happy as Larry, and there's nobody to stop him. Even his theoretical counter goes down. And Dante is painting the town red, and it's not paint. It's not.
There you go.
It's not paint.
Few shots to the body. What is it then?
It's just not paint. I can say that much. I can only use a process of elimination, Matt.
Gotcha. So it's not paint.
No.
Yeah, I don't really know many other
tomato
things that are
sauce.
red. Oh,
obviously,
yeah,
it's Rialto, bro. Come on, bro.
Toronto, I mean, they're in a horrible spot. Ant Matrix here. You have no other ultimates to work with. Meko just up here on the high ground. This is looking ugly for Toronto. It looks like these teams would like switch bodies with each other at halftime.
Yeah, well,
right?
Regardless, I mean, it's given us a game, so no complaints here. The Outlaws typically, look, on these payload maps.
For Toronto.
All right, that's one pick. Dante, yeah, I mean, look, the Defiant now without Linkser in play can step out a little bit from those shields. Another pulse bomb, but a Transcendent comes in. It wasn't quick enough to save him. No, that's Surefour getting another kill in this fight. It was actually his turret that shuts Dante down. As Tracer, you don't want to be forced to sit behind, line of sight, boxes and whatnot to avoid a turret. But to get close enough to damage it yourself, you take a ton of damage.
Yeah, and that's why you see him switch off of it, right? So he'll move away from Tracer, play Mei now as Torbjorn. When you have that turret in the back, all it has to do is just like ding the Tracer twice and she's in a really bad spot HP-wise. That's why you see Torb played so much. And then also he has great survivability. I mean, Torb has a lot of nice things in his toolkit now.
For the avoidance of doubt, turrets cannot headshot.
Yes, they can. They cannot headshot. Yes.
But once they lock on a target, they stay on that target until the target is dead, or they leave line of sight. So once it's on you, you have to get it off. Thinks they're playing from the high ground here. Okay, wall preventing him and his teammates from getting back in, but he's able to avoid this. Now, Meko attempted to go for a gravitic flux there, but that really fizzled. I don't know if it's interrupted or not. It's a little bit hard to say. There doesn't really seem to be anything that would do that. But Agility's able to find Dante there with a Blizzard. Meko is caught out, and now the Toronto Defiant, well, they found their feet. Instead of Pizza Shop, they went for Poutine, and it seems to suit them much better.
Yeah, I think what happened with Meko is that he just ran. He went so far away the opposite direction. He got so far away they weren't able to actually capture anything in that gravitic flux. Just kind of went to absolutely nothing.
It looked like Meko tried to use it on the stairwell, and in that case, I think Nevix and maybe Beast were too far forward of it, so he couldn't quite actually see the aiming reticle from the angle he was at.
So best case scenario here for the Outlaws is what? You come in, you use Amp Matrix, Linkser probably put some damage down, force out an ultimate or two. But Toronto, they have to know that the Outlaws are pretty dry on ults. There's no reason for Toronto to waste ultimates here unless they get first blood in.
Okay, Gravitic Flux. Dante won't die from falling. Takes half his health of damage. Linkser gets the shield put in his face, immediately forced down from the high ground. Dante stunned up, has another ice block though. Nevex just trying to stay away from that accretion. He's able to dodge it. Kinetic Grasp, and here's the Molten Core on the card. Hold comes in, all the Defiant drawn together, and most of Houston are able to avoid this Molten Core, but they lose Dante. It's a trade. Now after this Transcendence, that Torbot will still be active on the ground. Moomer got halted onto some of it, but he's able to avoid it. He is low though.
Toronto's still with the high ground here in control as their defense has looked really good now as they've solidified on this come. Really, since they've switched Dante off of the Tracer, Yellows have not been able to get anything going, and Surefour stayed on the Torbjorn. He had that Molten Core. Does he switch off of it now, though? Do we see him play the Hangzhou? Do we see them mirror it up? I think he may stay on it in fear that if he plays the Hangzhou, they go back and just play Tracer, and you can farm up a Pulse Bomb pretty quickly, and you can potentially see them take the next point. You probably almost have to stay on
Dante got one in one fight,
yeah,
you're dead right.
You probably have to stay on the Torb just as a security blanket.
I guarantee you, Surefour is not complaining about that. I think he loves Torbjorn. So now the Outlaws, they spot Nevix on the stairs. That's all the information they get. Okay, they also see the Mei there. The Defiant probably don't know that they're visible to this, and so the Dragon Strike comes through. Yeah, they weren't ready for it. Immortality Field gets thrown up, but Nevix, all careful, has to get back behind Beast's shield because he dropped away from that Immortality Field. Linkser spots the turret on the left side, needs to spend some time dealing with that. That's a 3-player Gravitic Flux, but they're all healthy, and they just get healed up as soon as they touch the ground. Surefour's turret is down on that. He's at long-range Blizzard thrown out by Dante. Risky indeed, but there's no Divas to eat it up right now, and that'll net him the kill on Nevix. Agilities doesn't have the ice block right now, and he can't stay alive, but at least he gets the trade. Surefour down, but Agility's also falling. And there it is. Finding Linkser is Surefour, staying alive in the fight, and there's 8 seconds left. The Outlaws looks like... No. Okay, Surefour shows
it's
some
hammer
respect,
time, yeah.
puts the hammer away. Here comes the ball swinging through Meko. Not much to be done there, and that will be pretty much the end of the Outlaws' run here. No one else to really touch Dante. All the blinks in the world couldn't get there.
And that is what we expected to see when we saw Decay play Tracer in their series into the LA Valiant's Torbjorn, where the Torb is such a hard counter to the Tracer right now. As once, look, Dante runs through them on point A, and then he runs through them for a lot of point B. But once they get positioning with that Torbjorn and they have to switch off of it, that's when Toronto takes full control of the game.
The Outlaws, do they take a leaf out of that book? Is that really somewhere that they're willing to go? Do they even need to do that? Find out next time. No, we need to find out right now. That's what we're here to see. But sure for, again, he can probably open up with the Hangzhou. I think like Hangzhou made from the Defiant seems kind of fine, right? You just play standard and see then if you have to adjust, but you know where your baseline is.
Ready for battle.
Or, unless...
Let's see, sure for...
We'll see.
I mean, they tried this on Numbani, right? And it didn't work at the start. All right, so they're banking on Dante running the Tracer, which he is right now, which... To be fair, it's a great read from Toronto, but you don't see defensive Tracer here on Rialto a ton, right? Tracer, in general, like is only played on defense when it's like we're getting into a composition that's really like a mirror version of each other, where both teams are running the Tracer, because she's so good at times. But this is really, I want to see how Dante makes this work, because you're going to have to give him a ton of space, right, to create angles for him to flank and whatnot. But at that time, if Toronto just plays around the Torb, you should be good.
Yeah, I mean, Houston have a Tracer. They want to dive, they want to flank, but I mean, they're really not incentivized to do so now based on Toronto's composition. So what do they do instead? They can't do neither. They have to do one of those things, and we'll see. I do see a little bit of positioning towards that right-hand side by Muma. They might try and set up a crossfire, but Linksa gets rid of agilities in lieu of any shielding, and now Dante is probably going to dive on in and get some ult charge, get some kills.
Right, so he deals with the turbo. You see how the recall has to come out, right? Gets a little bit low, drops down, takes out a support. Now you get out of harm's way. You do have enough here for Toronto. You should not have to switch off of this anymore for the Toronto Defiant to deal with this type of composition. So the first fight goes in favor of the Outlaws. They push on forward. They get Dante the angles for him to flank. Toronto does not need to switch off this comp. I'll say that again. May and Torb should be enough to deal with this. Plus the accretion, Discord Orb. I mean, you have a lot of tools to be able to deal with this Tracer energy.
Lynx have found a pick through 2 shields. That's why the Outlaws were able to play that way. Notice that Dante is going to make himself quite scarce until he knows it's going to be safe to get aggressive. And that opportunity last time was yielded by Lynx. Said you cannot guarantee that will happen each fight. Look how low Muma is. So he's already had the bag right on up there behind that sort of statue area where the tree is. And Shawfall will sit and spot out the people on the high ground. Big stick though. Kellex loses his immortality field, but that's about it. Good response from the Batiste, but it's not enough to keep Kariv alive after the fact. And Lynx has got a bit of a nasty angle here, Matt.
He does. The cart, though, not moving at all for Toronto. He can get a nice Dragon Strike through this wall if you are Lynxer. He has vision with a Sonic Arrow. You see, this is so difficult. Like, look at the spam that Mecho's got through that doorway. Then you go through the front, and it's just a Rissa spam. And then the Tracer just kind of flanking all over the place. And then if you try and push something, you're running into the damage of the Honda. So difficult.
Oh, that Dragon Strike. Both Amplification Matrix looks like they will use there, but it is the Dragon Strike that really sets up that fight for the Outlaws here. And they know full well one mistake could cost them the map and hence the series. So they are playing very tight.
All right, so
right now,
Surf4 goes Tracer. I was almost thinking, are we going to see a world in which you play like McCree Torbjorn against this? Oh!
No! That is not okay at all! Dante straight into the chat with an exclamation mark, and Shawfall just got absolutely crashed!
Ready for oh, man.
Oh, man. Alright, some banter in the chat.
Oh, this pulse bump could be big. You see him just...
Dante.
Oh, God, they get a pick, though. Like, look at, like, the Dante's not really, like, popping off like crazy on this side, but just his presence is making a huge impact.
Man, there are too many holes in Toronto Defiant.
Yeah.
Yes. Too many holes in their defense, or at least as they push forward. I mean, they're supposed to have 2 damn shields.
We haven't even seen a ton of action here on this half, because it's just been like, they've been so worried about Dante, and they've never actually gotten to the card or done anything.
Dante, 90 health here. But he's more than happy. He's got plenty to work with. He spots Shawfall, and he's in his head already. Forced the recall out of Shawfall. He wants to take the fight. Gravitic Flux. No one dropped down into that one. Kariv had to use the Transcendence to keep his team alive. Now it's going to be a supercharger from Muma, and Agilities is down again. Dante has been so elusive, so slippery, and he works his way in from the backside. Linksa assisting, getting rid of that immortality field, and the Toronto Defiant are in deep trouble. It is a river of effluent that they are up without a paddle, and it's a Dragon Strike for Linksa. to signal the end of this round, potentially.
Oh, this is a really poor offense from Toronto. Maywall up on the high ground just to block some spam. You can't get agilities there. No Blizzard. You have a Gravitic Flux, but it is not going to make a difference.
I mean, Shawfall puts himself at mid to long range from his Zenyatta. It's as close as he could get. He's able to get Linksa, though. That's the first pick, but Dante was chasing him down, keeping track of him. He gets rid of him. Nevis will prolong his lifespan just a little bit longer here with that kinetic grasp, but that is it. Toronto Defiant. Oh dear, that attack is looking toothless as all heck. It has to be an ice block here just to try and keep agilities alive. He goes for a solo Blizzard, but Dante zipping in, zipping out.
Oh,
Job
man.
done for the Outlaws. They will secure the tiebreaker map.
Dante's Tracer goes crazy again here on Rialto, as that'll allow the Outlaws to push this to a Game 5, as Toronto looked really bad on offense there. The tour...
It broke Shawfall's ankles, bro! The guy can't even walk!
But sure...
So,
I mean, Surefour didn't expect him to be just camping there on the side, and then he gets one clipped. I think it's just a really nice play, a nice positioning from Dante, nice shots, where Surefour's like looking for him to just kind of maybe pull back to his team, get some healing, and then run around.
What a way to make a statement. Not only that from Dante, but the Outlaws now.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Who decide the series stick around? Tiebreaker map is just around the corner.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
Matthew Morello, what would this match be without a map 5 between Toronto and the Houston Outlaws? It seems like these teams really fighting for purchase go to map 5 a lot.
I mean, maybe we've done one over the last 2 years or so, but I can't remember a Game 5, a series that went to 5 that was so odd like this. That one team in each map just looked non-existent. And like
I remember one was like this.
Which one?
It was Seoul Dynasty Shanghai Dragons Season 1. It was a series that went for a long time, and the maps were super one-sided, so it was really confusing and hard to like see what was going on with these teams or who was actually the stronger team, because one declined hugely after halftime.
Right. It's a weird look, because Toronto, they had control of the series. They looked great on the first 2 maps. And then the next 2, the Outlaws just come and just run right through them. The Outlaws look great in the last 2. So this final map should just be the toss-up, right? As we do have some subs coming in, so it looks like Logix will come back in for the Toronto Defiant, which makes sense. They play him on a lot of control maps. And then for the Houston Outlaws, we'll see Jexay come back in. He played game number 1. He did have some issues before game number 1, and then we saw Raucus come in. But that's probably because they wanted to play a lot of Baptiste. They probably want to go back to some more Lucio play here on Control.
Yeah, it seems to be the case. Could be sort of Lucio and Moira. We have still see teams, stay with that Baptiste in their composition. I know the Titans playing a bunch of Lucio and Moira and just sort of sticking to it right now. They play a little bit of Wrecking Ball, but yeah, we expect to see Jexa in here, obviously very aggressive. Logic's on the other hand, I mean, if you're looking for... I'm not saying we should expect to see Tracer necessarily on control maps, but that's also a Tracer play that could match Dante if he was required.
I do think Surefour is a good Tracer, but it didn't look great there.
We didn't get enough time to play it, to be fair, and his team was getting rolled, and they were trying to push out a spot.
But Logix you would consider like a Tracer, McCree, Widow specialist, right? Of somebody who can play those hit scan heroes at a really high level. So that's why he comes in.
What do we know about his Hangzhou?
Hangzhou is almost like, I mean, with how good Storm Arrow is, right? It's almost kind of like hit scan in a way. Like it's not really it falls. It's not hit scan like how you would think of like Soldier 76 or whatnot. Right. There is a little bit of lead and a little bit of kind of like a drop, but it's still really close to it.
But if you're saying it's projectile in the same way that Pharah is projectile, maybe that's like a little bit disingenuous, right?
Absolutely. It'd be like saying it's kind of the same as like Genji. It's not. It's very different to how those other projectile characters work.
And I think the last time we really made like a solid distinction between projectile and hit scan DPS players was like 2017 or something. A lot of players.
Everyone's had to be so good now. You have to be so versatile.
In an age of hero pools, specialists are very good to have. But from map to map, if your team can sort of adjust, or from week to week more specifically, if you can make sure you can have all those roles covered, it's really important. For example, right, a lot of these teams in the past have fielded a main support and a flex support, but in a Zen Baptiste meta, your main support player needs to be out there, being able to play. Like, Custer's a good example of this. He was actually a Zen player before he became a Lucio player. But, had the Valiant with him, had to go back and maybe play Baptiste or something different, when he'd been practicing.
That's not what he told me. He told me that then he realized that the checks were the same for Lucio and Zen, and why go through all the trouble of trying to play Zen when you can just play Lucio? That's what he's telling me.
Well, turns out the checks were the same for being too smart to play on the team as well, right? At least for as long as they lasted.
Some of the newcomers to the talent team, we've hit him hard. I like us. He's great.
I think the only person that gets hazed harder than Custer is Jaws.
I can tell Custer still has the pro gamer left in him, because we'll be playing games and something will go wrong, like he'll miss a shot or something will happen, and you can just hear the desk just slam. He's still got that competitive side still left in him.
I want to make this very clear. You don't have to be a pro gamer to want to slam your desk.
I never get angry because I just don't miss shots. I mean, that's what I do.
That is utter balderdash, bro. Okay. All right, listen.
What?
I've seen you miss some shots, bro. Last few days, seen you miss some shots.
Never happened. Never happened. It's just a myth.
Let's jump into our 5th map of the series, and it will be the last one now because it is Control. It is Lijiang Tower. And for the Outlaws, this map, I mean, we talked about Nepal being quite good for them, and it had been up until today. Lijiang Tower, they're still winless on this map this season. So, again, we probably should expect to see very similar double tank with the, double shield tank with May.
You will see double tank.
McCree.
You will see double tank,
yes.
Yep.
I believe it would be an infraction of the
Yes,
rules to not have 2 tanks.
At this point, it is a rule. Yeah, you're going to see double shield. I think with what we've seen all day, what we've seen yesterday, double shield's going to be the weekend's flavor. And look, with May back in as well, like a lot of May double shield, it just kind of, once you get the May back in, once you have the Orisa Sigma, it just kind of makes itself at that point.
Well, if the Outlaws do this, it'll be their first reverse sweeps in Stage 2 in 2018 versus the Florida Mayhem.
Time.
And that was their only other reverse sweep. So, a momentous occasion for Houston. Auspicious even, but there's still some legwork to be done. Well, they got 4 of those on Meko, so we'll see if, they have enough of those. And why do we call Soldier legs when Meko has more than Soldier? when Orisa has more legs than Soldier.
Well, why is Orisa so slow when she has 4 legs?
I mean, 4 legs doesn't mean you're going to be fast.
The double TV up to the high ground. All right, here we go.
Almost. Is that a gentleman's agreement to start the match off like that one? Looks like a JoJo episode starting face to face, and then we descend into utter chaos. Linksa caught around on the outside, and Logix had eyes on him before he did on Logix. Dante's down. Logic finds another one. Meko's shield's going to get burned away, trying to fortify through the damage, but there's just not enough health or durability. And the Toronto Defiant will now clean up that teleporter and claim the high ground for their own.
All right, so Toronto wins the war of the teleporters.
I love it.
Logic gets a better use of the Symmetra here at the beginning. Is 95% to his ultimate in the first fight to Lynxer's 34. That is crazy in terms of ult charge. So, agilities with the right click takes out Lynxer. Looks like the shield went down for just a split second, and that's just enough for a Mei right click.
I mean, Logix has 5 times the damage as Lynxer has right now because of that first fight. So 5 times more effective, I guess you could say. He stayed alive a lot longer, though. That's a big difference maker. Here's an amplification matrix, first from the Defiant, then from the Outlaws. This will be enough to break that wall down. Looks like they were looking for a hold, and that's the Shatter. Beast gets caught in that one, and the Outlaws now have some momentum to work with. Jexter providing the speed and damage from the rest of them will get them onto the point.
Toronto invested a lot there. I mean, they used their own Blizzard, the Symmetra wall, they used their Amp Matrix, and they come out on the losing end of a fight. The Outlaws should be able to build up higher than 44% off the back of this.
TP there, so Meko can rotate if he needs to quickly. Oh, okay, and he's going to have to do it pretty fast. The Defiant out position with a quick teleporter use. Wall thrown up on that left-hand side. They tried to isolate Dante. But Dante turns it around onto agilities. That's not supposed to happen. Beast is going to be in trouble now because there are turrets at the back of the point from the Symmetra. Boomer, I mean, maybe doesn't have to go aggressive there. It doesn't matter. The fight, it's already over.
Doesn't really matter. Just trying to go in, get a charge on the wall, and then put some extra damage down right after. But it's a nice Mei wall to start there from Dante. The teleporter comes in from the Toronto Defiant, and he just splits that point straight down the middle with that Mei wall. And Beast turns to go try and get a Shatter and doesn't get anything with it. Goes right into the Mei wall.
50 to 44, Matt. Logix has a wall for this next fight on the point. So does Lynxer, though. So get ready. There's going to be a lot of things happening on the point, and it might be a little bit hard to see. So we'll talk through the action. Agilities, though, goes down to Dante before the fight begins. So we'll have to belay that order a little bit here as the Defiant have to run all the way back. They can't just wait out in the open.
Yeah, this first point's not looking good for Toronto because 70% on the clock. You're not close to a Supercharger. You're not close to a Blizzard. Those are like 2 game-changing ultimates in terms of fight win percentage. They're going to wrap around, but look, now the Supercharger comes out from Meko Mei wall as well for agility to try and back out. So now this is going to be more time in favor of the Outlaws, right? Just burning clock, burning clock, burning clock. They're going to have this Blizzard just put the game away.
Every second of stall from the Outlaws makes the Defiant just that little bit more desperate to get onto the point. This is their last chance. Teleport them thrown down. They're looking to try and get to the back of the point, but Kellex fell foul of a hammer swing immediately. He does get a 5-player sound barrier, though, even with the Houston Outlaws shield in play, which is not easy to do. There's a lot of particle effects on the point and particle barriers. Boomer Shatter, there was a wall there. He still knocks Agilities to the ground, but Agilities picks himself up and has a Blizzard to go. He lets it go straight away. Boomer tries to charge away, but he leaves a safety of that Immortality field now, but Agilities was on his own. He didn't realize the rest of his team were dealing with Meko in the back line, and the Defiant couldn't get there. Houston take the first round of this tiebreaker map, and the Defiant at the end look very messy.
Well, Toronto comes out and they look really good in that first fight. They're able to take the point. Logix is frying, and then after that, it was all Outlaws as they're able to get control of the point. They cycle through their ultimates more effectively. I believe the Deaths talked about that. Halftime, they thought the ult usage was much better from Toronto than Houston, but Houston's really locked in here in the second half. 1 point away from completing that reverse sweep. Toronto,
I mean, they don't really probably know the stats, in terms of how often this has happened from Houston. Regardless, they do not want to give over this map to the Outlaws. The Outlaws can go 4-6 after this series, which is honestly how awful they started off this season. That's a huge bounce back and puts them in contention for things to come later on in the season. Talking playoff action, baby. Right now, though, they're focused on this one. Shields will not last long in the scrutiny of Lynxer, doing his best logic suppression from last round. The Kari's Immortality field got used early. It's already gone. Now the Outlaws can use theirs after the fact. Both teams still at 6. Lynxer very charged up here, but has to wait for his Reinhardt shield to be available.
They just need to wait for the Rein, then try and push on to the point. See, Logic's charged up as well as nice Maywall from Dante. It's going to force them to move a little bit. Positioning, it'll be Toronto at the point first again, just like we saw in the last one.
Oh no! important distinction to make. Mei walls, unlike other barriers, do not allow Symmetra to charge her beam up. You still use ammunition when you're trying to work them down because they're not shields by definition. Logic's there, just had to wait. He was quite happy burning through the Reinhardt shield, the Orisa shield, but when that came up, he tried to get around it, which was a moment of risk for Symmetra, just because she doesn't do well out in the open. 21% on the clock here. Rappel has that amplification matrix. He's done a lot of healing in that last fight, but there's a wall thrown up. Rappel did use the matrix though,
now
so
another wall.
Need to be a little bit careful. Yep, every wall you've got, throw it in the way. Symmetra's now going to be charging up their beams pretty darn fast, but there's the Shadow Beast. Claims to kill on Muma, but he loses 2 players. They've lost Logix as well, which is their main source of damage in this fight. Now Beast has less of a reason to hold his shield up. He can start swinging. There's no Symmetra to protect, but there is an enemy Symmetra barrier on the point. I don't think Beast can handle this heat.
No, it's a lot of ultimates here towards the end for the Outlaws as they'll be able to take the point. They do get a recapture here, but unlike how when they took the point back on the last one, they had some ultimates still left to be able to cycle through. They don't have anything right now. Except Meko going to get this Supercharger. They're going to have to use Supercharger plus like a potential Earth Shatter coming up to win this next fight, then build up some more ultimates to keep this point in their favor.
Houston started behind the 8 ball here, but looking comfortable now. These Symmetra comps make it really hard to be dug out of a point. Maywall thrown up early. Kellex has that sound barrier here. We'll see the Outlaws really just waiting. There's no reason for them to push forward. Dante getting a little bit of information in main. So he peeks up and now actually has a flanking position. Rappel loses his immortality field though. Jackson's going to sit up on top of that Maywall and keep an eye on the encroaching Toronto roster. There's the Maywall from the Outlaws though. Nevix gets around it. The Outlaws stay together as 6, and now they've got that amplification matrix. A lot of players able to benefit from that, and a shadow from the off angle. Boomer is able to catch Meko. Looking for Nevix there as he tries to charge him down, but Agilities has found 2. Rappel, he's in trouble. Nice flank, and that's a 3rd kill from Agilities, keeping his team single-handedly in this round. Logix is in trouble. He can't stop the freeze. Kellex comes through for 2. And Toronto maybe broke into this point a little bit easier than we thought they would.
Yeah, it's a beautiful blizzard from Agilities. Then he picks up 2 kills as he takes a little bit of an off angle. So the Outlaws did get up to 72%. They will change. Linkser will play the McCree here. So they're going to move off of the Sim and play McCree. This is interesting. So Sim can do a lot more damage in the close range. She can build up that charge on the barriers and really start to mow people down. The Outlaws, if they can kind of kite all of that, if they can keep the Symmetra away, they can put down a little bit more damage from range here. So what are they trying to do? It's going to be a TP setup here with Beast going through it, landing a Shatter.
It's absurdly good sound barrier timing from Jexa there, and it means Beast's Gambit essentially blows up in his face. Can't have asked for a better use of that Lucio ultimate, and now the Blizzard gets pulled out from Dante, and the Outlaws will be able to take this point back.
Like if you were Toronto, did you need to be that aggressive though?
No. No, I think they're trying to take initiative though. I think they probably realize as well that if that McCree starts to get into a flanking position, they lose. So maybe they're trying to go for a quick fight. But I thought they'd do better in a long engagement with that Symmetra staying alive. They burn the shields down.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the Outlaws needed to come to you, right? That would have forced your Symmetra into a good position.
Sure. Yeah, I don't get it, Matt. I don't get it. Either way, 94 on the clock. Houston looking for that reverse sweep, and they're close. They can smell it. Here's a Blizzard from Agilities to start the fight off here. They want to go aggressive. Flashbang catches Muma. He tries to shatter, but Logix definitely sidesteps, and Muma can't find anything else outside of Agilities. Logix finds another one here. He's trying to keep his team in the fight. He's only got Beast on the point. He needs to get Rappel. Another one. 3 from Logix, but he can't touch the point. And the Houston Outlaws complete the reverse sweep. The Toronto Defiant, I mean, they are looking sad as all heck. But the Outlaws get their 4th win of the season. They do it in exciting style. The first time in 2 years that they've got a reverse sweep.
Rough day for Toronto. I mean, they look so good. Like, if you're a Toronto fan, there was a chance you watched the first 2 maps, and then you're like, oh, no, we're going to win. I'll turn it off. And then you're going to go back and look at the score and be like, what happened? As Toronto looked amazing the first 2 maps. In control, dominant. And then the Outlaws just come out of halftime and just run through them. A crazy comeback here for the Outlaws.
Look, I love what the Outlaws can provide from their support line, Matt. The fact that they can rotate Raucus out of that, double flex support composition. Jexa comes in and always adds a ton not only shot calling, but his aggression. The sound barrier timing from Jexa in that second to last fight is essentially what won the Outlaws that entire map. Their whole team was at risk of getting comboed out. It was looking pretty darn bad. And the sound barrier just at the ideal moment. So he is absolutely on the ball. And I think another one of the reasons why, we're seeing a team like the Outlaws start to show success in this hero pool is the inclusion of Linkser.
Yes, Linkser, he was great today. Able to play the McCree, able to play the Hangzhou. And we saw a lot of times, some of it cleanup, but early fights, the Linkser Hangzhou able to get that first blood, land a headshot, then clean up some other players, as he was fantastic today. It's just great to see him playing again at the highest level, right? I mean, we've seen him in Season 1. Tremendous Widowmaker play.
That's right, and he is going to be our player of the match for this series. And I remember back like a month ago, maybe back when we were still on the road with homestands, and Linkser said, look guys, I'm not out of the roster because I'm sick. I'm just not very good right now. I don't feel like I'm adding much to the roster. And everyone was like, wow. I mean, everyone speculated that it was purely because of illness. So, people started to realize maybe something's going wrong here. If Linkser, this star player who's been around since the very, very first Overwatch tournament ever, day one of closed beta, that is years now. That a player like that would just all of a sudden realize he wasn't any good. A lot of people's faith in maybe this whole lineup was shaken. But today he shows up. The Hangzhou looks fantastic. Dante backed him up beautifully on Rialto when it came to the Tracer play, and it all came together not a moment too soon.
Yeah, and I think that's why people were surprised with the tweets from Linkser, because he's so talented. Everyone was like, how can you not be in there helping this team? Like, it seems like this is the exact type of player they were looking for when they were like trying to have Blase play the McCree and other types of stuff, the Widowmaker. And it's good to see Linkser back. He looked great today. Hopefully we see him in the future.
No doubt about it. I'll be pleased about that one if I am the Houston Outlaws. And yeah, I mean, the road ahead, Matt, doesn't really get much easier. The Outlaws still have a lot of tough matches to win. This division is incredibly competitive. But, coming out of this weekend 2-0 has to be a breath of fresh air for this roster, who knew that expectations for them at the start of the season were extremely low. Even with these new additions, even with star players, Houston are thinking, what are you talking about? We've got Jexa, we've got Mecha coming in here, and you still don't think we're going to win, but now they're starting to show some of that caliber at just the right time. Coming up next, though, Matthew, is probably one of the most exciting matchups from this division.
Excited.
The Philadelphia Fusion will be taking on the Atlanta Reign, and historically, these series have always been really close. The last time these two guys played was like in July last year, and it was 3-2 in favor of Philly. A 5-map series. Atlanta have never won this matchup in regular season play.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
They have a chip on their shoulder. Both these teams are at their zenith right now, and they're looking to continue to show dominance here in the league. That's a match you want to stick around for, ladies and gentlemen, so do that. We'll be back after the break with more Overwatch League. It's going to be Philly versus Atlanta after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
welcome to Watchpoint Reset. I am Zoe, joining me are Custa and Reinforce, and I really wanted to introduce people with hello crazy cats and kittens, or what does she say?
Wait, who?
Custa, you would know.
What?
You just recently watched the
Oh,
documentary.
I don't remember actually what.
What did she say?
Kittens and
Something cats, kittens.
I'm lost. I don't know. She's crazy.
Things are
It's
weird.
hard to work out.
She's crazy. They're all crazy, and everyone should be in jail. Either way, like Reinforce has no idea what we're talking about. So let's move on and talk about something he actually watched, such as the game we just got to witness. Toronto Defiant, who lost against the Houston Outlaws. Quickly calling it out here, Jonathan, you did think that Defiant
They
winning
can't
was
keep getting away with this!
I think I cursed it in the halftime. Is that possible?
No, that's perfect. This is, imagine choosing Toronto. My Houston prediction, I was never in doubt. I think they had it throughout the entire series.
Look, I mean, I gotta give
honestly,
credit to them.
Yeah.
I gotta give credit to the Houston Outlaws for pulling out the win. They did play the Torbjorn on Rialto. I didn't agree with what the Toronto Defiant were doing on their attack. But still, you know, they made the win happen on Paris, and then we went to Lijiang Tower, and in map 5s, we've seen time and time again that Houston Outlaws can't come in clutch when it actually matters in map 5. But they did it. They pulled off their first reverse sweep in 2 years. Incredible accomplishment. I'm happy for them. They actually outplayed Toronto Defiant on Lijiang Tower. So you gotta give them credit. Okay, I was wrong, but I admit I was wrong because there's actually proof. There's actually a graphic that says there is proof. So I admit I was wrong, but a great job to the Outlaws for the first reverse sweep in 2 years. That's pretty big.
That is pretty big. I'd like to have a stat in general to see who has been reverse sweeping how often. Pretty sure someone can get a stat.
Boston Uprising were actually in there for a while.
Yeah, right.
Were they?
Yeah, because they were actually good one time.
Wow, that was aggressive.
Rough. Okay. Very aggressive. Let's talk about who really stood out in this match, though. I think once again the team struggled to face Dante, who just fragged out left and right on that tracer. But who else other than Dante and Linkser, who we have been mentioning a lot in the past, who else really stepped it up?
Costa, you might not agree with me, but I'm actually going to say that I think Muma landed some pretty crucial shatters in the second half of this series, and I think on Lijiang Tower specifically, I think he outplayed Beast. I actually think Beast had a lot of weird shatters on Lijiang Tower. Yeah. He took some risks. They didn't pay off. We saw specifically on Control Center that he actually did one of those teleport shatters, but he did it when Jexy had the sound barrier, so Jexy just comes in clutch, pulls off the sound barrier, and Beast goes down. So I actually think that Muma came in as the better Reinhardt this series, and I think he deserves some kind of credit for hitting some shatters.
Yeah, you gotta appreciate Muma as well, but he sort of seems to be pulling back. You know, Beast went for those plays, but Muma was pretty reserved, and he wasn't taking these massive risks trying to win the game on his own, and you saw the entire Houston Outlaws team profited from that.
Well, I mean, in general, I felt like they looked a lot better when it came to their communication and the way they played around each other. Their positioning was better. The callouts were better in the second half. They kind of got it together in terms of their ult management. So overall, really well adjusted from the Houston Outlaws in that second half. Congrats to them. And we're now moving on to the second match of the day. And guys, this is going to be a good one. Or at least I hope so, as I said before. I am personally very excited for this one. It's going to be the Philadelphia Fusion taking on the Atlanta Reign. Our predictions once again have been split on it, so let's discuss the roster. Starting with the Philadelphia Fusion. Given the hero pool we have right now, who do you guys want to see in those starting 6?
I really want to see them play the meta and the style that we're seeing, so I expect to see Ivy playing for the Philadelphia Fusion. I want to see him on the Mei. Obviously, you're going to have Carpe in, play whatever Carpe wants. You know, just let him do it. And you see that here. Interestingly, again, we have Fury playing instead of Poco, so I don't understand the switches and that kind of stuff, but, you know, it doesn't matter. Fury's a god still, so this is pretty much who I'd want to see on the Fusion team, and I'm expecting good things from them.
Yeah, and I agree with that completely. I mean, we know that Diva's out of the pool this week, which means that Poco can't play his signature hero. Even despite that, I think that maybe... Would you say that Fury and Poco are like pretty similar Sigmas? Like, I know that Fury is an incredible off-tank, but do you think that he's like the better Sigma? Do we have definitive
I don't think we've seen enough
footage
from
of that?
either of them. Sorry,
Yeah.
I think we've seen a lot of their divas, and they have very different styles of diva, but they're both incredibly good. But the other roles and the other characters, I'm not as sure.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, it might simply be a stylistic choice they're having in terms of
absolutely.
what kind of play style either of those two players has. Now, if we're looking at the other side, Atlanta Reign, in their starting 6, once again, Baby Bay is in as well as Edison. What does that tell you in terms of what we most likely see for them as far as hero compositions?
I think it's going to be.
You go, Johnny.
Do you want to go first, Costa?
You can
want to take it away?
No, you run it down.
Fight it out.
Well, actually, I mean, okay, I'll say the DPS characters for you. I'll let you talk about Baby Bay and Edison.
Right.
And I'll actually just take this moment to just say that I predicted the Atlanta Reign because of Gator and Hawk.
Yeah.
I simply think they are the better tank duo of both of these teams. When it comes to double shield, specifically, when we're talking about the Reinhardt and we're talking about the Diva, I don't really know. But when we're talking about the Orisa and the Sigma, I think Gator and Hawk is the better duo, and I think that's such a huge key for the Atlanta Reign going into this matchup, and that's why I predicted them. But when it comes to Edison and Baby Bay, Scott Costa Kennedy, take it away.
This is an interesting one because we're expecting to see Baby Bay on the Hangzhou and the McCree sort of playing that hit scan role within this lineup, but then that doesn't make sense what Edison is in because we haven't really seen Edison play the middle. It's pretty much always been Erster on the Mei, so this does seem like something weird to me. Maybe we'll see the Symmetra. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm actually interested to see what the Atlanta Reign pull out in this first round.
I love that, though. This is so exciting because we know that all of these players are capable of playing a lot of different heroes on a very high level, and that just makes it a little bit harder to predict what we will be seeing. The only way to find out is to head straight into the action. So once again, we're heading back to Mr. X and Uber, and we'll be back for our game break in between the maps.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Zip Chair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Overwatch League. My name's Mitch Leslie with Matt Morello, and we're here for our second game of this Easter Sunday. This one Matt, it promises to be an absolute doozy.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Fusion, Atlanta Reign go at it once again.
You know, the last series was pretty crazy. It was just really back and forth. I expect this series back and forth in terms of just teams exchanging blowouts. I expect this series to be much closer in terms of actual play. These are two of the better teams we think we're going to have in the league overall at the end of the season. So we're going to get a first look of a head-to-head today.
Yeah, I mean, look, these two teams so far look really good this season. 6-1. This Philadelphia Fusion roster today is Carpe, Ivy, Sato, Fury back in, getting more run on the battlefield. Alarm and Funny Astro to round it out. I mean, Matt, what do you say about this team? I think the only game they've lost this season was to the Paris Eternal.
Yep.
And that was a close one. I think it was a map 5 loss. Super hype game. Philly always provide those kind of victories.
This is the lineup we kind of thought they would have at the beginning of the season. Maybe like Hisu in for Ivy, depending on who you want in terms of hero pool. But like Sato Fury is kind of what we expected coming in. And then Poco get a lot of playtime because him and Sato have great synergy in terms of the tank line. But with the double shield in play, you bring in Fury, he can play that Sigma.
And not to mention overcoming Paris, yesterday, I guess Philly, had that very, very close match, another classic 5 mapper. On the other side, though, the Atlanta Reign, currently 3-1 in the season. Again, a little bit of a hiccup against the Paris Eternal. This happened, it was like their second match, and we were like, what's going on? This seems so crazy. Now we know just how legitimate Paris are, right? And the Atlanta Reign have really taken that in their stride, and, with victories over both Florida and Boston, they've got to go up against, some more middling competition, but they're back up against the top team today.
Atlanta has looked good, though, in double shield compositions. Like Johnny had mentioned, really like Hawk and Gator as a tank lineup, and then Dogman Masa in terms of the supports, and Baby Bay in the lineup today, so maybe some McCree or Widow.
Let's have a look at our map pool, ladies and gentlemen. We started off on Busan, and we got a Hollywood, which is an excellent match to watch these two teams on because they're both famous for setting like some of the fastest times. We'll talk about that when we get there. Hanamura's in the pool as well. Dorado and then Ilios, if required, will be at the tail end of the series. And if you know anything about these two teams, you're hoping that those are required. Hey, Matt, you talked about the double shield and how Atlanta Reign's looking so strong right now. Gator, I think, when going into week 9, he was first in offensive assists and supercharger assists in the league, but more importantly, he's like a top damage dealing Orisa player with like very few deaths. So like his stats look like stand out above the rest if you take all of those together as like a top main tank player on Orisa, especially in the league.
Right, and if I remember correctly, he was even playing some of the Sigma for them later in the season last year. So Gator can play both the Orisa and Sigma whenever needed, but I expect Gator to be on the Orisa because like you mentioned, he's been very good on it so far this season. So it looks like for Philly early. Let's see what they decide to run. We've seen them play the Torbjorn on this map in the past. Don't expect it here though. Potentially probably like a Carpe Hanzo. This tour would be difficult to run into the McCree and the Hanzo composition. So that would be the first we've seen today. McCree Hanzo with a Brig.
All right, Masa on the Brig. So no Lucio here for the Atlanta Reign whatsoever. Now, maybe they're expecting Philly to put Carpe on the Tracer. Maybe they were looking for another level of a layer of defense against it. But Carpe dominated the Washington Justice, especially on this pick last week. And, I mean, he's in good position to do some work here.
Here's the thing for Atlanta. You don't need a speed boost because what they want is Philly to speed boot this Rhine directly into the tanks in the Brig with an immortality field. They'll get a ton of value out of that Atlanta. And then they can just play from a distance.
I mean, they have to do that right now. Now, they get a good bit of poke damage, but this doesn't really help them get to the point to contest it quite yet. Philly get to lock it down first, and now they'll rotate. So they are going to cede control of the high ground to Atlanta. Let's see if that comes up hurting them. There are against the McCree Hanzo. They try and speed forward a little bit, but look at this Baby Bay set up on the high ground. And like you said, this is what Atlanta want them to do. They want them to come forward and fight.
Yeah, and look at this. Now Baby Bay can get the high ground. You have both of these damage dealers in the Baptiste from all different angles trying to put damage down on the Philly as they're stuck in the cubby.
And there Carpe's approaching 4,000 final blows, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. That may well happen here in this particular map or series. 5 kills is all that he needs. We'll keep you updated with that one, but he's getting plenty right now. Wouldn't that be fitting to get him on the Torbjorn? 36% and counting. Philly look like they're ready to deal with Atlanta's defensive comp.
Yeah, the Carpe's signature Torbjorn. That's what everybody will remember him as. No, I mean, his play on every hero has really been fantastic. Kind of missed that turn up a little bit, wanted to get it up on the high ground, but it's all good as Philly is able to still hold on to the point through all of that. Atlanta, they don't waste any ultimates, though. They're going to have a lot for this next fight.
Dragon Strike for Edison, he lets it go. Hawk also going to try and go for the Gravitic Flux here. Sound Barrier, though, makes this kind of hard. He might get Sato for his trouble, but Babybay's only able to find Funny Astro. Getting Sato as well, pushing around that corner, but Philly are not being shaken off the point here whatsoever. The Atlanta Reign are not progressing across the map, not nearly close enough to the objective.
This has been a blowout in favor of Philly thus far. Philly wins that fight. Mitch, they hold on to some of these ultimates. They use Shatter, they use the Sound Barrier. Atlanta ends up investing almost all of their ultimates there. They don't even get close to the point. Now you're going to have Edison switch over to Tracer just to get back. That's an Amp Matrix Fire Strike there, as this is going to be all Philadelphia.
That Matrix was placed so close to Atlanta as well. They had no chance to even respond to that one or escape. I wonder what's going on in Carpe's head, or if he's thinking over just how close he is to making history in the Overwatch League. But for now, I'll have to wait till next round. It will be Philadelphia Fusion, a very one-sided showing here. Fury, 4 final blows here on this Orisa.
That was lightning. I mean, the control games we've had today have gone so fast. So we'll see if they bust out that Torb yet again. Maybe a little bit harder on this point to make the Torb work, but we'll see. As both teams go Symmetra, they'll have the TPs get out of the spawn. Then Edison, if it's like what we just saw, he'll go to Hangzhou and Carpe could play the Torbjorn.
Edison had a really quiet map on that Hangzhou. No final blows for him. Couldn't get in position. Again, you're dealing with the Rhino Orisa, so similar core setup as to what the Chengdu Hunters are trying to play. Fury we normally expect him to see on a true flex tank, but he's picked up the Orisa and he looks very comfortable. Back to the Torbjorn here, and Carpe is looking to break some kneecaps this round.
And
he'll make his way a little bit slower.
And they have to play Tracer into it.
It is Edison, but I mean, this is scary. Carpe has a flanking angle. Supercharges. Just gets a bit of damage here. He's not fully committed, but this is definitely going to be a concern.
But he doesn't have an opportunity to set a turret up, so that allows Edison to just go on the flank and not have to worry about it, right? Because what Edison's worried about is that Torb turret getting set up, but by Carpe being in that position at the start, he's not able to actually get out there, get some kind of control and set that turret up, which allows Edison to just pop off.
Now, the Torbjorn not making an impact in that first fight at all. Carpe has the defensive turret set up here. Edison is just staying out of line of sight of it. You can see it there at the corner of that door frame. Edison gets to flank to his heart's content here. He almost has a pulse bomb. And now the walls slide up on the point. Babybay opts to step back a little further, make sure he can't be flanked. And this pulse bomb, where does it go? Edison would love to get on one of the main tanks here. Could be nasty. Great hold to combo with as well, but the Immortality Field got placed down in time. Carpe gets him. Once more, the Torbjorn shows that he is the antithesis to the buzzing, gnawing annoyance of the Tracer.
That's the difficulty of it, right? The Immortality Field perfectly placed at the right time by Alarm. It's a beautiful halt setup, though, by Gator that just gets negated. This will be Hawk using the Gravitic Flux, Babybay with the Deadeye, trying to hold on for Atlanta.
He found Fury somehow. I thought it was going to be pretty tough to find anything at all there, especially with how Ivy had used Ice Block already to stave off the Gravitic Flux itself. But the Atlanta Reign have maintained control this whole round. And these two teams are both bringing a high-octane style, and both of them now looking like they're going to get themselves a round if Philly don't have an answer very soon. So Molten Core might be the trick.
I mean, and Atlanta doesn't have any ultimates, right? You have Sound Barrier, Blizzard, Shatter, Molten Core, a lot here for the Fusion to get the point back. We'll see if they're able to combo any of these. And even if they do, Atlanta still, they're going to end up at worst with like 85% on the point here. I mean, it's a great time for Atlanta.
Here comes the Molten Core. Carpe tried to get the flank around. Didn't work. Now he's stuck. He's out of the fight early. He's 2 for Edison already. And today's been a story about Tracers. Edison is definitely one of the protagonists. 94%. And the Philly Fusion have one more chance, and it will be a messy, disjointed push to the point.
They're going to come from lower, right into the Supercharger. Sato with a Shatter, gets 0.
Yeah, he got booped out of it. Massa, I think, whip shot him out of the weights here. And that fight's going to be over. No chance for Philly to break back in here, and both of these teams showing one-sided rounds here. And they're going to take Busan to a third.
So funny, for so long, when teams were running the Torbjorn, we were wondering, like, oh, why run the Torb? They're like, oh, it's a great Tracer counter, great Tracer counter. If you run the Torb, they can't play Tracer. We've now seen Tracer have success against this Torb comp. Although, be it is with double shield, and a lot of it is with, like, halt pulse bomb setups, right? Like, big combos. It's still, though, at time, though, if you can deny the Torb access to getting that turret set up in a great spot and giving them point control, you are in a great spot to continue playing that Tracer.
So much so that maybe Carpe would like to follow suit here.
Oh, I'd love to see a Tracer v Tracer matchup between Carpe and Edison. Sign me up.
It would be fitting. Matt, he is 2 final blows away. He has 3,998 right now. And on a signature hero of his, it would just make sense. Baby Bay is he's working himself out. Don't worry about him. He'll get to where he's going eventually. He'll be on the flank. Philadelphia are trying to route maneuver here. Edison will be a little bit starved for flanking opportunities. He forces a very early recall, and Carpe doesn't want to take the challenge as his opponent has plenty up his sleeve.
Yeah, if you're Edison, obviously you're going to get kind of ghosted by Carpe in terms of where he's going to play. They give Baby Bay a good sightline here. You rarely see this.
He is literally behind them, Matt.
Yeah.
Not just a good sightline. He stuck himself in right into the back line here. Carpe wants to try and chase him down now, but it's forced to recall.
Where are they trying to pressure him out? Like, obviously you haven't seen him in the round this far, but still, as soon as he gets that first headshot on the Fury, you would have thought like maybe like Carpe or Funny Astro would have collapsed on him. Fury goes over to Wrecking Ball, so this is a very interesting setup. When you have the both flankers and a Zenyatta in play, you can probably play the Wrecking Ball in here to try and make an impact.
I mean, that looked more like, from Philly, it looked more like a presidential tour than a game of Overwatch. They danced around the point, shook some hands, kissed the baby on the forehead, and then got the hell out. It was bizarre. Carpe, though, there it is, gets rid of Baby Bay. That was the opener. Just to dash in with the melee to finish it off. Fury causing some problems here by the looks of things. The Wrecking Ball displacing so much of this backline. Carpe still looking for more. Ivy helped him finish off Gator elsewhere. And over the top, that should be an elimination here for Carpe. He actually has to recall out, should I say. But he should be happy enough with this.
Yes, they'll deal with Hawk as he's
one
using
more.
The grasp here is one more away for Carpe. 4K, he's got the pulse bomb to work with as well.
And he'll wait behind the point now. Holt thrown out by the looks of things. He's able to dash away. 10% to 55, and Atlanta again step forward to try and contest the point. Carpe looking for a pulse bomb initiation here. Just a one stick, all he needs. Sees the transcendent, hits the back line anyway, and he musters immortality field again. At least Atlanta are able to respond to the pulse bomb as well as Philly did in the previous round, but it's about the point now. That's the important part. Sato gets rid of Gator. Fire strike there. Carpe trying to push around the edge, pushing towards him. McCree, while Dogman and Hawk decimate his team.
Oh man, as Baby Bay lets him know at the end, Baby Bay cleans up 3 there. Then Carpe with the recall right into a flashbang and a headshot. So a little bit of the aggression from the Philly Fusion with the Wrecking Ball doesn't work out here. It is Atlanta takes the point back. Carpe go back to the Torbjorn here. So you don't want to play your own Tracer into there. McCree is Baby Bay's a fantastic McCree player. And then also, you don't feel like playing in the Hangzhou here in a mirror matchup, or even like you couldn't even. I'm surprised you haven't seen him try McCree potentially.
Oh, Carpe, he's in trouble. Trying to hide behind the turret. He actually breaks line of sight with it. Edison couldn't do much about it. He goes down. Funny Astro swings on in. And that little mistake, that little challenge from Edison may cost the Atlanta rain here. Carpe sat behind the point. He has a talent up on the high ground, and they pressure Hawk down. This will be Philly back in control right at the 11th hour.
See Carpe move towards the right side. He's gotten over his 4,000 final blows now.
Yeah, I mean, congratulations to Carpe, solidifying his place in the record books in Overwatch with 4,000 final blows, the first player to reach them. Truly an incredible achievement. And Matt, the best part is, he's not slowing down.
Yeah, and he had a whole season that you would consider an off season, like a not up to par. So we can take a look. So I believe, what are we gonna see here? Is this the Torb turret?
The turret. The turret got a kill.
Picks up one, then Carpe
okay.
on the other side picks up another.
Love to see it. Okay, Gravitic Flux, good connection. Fury goes down early, but Gator's going to be caught in a blizzard now with Coalescence. There's plenty of damage to capitalize here. Oh my god, Dogman saved the day. He just pounces on that one with the Transcendence up, keeps his main tank alive. Gator, I mean, bless your lucky stars, you got a support like that in your back line. Carpe's turret down. Dogman gets rid of Ivy. And you love that aggression from Dogman. He gets another one in this fight. The Zenyatta's looking damn good.
Yeah.
Carpe sitting in the background. He's close to a molten core. This could get a little bit dicey now for the Rain. They've lost Gator and Edison. They're going to push now on towards Hawk, and they get rid of him. And just in the nick of time again, Philly wrestle control back.
They flip it back, as I thought Dogman's Transcendence was going to save the day for Atlanta. Push him over the top. May not be enough here at map number 1, as Sato with a Shatter, Carpe with this Molten Core can just isolate the point with it. Be impossible for Atlanta to stay on for long.
Carpe just scouting out his next turret location. Sato has to be careful. Shatter could win the round, but only if it's used right. Okay, they get Hawk, knock him down. Fire strike there, but there's plenty of healing, and Sato extends deeply into it, but it doesn't matter. They're burning down now. Carpe finds the flames, and he fans them on the Atlanta Rain. So much for finish is rising from them. The Atlanta Rain drop out of map number 1.
Yeah, as it's a nice Shatter there from Sato. It's actually a halt Shatter, which we never really see. It's, I believe it's Fury who gets them into line of sight of the Shatter. Sato lands it, but it's the Molten Core after that prevents Atlanta from pushing on to the point. So we, map number 1 definitely delivered between these two teams, really close.
I mean, expectations have been set. Tempo has also been set. This is going to be another series where we see damage dealers going wild. Baby Bay had a great first map. Comes in there playing a lot of the hit scan. He ends up with 11 final blows. So does Carpe. Again, this series already promising. It's tantalizing what we might get in the next map. But we have to wait for it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll take a quick break. And then map 2 will be on like Donkey Kong.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League.
To
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
Map 1 in this match between the Philly Fusion and the Atlanta Rain, it delivers. It was close at the very end of it, 99 to 99. Carpe making switches, you know, Torbjorn, Tracer tried a little bit of that, back to the Torbjorn. Edison looked incredibly good on Mecha base, and then Baby Bay across the entire series looked great. Both these teams stacked with caliber individuals. These are the kind of players, these are the kind of teams that we expect to see in playoffs later on in the season. They're already showing off a lot of flair.
Well, you knew that Philly, with the roster improvements, were going to get back to top form, right? They were not going to be the same team as last year. Maybe closer to the team in Season 1, where they ended up in the grand final. And they've definitely looked like that. In Atlanta, I mean, they had a breakout season last year, their first one in the league. And since then, they've only gotten stronger. So do you expect these two teams to be at top of the Atlantic Division?
Yeah, no doubt about it. Already, their records are showing that one. You know, Philadelphia with their win yesterday's, well, they're 7-1 now. So I think these two, Paris Eternal, like those three teams are really exciting to watch right now, and are also leading the way in terms of cracking the code on what the hero pool is and you know, getting the most out of their coaching staff.
It also helps that they have such versatile, deep rosters that they're able to weather the hero pools situation, however way it turns out week to week. We do have one substitution, which lends you to a, you know, having some of the stronger hero pools and whatnot, is Boombox will come in here for Funny Astro. So they'll play that double flex support we just saw the Houston Outlaws play.
Yep, I like to see it. Good to see Boombox back on the battlefield. And our second map is going to be Hollywood. And these two teams, man, historically have set the first and third fastest times on this map in general on the attacking side. So I think 4 minutes and 10 seconds is the fastest. That's Philly's record. So both of these guys got sick attacks on this map. I don't know if it's going to be like modern day NFL map where there's just no defense or what. We'll have to see.
We'll see. I mean, with the double shield, the pace of the play is a little bit slow, where if you lose a fight early as an offensive team, the other team gets ultimates, they can extend a little bit more on defense than they could have in the past. So we'll see if we see any of those blistering paces set by the offensive squads.
What do you?
I think it's just a way different game than it was when it was happening during that, right? I think. Like, if you look back at probably some of those stats, like whether it comes from like double sniper comps or like something like GOATs, those tend themselves to be way faster times because the snipers are able to get pickoffs at range, right? If your sniper on offense gets 3 or 4 kills in a row, there's a very good chance you're going to set a very good time because you're just rolling through them. And the same with GOATs, right? If you were able to win a few fights, get ultimates, you can make it rather quick. I think that with the way Double Shield is, it's so control-oriented, so positional-oriented, it's very difficult to set those blazing times.
I mean, yeah, we get some highlights from that previous map here, and seeing how aggressive Philly are wanting to play right now. I think that was the kill.
4,000.
Yeah,
Does
that was
it count
actually
though
a
if it's
kill.
from the turret though?
Yeah, I mean, yes, it is ascribed to you as the player. So, you know, it had to be. You know, nothing sums up a year of you know, things like crunch time, then you know, a milestone being broken with a tourbillon turret. Anyway, I digress. We're out of the gates here, and Death comes on 4 legs. Casato's leading the charge. Philly are going to be playing Orisa Sigma here, and it's Hangzhou Mei.
Somebody will go back in time and look at all the first 3 seasons and be like, what happened in season 1? It's like, oh, there was a hero called Brigitte at the end. What about season 2? Oh, it was a bunch of tanks. What happened in season 3? Carpe's Torbjorn turret got his 4,000 final blow. The exclamation point on all of it is the Phillies just gotten the high ground for free here. Like, how did this happen? They've walked straight through the choke, ended up with a high ground. The only dangerous thing is Edison's Tracer on the flank.
Yeah, I mean, who shuts it down really here? They don't have a Brig like the Atlanta Reign are playing right now, and well, it may not really matter. We might not even need that answered right now because Sato gets burnt down. These comps, these double flex support compositions as well have a lot of there's a lot of damage, right? There's a lot of poke available with Batiste in the mix.
Atlanta's comp is really good at dealing with the double shield version with the Reinhardt in play. That's where they'll excel at because the Reinhardt has a difficult time running into the immortality field, the Brigitte, the McCree, a lot there to deal with that Rhine as Carpe goes over to Torb now, probably trying to get that high ground control again. Deal with this Tracer, because that seems to be what they're worried about now, the Philly Fusion. It's the Tracer of Edison getting behind. That's why you see the Torb turret lower, trying to force him into that upper hallway.
Yeah, nothing says I don't want to deal with Tracer than a defensive Torb turret just to watch an angle.
Yeah.
Still, Edison's going for it. Still, he's gone for the Pulse Bomb. Had to be in the Immortality field used by Boombox just to keep himself alive. Sato going down now, but Alarm's in a good position. Found 1 kill and getting his second of the fight. What is so interesting about this comps match? You say it's slow, and it is, but as soon as that first shield goes down, that first pick happens, people tend to get mowed over.
Yes, well, there's a lot of damage out there. That's the crazy part is we do have a lot of shields. There's a lot of damage out there. As a Fury will deal with Gators, Hawk comes in, tries to use the Gravitic Flux. He'll get taken out before he can get anything with it. And like you mentioned, once we do see a pickoff go down, teams do a great job of taking control and advantage here with these compositions because think about the damage you have with like Mei right clicks, Zenyatta, Sigma, Batiste, Torbjorn. It's a lot of damage that when you lose one of these shields, you're donezo. Like, you're getting wiped up pretty quick.
Yep. It means the margin of error is very slim indeed. So Edison, realizing that, okay, it's a little bit risky for me to play Tracer the way I want to play it, switches to the Mei here. Atlanta go for a little bit more of a standard composition. Maybe they elected. I think he chose to be caught inside that Gravitic Flux, so we'd actually have a better sightline for his Deadeye. Very cheeky idea. Now, Philly realized this too, and they back up. But this means that Philly couldn't capitalize on the Gravitic Flux anyway. They were too busy hiding away from the McCree, so that's
we have a new use for Deadeye, the counter Deadeye there. So they bust out the Deadeye to prevent the follow-through from Fury's Gravitic Flux. Carpe's going to go change. Does he play Hangzhou? Does he play McCree here? What do you think he goes to? He's going to go to the Hangzhou?
Yeah, he doesn't have access to high ground as an attacker here, and I mean, Hangzhou has that built into his kit, right? Straight out the box, whereas McCree probably... You don't want to be aiming at rooftops with McCree. The aiming angle is also really unpleasant, so Hangzhou will set him up there, allow him to sort of try and duel against, maybe Baby Bay, but mostly Hawk for that high ground control.
That was such a nice halt from Sato as Hawk trying to get out of harm's way. Sato drags him back on. He gets hit with an accretion. Now it'll be an amp matrix for both teams as they're trying to set alarm up to get some big picks.
Yeah, and look, they got rid of that Immortality field from the Atlanta Reigns straight away, and that's why Atlanta Reigns, the amplification matrix doesn't get any value. Atlanta, they just ran. As soon as that Immortality drone was gone, they didn't want to try and take the risk of going, window versus window for those amp matrices. Carpe's on the high ground though, still, and Dogman, well, he doesn't really have the bandwidth available to turn his attention towards him here. The Philly Fusion. Carpe got what he wanted, Matt. He says, I want the high ground. They force, Hawk off of that one, force him to switch to the Wrecking Ball, and then Carpe just starts to close the fight from there.
As Hawk will go back to Sigma, just got back to the Cartes ball. Maybe they thought they had a chance to win it with the rally. Atlanta, this is risky to challenge this. You challenge it, you lose. Yeah, they're going to have to back up. This is the right call, though, for Atlanta.
Matt, the supports for Philly are accounting for more than half of their final blows right now. Alarm and Boombox both have 4 kills each. And again, they're just sitting back, they're safe, they're not getting focused down first in many of these fights, punishing shields, and Alarm getting some huge discords and kills of his own.
And it's tough for Atlanta there to give that point up, but they have to. They had no ultimates at the time. Philly is very close to taking it. You lose that fight, you give more ultimate charge to the Philly Fusion. You're looking at a 100% loss with a really good time. Nice halt with the Dragon. That's the Immortality field that saves a lot of those players though.
Okay, Amp Matrix comes out here, but there's a main wall in the way. Sato's able to get away from the window, so now Philly are chilling. They found 3 kills there, and that Batiste ultimate doesn't amount to very much at all here. And I have to say, the Atlanta Reigns starting to sweat a little bit. Philly just breezed through that second phase after the switch for Carpe, and off the Torbjorn to the Hangzhou, it still looks natural for him. Although, in fairness, he hasn't really been fighting nearly as many kills as his backline. He doesn't have to. He's getting all the focus. That's the Gravitic Flux, and it was an easy kill on Baby Bay. Now Fury follows it up with an accretion here. Hawk struggling to get to the point. Now attention turns to Dogman. Batiste healing off the table. Now McCree the option. He's on that left side, and he couldn't touch. The Atlanta Reign, not a great look. I mean, they were struggling for options. Edison and Baby Bay swapped roles, Matt.
This is the... I did not expect this. This is a Team Atlanta that looked so good running double shield. And Phillies in the first 2 maps, first map's close. On offense here, they rolled them, man. I mean, 2 minutes 18 on the time bank's a fantastic time here on Hollywood. And I think Sato came up with a bunch of huge plays on the Orisa. And what I love about Sato's play, and what makes Sato just an interesting player in general, is he can play all the tanks at like a very high level, right? But when you ask somebody who's like an expert or an analyst, like, oh, what do you think of Sato as a player? Like, the reactions are so varied in such different directions that, like, now you're starting to see him, I think, really kind of settle down with this roster. I'm starting to see a player that I thought we would see, where he's a very talented player on a lot of different tanks.
I thought we saw him in Season 1, Matt, after he... was cleared to play in the league after serving a 30-game suspension.
He was great on Winston, but a lot of the knock was like, you can't play some of the other heroes. But I think you're starting to see his Rhine level up a little bit. His Orisa as well. Winston, who knows when we'll see Winston again. I mean, we'll have to ban all the tanks but Winston, maybe to see Winston some more. But
ha! Well, yeah, you might not be wrong. There's a lot that he doesn't want to deal with right now.
Yeah, a lot right now. That's not great for Winston.
So Sato, yeah, okay, on the Orisa.
High ground
showing
shield.
a bit more of that comfort.
They'll drop low. They'll concede this high ground. Because there's really not a lot that Atlanta, I mean, they can do a lot with it, right, with the Hangzhou, but also you know that Atlanta's playing around this Tracer, so as long as you stay safe, don't allow the Tracer to come on the flank. If Atlanta has high ground, there's really only one spot the Tracer can come from, which is this angle.
Edison is zoned essentially by Carpe. He has to take this fight because I don't really see any other way that
it's
he
the
is
only
relevant.
fight he has. He can't come through the front here. He's just going to take so much chip damage.
Well, I mean, the front door's starting to get battered in a little bit here by the Atlanta Reign. You know, not enough burning oil for the Philadelphia Fusion because Atlanta have already moved up to the point here. Perhaps it was because Philly turned their heads to deal with Edison. More likely, it's just this Hangzhou from Baby Bay plugging into those shields. And Carpe gets picked up there by a Storm Arrow. Baby Bay will have his high ground in just a moment, and this fight will be done.
Yep. That'll be a point take for Atlanta. I think Philly, you probably switch. You could play Torb here on the second point. I think the issue is like with high ground and verticality, that's the only reason you may see them stay on the Hangzhou and not go towards the Torbjorn here. Which I think if they don't go towards Torb, that allows Edison to really have an impact. Obviously, there's not great spots for Tracer to access the verticality healer, but still a lot more flanking angles than he was given on that first point.
Aerial view will show that Philadelphia aren't really attempting to control the high ground here until they get the lift set up, but that is a vulnerability built in. They have to wait for the lift to come down, and that gave Baby Bay all the time he needed to set up, and much like Atlanta, Philly might just be bundled out of this Westwell part of the map. What do they go here? When they try and play without this Zenyatta, it's just fair enough. They don't have Discord Orb. Okay, they can live with that. But it's their position. It's so compromising where they're just stuffed around the corner like this. And Hawk just sits up here, man, just throws hyperspheres.
I mean, they've controlled the high ground here. That was a nice job, though, before when they get Alarm. They were working that shield. The shield was early from Sato just to try and get them up. They didn't have another tank there. Dragon to zone them out from the left-hand side. Fury, the Gravitic Flux in the high ground. That's going to be a Supercharger plus the Immortality field on the ground here for Atlanta as they're trying to get the payload over the line.
Ivy Brave pushed forward, though. He saw the Supercharger thrown down. He sets up 2 kills for Fury. Gets the freeze on Gator crucially, and he effectively limits the amount of the people on Atlanta Reign who can get value out of Supercharger by freezing 2 of them. That is a huge stabilization now for Philadelphia, but what do? Do they go high again and force getting picked off? Because Baby Bay will be looking for these opportunities.
There's something funny about that. That Atlanta loses that fight, they use a ton of ultimates, and the coach leaves the game. So now Philly, they have a great ultimate advantage here. Potential to hold on as Edison will get down, get the cart moving, just trying to draw players back.
Okay, do they know? Looks like Philly are at least somewhat aware here that Dragon Strike combo from Carpe doesn't find much for them there. Immortality field once again saving the day. Okay, Alarm, aggressive position on the high ground here. Hawk gets a very nice little kinetic grasp. But what do you do with it? Not a lot. You just sort of hope you don't get shot by Carpe, who almost has another Dragon Strike. He's at 60%. He just used that ultimate. So let's see. Gravitic Flux here. Okay, Alarm's definitely in trouble. And let's see.
Super weak, yeah.
Immortality field too far away from Alarm. I don't think Boombox could get it across that far, or we just didn't either way. Pulse Bomb now from Edison. That allows them to get Sato. And that'll be it. Payload should get across here pretty comfortably and give the Reign, about 3.5 minutes to work with.
Yep.
Or more than.
And I'm pretty sure that Boombox ended up using that Immortality field on himself. I think he thought that the Gravitic Flux was coming for him because he had the Ant Matrix. And he ends up just dropping it by his side. So it does not help Alarm whatsoever. Edison taking out some spawners here. He'll deal with Carpe. Sato falls as well. So a few players on Philly, they get that front spawn. I thought Edison was going to challenge that. I thought he was going to blink right in, but
it was the accretion, I think, that put him off of it.
Scared him off a little.
But you can see just how confident you can probably feel as a Tracer player with Repair Pack, given over by the Brig. I really don't think Edison was worried about Ivy. I mean, if he starts to feel like he's getting frozen, just blink away. I mean, recall if you absolutely must.
Another fight where you're down ultimates, though, here for Atlanta. Just the Ant Matrix. Another Dragon Strike here. You have the Transcendence, and you have a Gravitic Flux for Philly. You're going to build a Blizzard up as well.
Doesn't get Baby Bay. No, he's able to leap away. Hawk
gets Hawk
going to take a huge amount of damage. No follow-up, though, because, again, you can't see through your own Dragon Strike. It's not transparent to you, so you don't want to walk out into an area where you have no field of view. Okay, yeah, Massa very low there. Nice hyperspheres, and Carpe's able to catch him out. Carpe needs to shut down this Tracer, though. He's going to lose Alarm yet again. Oh!
No,
you know what?
He will not.
Alarm doesn't need Big Brother. I guess he can fend for himself, and we should expect no less.
I thought Alarm was dead as well. When I saw Edison blink by and get the first few shots into Alarm, I was like, yep, they're going to kill it. The Zen or force the Zen to pop Transcendence. This could get very difficult for Edison, though, Mitch. Torb at this point in the map. There's really, what, 3 access points, maybe 4 if you consider the high ground for Tracer to access, like, the cart and the back line here.
3 of them at one time can be covered by Torb.
Yes.
So, okay, turret's right in the back, so this will definitely dissuade Edison for trying to flank. Where he's standing now is fine, but he can't stay there. Look at, he has to blink out. Can't recall, and Dogman goes down. Carpe puts a rivet in his skull, but Edison, he finds a way in. That pulse bomb towards Sato should do some serious work. It has to be a Transcendence. Great timing from Alarm. And Carpe, the taxman has come to collect, and he does not forget. Edison gets slapped there by the diminutive Torbjorn. Boombox is in trouble, though. Hawk versus 1 turret. Well, he has to use his shield to fight against it. Philly have time now to get back onto the point. Fury, Gravitic Flux. All right, going to get Hawk very low, and Kinetic Grasp only keeps him alive just a little longer. Matt, you were right. This is looking hard now with the Torbjorn in play.
It's going to be difficult to break this, dude. Like, so much control with the Torb and the Mei. Boombox now goes back to Baptiste, so you'll have a Supercharger here. And if Carpe ends up getting the Molten Core, which he will, oh, they're going to switch off of it right away. So Edison goes, as soon as, like, the second he gets off of Tracer, they go back to Hangzhou. So now you'll have a mirror.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, the Atlanta Rain have to come up with something, but Baby Bay just got smushed. There's no scientific term for that one. I know what it is to get thrown out of a window, but not to get hit by a gigantic rock held together by strong nuclear forces. So sorry about that. Edison will play close here on the side. Blizzards, I mean, none really on the horizon here. It's
Transcendence for Alarm could be a difference here as he gets it. I mean, the Amp Matrix you'll have to back up here for Philly. Just try and wait this out. You want to let them push past it.
Okay, well, Boombox finds Baby Bay again. Baby Bay, crucial jump shot, gets picked off, and much like Joe Exotic Zoo, the Atlanta Rain are running on fumes now. Carpe has the high ground. No one can contest him. And Massa knows that the second he drops his shield, he is toast. Carpe will sit up on the high ground, and yeah, he has the angle. Hawk just gets a vertical arrow. It's like Legolas straddling the orc and just shooting it downward. Baby Bay at least finds a kill on his return here, but we're down to 15 seconds in the round. Ivy's going to sit back on the right-hand side, walls it off. Comfortable now. He can wait for the next push from the Atlanta Rain, who are running out of time. And
they still have this
Desperation Dragon Strike. And Alarm has the Transcendence, Matt. You are dead right. Baby Bay has to fire this off, at least to zone off the left side of the point. Good hold combo. It's going to be an ice block, though, from Ivy. He doesn't take any Dragon Strike damage at all, and Massa gets picked off at the start of that fight. They're out of options now, the Atlanta Rain. There's going to have to be this Gravitic Flux, and that doesn't do much either. Alarm had the Transcendence aforementioned, and Philly Fusion looks like Hollywood is still their home.
Philly gets a really good hold at the end of Hollywood. And it was, look, the Torb was super impactful there against the Tracer, and Edison was doing a lot of setup early on, you know, rotating around, making plays for the rest of his team and himself. And once you got into that area of the map where there's the 3 points really to go on the low ground, the left, the middle, and then the right, and then the high ground, and then the Torb turrets there who can watch all of it. You were not seeing Alarm die early there. He was able to build up Trance a little bit easier, and then once they switch off of that Tracer, they were not able to get near the cart. Really, really strong D.
We talk all the time about player advantage in this game, right? Yeah. How huge a difference it makes. Today we've seen 2 heroes that provide that have big impacts. Sureforce Ashe was one of them, at least for some of that series, and of course the Torbjorn throwing a turret down. It is a threat that needs to be answered, and that really taxes the bandwidth of teams who already have a complicated flowchart of things to deal with. So, the Atlanta Rain, last time these 2 teams played, it went all the way, but Philly are looking to close it up after 3 maps. We'll find out at halftime from our experts if they think that's going to happen. So stick around. Plenty of insights and more Overwatch to come on the other side of this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Welcome to our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. My name is Zoe. Joining me here are Costa and Reinforce as per usual. Currently, the Philadelphia Fusion are up 2-0, but could it have gone the other way? That is the big question. So let's talk about the first two maps and find out what went right and what went wrong for either of those teams. Starting on the control map, first of all, of course, we need to address that we did see Edison and Baby in the lineup. Keep in mind that Erster could have been a choice here too. Costa, are you overall happy with who they fielded? Do you think that allows them to have enough flexibility in terms of what heroes
on
they can
control,
play?
I understand it a lot more. You have the Tracer, you have the McCree, and there's a lot more freedom to move around. And you saw them, especially on this mecha base. Yeah. The Tracer just had so much freedom to run around. Baby can sit on the high ground, just shoot people with the McCree. That's where you get the value. But you saw on these other maps, they're just getting too much value out of the Mei. The front line's really struggling. They can't really deal with the Philadelphia Fusion with the aggressive style that they're playing with the Mei. And it was even worse on the second map on Hollywood. And when they have Edison and Baby, it seems like they don't want to play the Mei or tend towards the Mei, which in a double shield meta is very questionable. So I don't know what you think about it, Johnny. I just don't really understand it.
Yeah, I think you have to commit to one composition. I think that playing Brig when you're trying to play slow is a bit weird. I can see how the Brigitte might work if you play a Tracer and you're like, okay, well, we're going to build around our Tracer. We're going to give her the armor pack so she has more survivability and can poke around more, and we'll build more around her. I can sort of understand that, but I just think Philadelphia Fusion has a superior composition. I mean, you heard Mitch and Matt talk about it several times, that Philadelphia Fusion has such insane damage output that you really have to actually poke them down and engage early to not just give them a bunch of room to just deal all of that damage coming through, right? So I think Atlanta Reign have to settle for one composition that they excel at. Either you go aggressive, and we've seen this work for teams like Paris Eternal in the past, or you just play that passive style like the Philadelphia Fusion are playing so well. I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but at least commit to one style. I can see them playing the Tracer and the McCree and the Brig, but it doesn't seem to be working out right now. It seems like the Fusion are quite honestly dominating Atlanta, so I want the Atlanta Reign to take a step back, reconsider their composition and their playstyle, and see how they can make it work.
Yeah, the aggressive style from the Fusion has definitely not been punished at all. And one player in particular is once again getting away with murder, as Carpe now finally hit his 4,000th career final blow.
Did he though, or was it the third?
Yeah, well,
that's
we
such
don't
an
know.
awful way to cross that awesome milestone.
I'm just.
Is it though, or is it a really
going
good
out
flex?
in style?
I don't know. I'm kind of respecting
Hammer
it.
kill, I would have
Either
respected.
way, this is why Carpe made it once again into our crunch time, presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Reinforce, there was one particular moment which stood out to you. Which one was it?
So, I mean, the play is cool, right? It's a good play, but it's not fantastic. But the larger question I want to pose for crunch time is, does Carpe have the best Molten Core usage in the entire league? Because we've seen it repeatedly, that he actually places it pretty well and actually gets quite a lot of kills because of the Molten Core. And like, it's not the best ability in the game, but the fact that he manages to get so much value out of it, I think it's fair to say we've seen 2 weeks of Torbjorn. It's a valid question. Does Carpe have the best Molten Core usage in the league?
Are you saying...
Would you nominate him as the Molten Goat?
Yeah.
Molten.
Is he a goat? Is he the goat on top? Answer the question.
Can I
It's been
leave?
2 weeks. Is he the
Can
goat?
I get out? Get out of this game break. I don't want to be here anymore.
No.
That's so like, oh, that's too far. So
I'm just posing questions, alright? I'm getting paid. I'm doing my job.
She can throw a pun in there every now and then. Then that's perfect.
I know. Get the good ones out. Guys, we are heading into Hanamura next. Do you guys think there is any potential for the Atlanta Reign to come back into this, or do you think this is going to remain in one
Who knows at this point? Everyone's reverse sweeping everyone.
Yeah,
everywhere.
It could go anywhere. Honestly, the Atlanta has to play Mei at this point, right? We're going to Hanamura. Mei Wolves get so much value. Mei Ults get so much value. Yeah. If I don't see them play Mei, I would be very shocked. So I'd almost like to see Ursa come into the lineup, maybe play Ursa Baby Mei, Ursa Edison, anything like that. Just get Ursa come in on the Mei, and I think it should go a lot better for this team.
All right, let's see if they make any switches in their lineup or not. We'll find out any second. And for all the action, we're heading back to Mr. X and Uber.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
free now.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you had a chance to take a breather because this has been an intense matchup.
Yeah.
Maybe on the scoreboard not as close as we would have expected it to be. Hollywood definitely had a lot of high-flying moments. Clear to see the talent on display, but Philadelphia, Matt, seems to have the cohesion.
Yeah, it's been close at times, but Philly has really blown it open when it's mattered. And their switches have been better. I think, like Johnny mentioned during the game break, I think their composition's been better, a little bit more sound overall. Also helps that Carpe can kind of rotate through a list of heroes to play at any time to pair with the Mei. I do think we'll probably see Atlanta commit more towards a Mei-centric comp here in the second half.
Right, we've seen Carpe go from Torbjorn, Hangzhou to Tracer, and basically a lot of those switches are coming out in response to what he expects to see. He is trying his best to counter-pick his opponent as much as he can. And Edison, look, it was tough for him to try and answer that. We saw that last phase of Hollywood, right? When you pointed it out, you said Edison's on Tracer here. They're attacking into that last cul-de-sac, and there are only so many ways to get through to the point. As Tracer, if you take a stray bullet, anything like that, you're forcing a recall.
And they did it for like 3 fights. I mean, you should have just almost just gotten rid of it as soon as you switched over. The next map in the set will be Hanamura. We do have some subs for both teams. So Bunny Astro comes back in here for the Philly Fusion for their squad. And then I believe we do have Urster who's going to come in here for Edison. So Edison will go out, Urster will come in. Probably going to go and play some more Mei. That's probably why you bring in Urster, play some Mei. In the rare occasion we see something wild happen, like a Genji or something, Urster can play that. But really, I think this is more about the Mei.
Neither of these teams have lost an assault map yet this season. And for Philadelphia, having played 8 matches, that is significant. Hanamura has been especially comfortable for them. They're 2-0 on this map, and you know their setups have looked really smooth. They haven't really been close, to getting beaten on this particular map here. Now, Urster comes in for Edison, switches in now. We've known Urster to play many of the things that we've seen from Edison before. Also, a lot of really projectile-focused heroes. Now, the Junkrat on defense is extremely interesting.
Junkrat's been pretty powerful here on D, right? He's great in these choke points. Hanamura really has one central choke that you can put pressure on. I wonder what Philly does. Do you play a junk of your own to work down their shields and then something more of a hit scan range? So you see Hawk with a little nice tech there, boosts himself up a little bit.
That's clever. I dig that. Hawk gets himself up in the high ground. Carpe might be an early sim TP to the point. So Philly want to be fast. They do not want to give
this avoids Junkrat damage.
Can they get through quickly? Now they can't lose a TP to Junkrat straight away. They're going straight for the Junkrat. That is suicide. Okay, so half of their team gets through the teleporter, but if that's intentional or not, Carpe is already looking to go back and switch, and Ivy's got himself on the roof here.
Yeah, Carpe,
undetected as yet.
I was going to say, Carpe could go back and play something like Hanzo or Widow, and once his team goes in, they'll have to turn at the choke, and that's where you can put down bulk of his damage.
Now, Atlanta know that Philly have half their team in here. They're trying to deal with the threats at the front right now, but they may have caught Dogman out. Wall Dogman uses his Exo boots to get over it here, but that Immortality Field is down. Now he gets to work, laying the groundwork here for a solid fight. He gets the freeze on towards Hawk, has to use Ice Block, and as soon as his wall comes off cooldown, he throws it out. Now, that catches Erster out. Carpe was traded though, and Sato struggled there. He seemed to have been caught in place, and for a moment I thought he was disconnected, but I guess he was just CC'd into oblivion, even without a main on the Atlanta side of things. So Philly now just running with very little.
Yeah, Philly's still trying to get this going. Atlanta just burns some ultimates.
That is a quick Dragon Strike.
Yep, Baby launches the Dragon out. Yeah, it is very quick. But I do think, though, Philly, they had an idea there where maybe they wanted more people to rotate around and then Carpe just go back and switch, which is probably the initial plan. But still, they got a good fight out of what looked like a plan that was really messed up at the beginning.
I wonder if they wanted their whole team. I assume they want their entire team through the teleporter based on this kind of death ball composition they're playing with the Ryan and Orisa.
They probably would have gotten on the point much faster with the speed boost than everybody else if they were there, yeah. Yeah, with an Immortality Field as well.
We can infer that something went wrong for them there, and that was just a really... that cost them 2 minutes though, Matt. 2 minutes! All right, well, they're pushing through now, trying to make up for that lost time. Funny Astro has a sound barrier. God, he'd hate to have to use it before they get onto the point proper. And the Atlanta Rain had a great fight to build up ultimates. This is a Riptide there, which is almost a guaranteed kill. Especially in the absence of potentially an Immortality Field, which Alarm is going to have to hold until then. Can they force that out? Well, Philly moved close to the point. Alarm plays on the high ground, and here they come. Maybe a wall off from Ivy here on either one of those doorways to just give them just the one angle to fight with. But here's the Riptire. An instant kill is exactly what Ursa's looking for. Just one's enough, and he gets Funny Astro.
Is it enough, though? Blizzard goes down on the point here. Is Philly, they're going to get that first tick. Players still trying to run in. The tank's really low for Philly. They're just going to get barreled over. So the tire plus the team coming forward with some extra damage is enough to get another fight win. As Funny Astro holds on to his sound barrier. So you'll have sound barrier, Amp Matrix, and you'll have the Supercharger here. So looks like potentially an issue.
Yeah, they're calling for a pause here. It looks like someone's mic has been muted. So that was Gator, who's trying to communicate with the rest of his team. But I'll take a quick aside for you guys now, because for Philly, this is dangerous. Gator says in chat, the game was too easy, they had to mute. They were saying, Philly, their next map, the payload type map, is their worst category of map. They've actually only won a third of their map. So if they lose Hanamura here, I feel like statistically there is potential for another map 5.
Well, what I also think happened here as we go back in the game, I'm pretty sure Carpe got a pick onto Masa right before we ended. And now Masa should be coming off the respawn here. So you may see Philly try and get aggressive, take advantage of this, or
60 seconds.
They don't have enough players here. As Carpe was able to pick up that one kill, but by now, Moss is going to be coming back.
They saved a lot of ultimates, Philly. It's almost like they knew that push was ill-fated anyway.
They've had
so they have a lot to work with. So we need a good Hulk Dragon trying to start off with. Gravitic Flux going to make this a little harder. But Immortality Field comes down just after they hit the ground. That's removed, but Alarm got the job done. Problem is, Matt Sato was low. Yes, he was kept alive, but he didn't get healed up quickly enough from the Flux, taking half of his health. So, yeah, they're going to get forced away again. And Philly, they used ultimates that time. They used quite a few. That sound barrier from Funny Astro, he is going to wish he has that in the next fight.
Oh, absolutely.
The last fight.
Amp Matrix available, potentially like Amp Matrix with a Fire Strike on through, but it is not looking good for the Philly Fusion. Fury gets on a Wrecking Ball, try and get back. Carpe with a whip shot, dives to Masa there.
Absolutely dominated. Carpe chased down by Masa and Co. and finished with a whip shot, and Philly are going to crumble. There is no chance for them here in this fight. Erster with another Riptire, and this is just a cherry on top. A little bit of a celebration here because of the Atlanta Rain hold Philly to just one tick on the point. Philly were fairly close to getting 2, but nothing goes right for the Fusion in that map from the very first push. It didn't work. Dogman,
the sub to YouTube.
What an enterprising individual.
Yep. Smash the like button, guys.
Yeah.
Like, comment, and subscribe. Yep, there you go. It's the YouTube way.
I'm okay with Dogman plugging his own YouTube channel on Overwatch League broadcast. I think I can. I think I can get around it.
Make sure to turn on notifications. Yep, Dogman hitting all the key points here. And evidently that's his hashtag. Hashtag Dog Gang.
Super
original.
Gang. Yeah, no, never heard that one before. Fair enough. I mean, I'm sure
surprised it wasn't
that one.
the dog pound. That would have been even more original.
Right, Matt, real quickly, just to remind everybody at home that Activision Blizzard and the Overwatch League are proud to support the WHO to encourage all of our players to hashtag play a part together. That's what we're doing right now. Everyone's doing that. Together, we're using one of the most powerful preventative strategies to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and others. We will have the power to combat this pandemic by staying home and playing together online, which I assume many of you are doing. But if you're not doing that, give it some thought, you know, because so far it's been pretty good. Both these two teams are technically playing a part together, I would say. At least, you know, as far as Philly and Atlanta are concerned, they're definitely not in the same facility anymore. And we'll see what Philly have. They're going to have a Junkrat on defense map, but they have... they've really messed up on this map. I think there's really no other way of putting it. They just...
they do get 61%, but still, Atlanta looks very good to take this map. Baby Bay on the Symmetra. Potentially just trying to get that TP going, just like how we saw Philly try and do.
And I don't really...
They don't even go for it.
I don't care how good you are. I really don't think that a team like Atlanta Reign is going to get full held on this map without just a huge
Tracer
effort.
into the junk in the choke. With
I mean, you can get past. You can get past.
Yeah, you can get past. Yeah, they open up enough space for him to get past here. So
Master, no, not so lucky. Ivy now has a really good position. Even after the Immortality field is gone, they're going to have no health left. And that is a good start from Philadelphia. They need more of that. Because bear in mind, with one tick, there is potential to win the map, but I'm not going back on what I'm saying. It is going to be extremely hard to hold a team like Atlanta
They almost
at the
got
door.
two. They almost got two teams. You can see that little arrow on the top of your screen by A. That's the percentage that Philadelphia got to that Atlanta will have to match to win the map. And they get very close to taking that second tick. So it's not 100% like, oh, Atlanta's just going to walk in and take this. A few fights start going Philly's way. Look how slow it took for Philly to develop at the beginning, right? You'd be in a very bad spot if Atlanta did the same.
I'm really interested about the first bank of ults and how they're used, Matt. That's going to be the really telling sign. Erster gets in here, takes a lot of damage, but he's managed to find his way behind enemy lines now. Pulse Bomb is still a ways away. He's not really been able to do damage. The loss of Dogman. I think Erster either just sit. He's just going to try and sit safely behind you and not get found out. Philadelphia, though, should be aware that he's come through because Fury saw him whiz on past in the blur of color.
And he went and contested the point, so they know he's still back there. I just don't think they care, to be honest with you. I think
they pull Philadelphia back by standing on the point.
Right. I mean, maybe, but I think if you're Philly, you know that's the bait that they want you to fall for. You'll probably just send one player back. You can send back like Funny Astro with an Immortality, and then be fine.
All right, Gravitic Flux is going to come out now. Funny Astro's Immortality field down. Fury trying to drop it here. Fury's the master, by the way, of the defense matrix. Kinetic Grasp could shut down a Pulse Bomb. Pizarro's missing, Matt. Not a great start here for Philly after getting, even though they got their first kill. Ivy's looking. Oh, he's found two. That will stop this push. Philly can now reconvene back on the point, and all of a sudden, 2.5 minutes have elapsed, and the Atlanta Reign have nothing to show.
And they're not even going to get a tick out of that. A lot of ults used by the Philly Fusion, though. If you're Atlanta Reign, you can kind of play in an all-in scenario here and try and build up, you know, another ult or two. Well, there
that
goes
is
Ursa.
not good.
Now that is no bueno. As now you're going to have the Supercharger come up here for the Philly Fusion. Look, if you can win the next fight of your Philly with Supercharger and get a bunch of Junkrat damage down, and they end up investing even a little into it, you may win this map.
You have to get past Transcendence here. I think I'd be most scared about that from Atlanta. Here's two Dragon Strikes. Oh, they get Hawk early at the start of the fight. They have to wait again. And that was a cheaply won fight for Philly. Just let the Dragon go. This is going to give Alarm and Funny Astro some time. Now, Philly aren't taking much damage. They're playing very safely. Which
Atlanta
means
has so many ults here. They have to win this.
Philly can't get their supports, their ultimates ready because, I mean, Philly aren't willing to take free poke damage because it very quickly blows up in your face against Batiste and Sandcop. All right, 19 seconds to go. Atlanta have to make the play here. Sana loses his Supercharger right at the start of the fight, but Master is in with the Transcendence. They're looking for Fury. Hawk needs to find his kill. He needs to get something, and they do. Dogman helps him out. Now it's 5 up for Philly. They're missing a player. Gator's a little bit low, but they've let their foot off the gas diffusion. They've allowed Atlanta to come to the point, but that's the trade. Carpe down. Hawk finds him now. Alarm is missing, and here it is. The Atlanta Reign. They play patient Overwatch, Matt, and they come back for one last push, secure themselves the map, and stay alive in the series.
And there's nothing Philly can do in that fight. So many ultimates available for Atlanta. Everybody hits Q, and they overwhelm them at the same time. They're able to run right through and take the point. And it's not a pretty offense for the Atlanta Reign by any stretch of the imagination, but it's one that gets the job done. They have the ultimates. They waited. They were patient, like you said. They use them and take it.
Yeah, I mean, that position that Fury's in is vulnerable to an all-in. He's playing as a little bit of a loose end. Close to the choke, making sure he gets accretions into the window, making half a tracer to get him. But then he's on his own. Hawk just sends a Gravitic Flux at him. That also lets Hawk get up onto the high ground by doing so, and then he's already in that Sigma's face. So nice job by the Atlanta Reign to take a localized 2v1 engagement and get themselves a player advantage. And you saw how it snowballed out. So the series lives on, and our next map, being the payload type, doesn't favor statistically the Philly Fusion. They want to finish the series there, but I mean, this match, Matt, has all the hallmarks of a map 5. Yeah, it's possible. We'll see if it's going to be the case. Map number 4 is right around the corner.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Download free now.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, on the other side of map number 3. And the series is still being kept alive. Atlanta Reign, as many would have hoped, many would have expected, have stayed in the series with a convincing victory on Hanamura, but it still went to the wire. It was still one last team fight, and that's kind of been the theme of this series so far. The next map, Matthew, is Dorado, where both of these teams, I believe, lost to Paris. They lost this map specifically to Paris, if I'm not mistaken. So, again, we haven't really seen amazing things from them, but they've had to go up against the top... I can't believe I'm saying that about Paris Eternal. Yeah, the top quality team that Paris Eternal have become.
Yeah, one of the top teams in the Atlantic Division. I think you can definitely say that about the Paris Eternal. For both of these teams, though, it was much better ulti usage there towards the end. The patience of the Atlanta Reign to just wait and wait and wait. Philly were in a position where they needed to invest every single fight to 100% win every single fight. So they didn't have the luxury of holding on to ultimates like Atlanta. We do have a sub, though, I believe, for the Philly Fusion. So they come back with Boombox for Funny Astro. Interesting that they put Funny Astro in on the previous map to really play the same exact stuff that we saw Boombox play in map number 2. So we get a look at Boombox yet again. A very good flex support player who's now playing that Baptiste.
Yeah, I personally, it seemed like Philly wanted the Lucio for their offense pushes on Hanamura.
Yeah.
Here, I think, which is odd, obviously, because Master was playing a lot of Brigitte across that whole map, but he really seems to have an affinity with that particular hero. Could have something to do with his origin, not really sure. Heading over towards, Dorado. Again, it's a map where we'll probably see double flex support. Alarm and Boombox, the Batistan's in, and slow play, use the cart. Orisa sets up there. May controls chokes, and I think the second phase of this map will be the most interesting. Like this high ground courthouse area. We'll see how the teams sort of try and get around that. Hangzhou should feature heavily, right, Matt?
Yeah, exactly. And Bap Zen just gives you a ton of damage, extra damage, right? You have the Baptiste, the Zen, let's say you run like a Hangzhou, and then you also have a Mei. There's a lot of damage there outside of the tanks to just constantly poke around. So having that Baptiste is great. Obviously, the Baptiste can control the high ground rather easily as well. So very good on a map here like Dorado.
Out the gates we go, and to no one's surprise, it will be Boombox on the Baptiste. So he and Alarm have combined in the maps that they have played for more final blows than actually the rest of their team combined, more than half. So the support line from Philadelphia has been doing a lot of work in terms of securing at least these kills.
Yeah.
And again, so it is a testament to just how high damage this composition is. Master now playing. Master's played a revolving door of different heroes over the course of this series. He's back on the Baptiste.
Yep. Yeah, we've seen him on the Baptiste, the Lucio, the Brigitte. We've seen him on a lot of the supports thus far, as it'll be Atlanta on attack here. No surprise in terms of the damage dealers with the Mei and the Hangzhou thus far. Hangzhou's pretty good this whole map, right? You think about the verticality from point A to point B. Hangzhou can really be a nuisance on the high ground.
Yeah, whole thing he looks quite good. Pulp and accretion combo, but Gator not really bothered by a boulder. They're going to force the fusion down to the low ground just by moving up here. So Philly played that high ground phase without really finding any kills, but as soon as they rotate, they get rid of Hawk. It looks like that was an accretion straight into the Sigma's face. All the intellect Sigma has, he can't calculate the trajectory of a flying block. That seems a bit strange, but okay.
So they're stuck now at the choke. So what does Atlanta do? They want to rotate around. You don't have a Lucio for the speed, right? So it's really telegraphed if you come around towards the staircase. But like with a Lucio, we see a lot of teams, they'll opt for that type of play. Atlanta, you almost just kind of have to play the choke with this setup.
Baby Bay, these little peaks for him are fine until Hyperspheres start coming his way, and then he's really going to have to reposition. Just like that, you see, he has to back out now, play over the bridge. He had his own Sigma shield in front of him for a time. Carpe is sitting right back there by the statue, by the fountain, so hasn't really featured heavily on the kill feed yet. And the Atlanta Rain are making slow, ponderous progress forward. This is what you expect from these double shield compositions. Someone at Philly decided to pull the trigger and go for the Immortality field. It pays off. They get rid of Dogman. Dogman again, characteristically aggressive piece, and Alarm is playing very conservatively here from the back line.
Oh, it's, you do lose Sato though in the front. That's going to beat the Amp Matrix plus some damage from the Orisa and Ursa to finish off. How do you play this now without your Orisa?
Both the Mays hug the walls. They know that if they can sort of break the cycle of getting frozen up, that they won't turn to ice completely. But Philly have to give a lot of ground losing Sato here. Fury's shield just frankly cannot stand for long at all. It goes in a matter of seconds. And oh, there it is! Sometimes when you play Hangzhou, kills just come to you. Fury gets taken down while in midair, and that was a nice gravitic flux transition. Hawk again, solidifying his status as a top Sigma player.
And that feels bad for Philly. You lose Carpe to a nice flick there from Baby Bay, and you also invest your Blizzard into that. Atlanta can hold on to a lot of their ultimates, everything outside of that gravitic flux, and now you have the Dragon. You have Halt Dragon potentially, right? You have Blizzard as well. A lot of combos you can use for Atlanta to keep that card moving.
Well, customary at this point to try and take your high ground, as the cart probably will just have, Dogman attending it for the most time, while the rest of the Rain try and push up and try and remedy the overall slowness of the way that their composition advances through the map. Baby Bay sees the shield, probably getting pretty used to those by now. Gravitic Flux catches Gator, but he's able to get out of it there, so he uses his Fortify. He's no longer subject to the gravity. Oh, Fury's in trouble. Kinetic Grasp, also Immortality field thrown down, and they've stayed alive for so long. Dogman goes for a Transcendence, and it looks like he's just matching Alarms. The Atlanta Reign wanted to go aggressive there, but they've caught Fury and they've caught Alarm off towards the side. Now that wall helps them stay alive and get back, but Baby Bay is just dominating Carpe.
Baby Bay's had a good series. Regardless how this turns out for Atlanta, I thought his McCree was good, and now you see on the Hangzhou, just any hero that takes a lot of just mechanical skill in terms of aim, Baby Bay is usually pretty good at it. Hangzhou today, it's been his calling as he picks up another first blow in a fight. And that'll get the Atlanta Reign almost, yeah, it looks like Philly not going to contest. That'll be the second checkpoint.
Hawk is doing an absurd amount of damage relative to the rest of his team here, Matt. Like a good third of his team's damage is coming from him. I don't think anyone was really skeptical about him. You know, when he came into this team, he had a really strong reputation from being on the academy roster for the Atlanta Reign, but still, he really looks so comfortable there. Now Fury, again, we haven't seen much of him this season up until very recently. So Hawk just really making it hard for the Fusion to approach here, and Philly want to be able to do that, but slowly. Okay, nice accretion, Baby Bay. That is a rock thrown through the window, and Ivy finds 2.
Oh, that is difficult to watch from his POV. Gets just brought up into the air, hit in the face with a rock, nothing you can do. But like you mentioned with Hawk, though, with the amount of damage that he's been able to put out, you saw a little bit of it there. Like when Philly plays so clumped together in these chokes and whatnot, like your Sigma's going to get a lot of damage, right? With just kind of spamming constantly. Like Sigma doesn't have a reload animation. He can just throw the Hyperspheres forever. And that's where you're going to see a lot of the damage come to chip damage. This is an interesting play. It's a dragon that tries to come through the floor here, but Philly reads it.
Yeah, but Philly aren't doing anything to stop what's going on the ground, and Carpe gets picked off again. It's Hawk this time. Gravitic Flux, he knows that Philly have to challenge, so he makes the most of it, but he's frozen up. What can Philly do to respond to this? Dogman had the Transcendence, so that Blizzard, all it does is slows down the Atlanta Reign. Yeah, I guess they'll be telling their kids they had to, you know, walk 3 miles in snow to the payload, but they're still going to win the map at this rate.
Alarm is 99% towards that Transcendence. Probably would have used it to get back towards the cart and drops at the final seconds. Carpe gets on. He's in a blizzard, though. Immortality field down. Lots of trouble, but you have Ivy now getting on the point as Tracer. Transcendence used by Alarm. As this looks like the Atlanta Reign, they're going to set a tremendous time here.
Maywall thrown out, so it's really just Ivy right now. He has to try and recall. Supercharger for Gator. Baby Bay on the legs, gets himself a Helix Rocket finish on Ivy. And Gator sits so comfortably here, he just waits for people to challenge him. A very long-winded kinetic grasp from Fury, and that kept him alive a little bit longer, but it's just all. Let's make no mistake about that. Frankly, that was a pretty abysmal hold from Philadelphia. They really at no point gave Atlanta Reign pause for thought.
After Atlanta took the first checkpoint, there was no defense from Philly whatsoever. I mean, it was non-existent. Maybe a little bit. Yep, you can go sub to Dogman again on YouTube if you want to see.
There is so much banter from Atlanta. I mean, like,
Atlanta
Gators' mic got muted, and he said I was too easy, so they had to mute my mic. Like, there is, these guys are friends, but you do have like 2 teams that talk a bunch of trash. Since Philadelphia now has a few more.
Please. If you were to make a power rankings of general chat in Overwatch League matches, Atlanta would probably be #1 and stay #1 forever, I feel like.
I think so. Especially this look from Philly. I think, you know, once you get Funny Astro and Boombox together, you know, you start to get a little bit of trash spoken, but with Carpe, Ivy, Sato, Fury, Alarm,
the banter
these guys
power rankings, Baby Bay may win alone. Baby Bay and Dogman may win alone.
Yeah, well, it's you know, it's not 7 a.m., so Baby Bay is not exactly at his zenith power-wise.
I love those guys. They're hilarious. I mean, if you're not following Dogman or Baby Bay, you got to go out and do it.
They're just ridiculous.
They're just great
humans.
Characters, man.
Yeah, and they're not too bad at clicking heads either. You know, Dogman has a very large amount of final blows. He's managed to sort of pick up 4, and he actually had 4 after like point B. So looking for a lot of those aggressive peaks. I don't know, the Reign really just burn with the fire, and once they get momentum, they really start to lean in and exercise that.
Yeah, they weren't plugging their YouTubes game 1 and 2. We just saw it right after that.
I mean, like, you know, and we hope that you guys at home, if you haven't seen them before, one day soon we'll have another chance to see them on stage in the future, because they really make quite an electric atmosphere. But for now, they're gonna just, you know, type things on the internet. That seems like how they're gonna get in Philly's head.
No,
Philadelphia.
No Lucio here. like I mentioned earlier, from Philly. So it really makes that staircase very difficult to push down through the spam from Hawk. So you're really just trying to work this choke.
Ivy, Fury, Alarm. This trio will rotate to the high ground. We'll obviously have an Orisa play in the choke, yeah. I mean, if they can just make, incremental movements with the payload like they are now, I mean, just little pushes from Gator. Okay, now having Hawk on the other side of that wall is less than ideal. It was almost Fury that got caught out there. Quite simply, Philly need to find a pick here. Yep. I mean, getting rid of Baby Bay would be
you're trying to manufacture it, right? You're trying to get players on both sides of the cart, push them back, get them to scramble a little bit, open up a sight line for whether it be Carpe or Ivy to get a pick off, but Atlanta playing very good here. They're just not giving them anything at all.
And they're constantly in flux, man. They're always moving. Hawk. Okay, Kinetic Grasp gets a bit of shielding, backs away, doesn't get frozen up, doesn't have a shield to work with right now, but Sigma has about 1,200 abilities, so and shields down, can still do other stuff.
And it's gotten to the point where the Philly Fusion felt like they needed to invest in Amp Matrix there to manufacture a pickoff, get the extra damage, and they don't get anything with it. So Atlanta with another good hold. So we've seen from them the second half. Hanamura, they were good on D, now they're bringing it here on Dorado.
Oh, this looks very subdued by Philadelphia. They need to come up with an answer. This is a star-studded roster. And frankly, if you're sat there in the coaching staff, you are molding. There is no reason why these guys can't come up with an answer right now. Eventually, it is going to have to come down to the individuals and those DPSs on the Fusion or even Alarm, Boombox, somebody. They have to try and find a way to force a mistake. I understand that Atlanta aren't just going to step out into line of sight and get their head shot off by a Hangzhou arrow. You have to create these opportunities for yourself. Right now, they're playing very slow, very passive.
You have to understand, though, Atlanta, with the composition and with May and the double shield, you can play slow, as that'll be a Gravitic Flux with a May wall and comes right after. You can play slow and out of line of sight. Ivy would say he's in trouble.
Well, how about Ivy plays from his spawn?
I mean, he will for the next few seconds. They'll come
Bit of a non-bow there. Okay, we saw Gravitic Flux sort of pulled everyone away from the Dragon Strike and Baby Bay, but I don't think it really matters. Frankly, Madeira, I don't give a darn. The fact is the Atlanta Reign still have plenty of ultimates to use. The Supercharged Transcendence still ready to be used here, so a ton to throw at Philly. There's no guarantee that Philadelphia can actually set up a solid Dragon Strike combo here. There's way too much. There's Immortality Field.
Yeah.
There's Fortify Facade to walk on out. There's Ice Block. It's hard. Ivy... Yeah, I mean, just throw some icicles out, see what you can find.
Yeah, you'll probably see a Supercharger used for both teams here early on. There it is for Gator. This will just buy more time. So it looks like Fury wants entrance with the Gravitic Flux. You can probably just get rid of that with the Immortality Field and then Transcendence after, and that's exactly what happens. As that really doesn't do anything here for the Philly Fusion.
No, I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what they really had because the Reign had the perfect combo of defensive abilities and ultimates. Man, they had Transcendence and Immortality Field up.
So telegraphed.
Yeah, and the Dragon Strike comes in from the next county line, so they see it coming and they just step on out of it. Look, Atlanta Reign look fantastic. They look very solid. Their engages look very good, and they're also not taking any undue risks. Philadelphia don't look good.
No.
That was not good at all from them and not up to the standard they showed the first two maps. So now, once more, Philadelphia's fate is in their own hands and they need to win in a map 5.
This feels like a lot like the first series we just watched where one team dominates at the beginning of the half, they look great, everything's rolling, and then they fall apart in the second half where now the Atlanta Reign have really put it together as I would mention now Erster, right? He comes into the lineup to play the May all the time and they've looked much better.
Yeah, and, I personally have a real fondness for both of these teams, especially the individuals on them. But I've said before that, Philly fans, I believe, exist in a state between pure ecstasy and incredible, undying rage. Let's see which one they're going to be walking away from this match with as we head to the break. When we return, Map 5, Philly style. It's the decider here in the Overwatch League. We'll see you in just a moment.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Download free now.
Oh, hello.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
Live.
We are back here at the
That's
Overwatch
phenomenal.
League. We're collecting ourselves. That was kind of crazy what we saw in that last map. And again, Philly have to do it in a map number 5. I mean, in fairness to them, they are good at this. This is their wheelhouse. But the Atlanta Reign, they're not the kind of team that's going to just let them walk over here. Now, Philly did look very good on the control map. Busan was still close, though. It was still a song of Torbjorn versus Tracer. You know, Carpe trying to shut down Edison and finding a way to deal with the Torb.
But since they've gone to a mirror matchup where you have Baby Bay on the Hangzhou and then you have Erster on the Mei, Atlanta's been able to find success after halftime. So now as we go into game 5 and you don't have maybe like Edison kind of running around trying to force Tracer in certain spots against Torbjorn, getting kind of counter-picked at times by Carpe, will Atlanta be able to win in the head-to-head?
They have to have, gone back and thought a little bit about, what they saw in the first couple rounds. What I want to know is if they stay with the Brigitte here, if they think that's the answer, if Master's going to be on that pick. He's an incredible Lucio player.
Yeah.
I'm not saying the Brigitte hurt them necessarily. I think it adds an extra layer of appeal, but Carpe's playing Torbjorn, mate. He's not going to be in your backline for you to shield bash. You're just trying to punish Sato as much as you can?
No, they can't get aggressive, right? But the Brigitte is used in a way where they thought Philly maybe would come out with a more aggressive comp, try and take the action. Then that's where Brig can be effective, kind of brawling on the point. But we didn't see any of that from the Philly Fusion. So here on Ilios, I don't know if you're going to necessarily need the Brig or see the Brig.
Well, regardless, again, this is a map that offers a couple of different opportunities as opposed to what we saw on Busan. The way that these maps are structured, I mean, especially for example, is a little bit unique here. Now, there is a lot of potential for Lucio to be high impact on this map, right? Obviously, with the environmental kill potential, Brig has a bit of that herself. I don't think you lean on it nearly as much here. I want to see, if the McCrees really get picked here and they make the most of this well area, because that sort of quadrangle, the square in the middle of the map, is about McCree's ideal range, where he's not too close, but he's also not experiencing any damage fall off.
If you see the Rhine with the Orisa and the Lucio, I think you may see McCree from Philly, just because it's a better gap closer and in terms of just like medium range damage, probably is safer than like the Hanzo. Where it looks like they want to run Rhine Orisa, so they want to get aggressive. They're going to have that Lucio in play, and then like I mentioned, you see Carpe play the McCree because it's a medium range type of composition. What's interesting is Atlanta counters it, and they're going to not have the Rhine in here though, so they're going to just try and kite this. When you see, Philly's going to move around, Atlanta's they're just going to kind of keep circling around each other. They don't want to let the Rhine get close.
What does the Sigma give you here playing at long ranges? I mean, I guess he gets a lot of value in the side building, but out in the open, those hyperspheres, if they're not really bouncing around and getting AoE damage to multiple targets, don't seem that great.
Movable shield, a little bit more flexibility. You see like a stun. Rein really, like, look, if Philly just stands there, what is the Reinhardt providing?
I mean, they want to hold the Rein into the pit if they possibly can. Sato needs to be careful not to get too close to the edge there. Ursa just picks off Ivy at extreme range there. It looks like the shields were down for a time. Both shields from Philly, though, were dropped, and really they should be trying to cycle them as much as they can. That pick gives Atlanta the point.
I mean, Philly gets a pick as well, but it doesn't matter because they're not able to get anything going with the Rein. I think you're going to have to see them potentially think about switching off of this after this next fight.
I mean, how does it work, though? Sato, does he play Sigma? I mean, Sato has to take the Orisa, Fury has to take the Sigma then, if that's what they're going to do. That's
I mean, they would
a loss of ult economy.
Yeah, they'd have to switch back. I mean, maybe you see it after a Supercharger. Almost at this point, they're kind of committed to it. Gator pushes right on in.
That's perfect. Use that aggression. I mean, that's where you want to be as Sigma, and that's where you don't want to be as McCree. Carpe got run over there, and Masa gets himself back on the Lucio, and a speed boost allows the range to engage. A really clean fight.
Yep, clean fight there from Atlanta, but Carpe now goes to Hangzhou, so this will give them a little bit more damage at range. But I'm really interested in what happens with these tanks, as Ivy will get caught out there by Ursa. So they kind of have to keep the tanks like you mentioned because of ultimate economy, at least at this point. But you have to probably consider switching off of it. I just don't think you're going to be able to close the gap. If Atlanta was running the Brig, it'd be a completely different story.
Right, because they don't have the ability to just run over
away.
Philly. But the Reinhardt looks and it feels awkward on this map. Philly don't want to play in close quarters, but they don't want to have him yanked into the pit by the Orisa either. Carpe, again, gets his little flank. So, I mean, the Atlanta Reign don't need encouragement to stay inside in that room. They have the point already. Carpe has to find a meaningful pick. Maybe with a hold, setup, combo. No, Fury's down, and Philly are just not in this round. They've never been in this round.
No. Well, the issue is they need to play close Philly to get any type of value out of the Reinhardt. If they speed boost at the Atlanta Reign, the Atlanta Reign speed boost away. And then they have more utility to just pick up kills at longer ranges. As Fury now gives up on the Orisa, he'll go to Wrecking Ball just to get a touch.
I mean, if that's all it is, then it doesn't really solve anything, does it? Hawk, Gravitic Flux was hoping to make Philly, unable to touch the point here, but he'll take that cheeky accretion. Carpe's lucky just to skitter away across the rooftops to even stay alive. So here's a sound barrier here from Atlanta. They're going to push up. Ursa almost got knocked into the pit there. He actually just changed his trajectory briefly before Astro sent him sprawling in. That is a complete and utter yikes from me. Sato trying to shadow behind him and he gets blocked in.
The way Philly was out comping Atlanta earlier, they're getting that point. They got out comped pretty bad.
That is okay. Carpe gets 2 final blows. He has 2 out of his 3s. 2 out of 3 of his team's total final blows. Hey, so here you can play the Reinhardt.
play the Reinhardt here. I was just going to say that you can play the Rein Orisa here. This is a point that would work. But you see Atlanta's response: Junkrat Brig. That's the response here from the Atlanta Reign to this.
You can play Sim here quite happily. If you're going to be, going up and clashing shields for much of the round. I mean, he's probably not going to stay in it. Maybe just play the Hangzhou again. But I mean, you have so many options as Atlanta. They are ready for this. Philly are in trouble.
Yeah, and then we're going to see the Torb come out. So Torb May with the Rein, and this is going to be Atlanta running the Junk with Ursa. And then the Brig. Atlanta should be able to get point control here.
Well, Ursa will start here getting a little bit of early poke damage now. Philadelphia can't stand inside there. They are denied much of that room unless they want to take a lot of shield damage, which it appears they are. Atlanta will take their time.
Atlanta doesn't need the point right now because they know they're going to be able to manufacture pickoffs. Like, they're just baiting the Philly Fusion out.
Yeah, those shields can't stand up to the onslaught of the Torbjorn. That Gator, a little bit compromising spot, but just walks away. Pops his Fortify and gets out of trouble. Ursa, though, wasn't quick enough, not nearly as lucky, so it is a 6v5. But Philly have to trundle their way towards the point here. There will be some time for Ursa, who's just respawned, to get back for the late fight. Astro is going to push together. Philly just trying to envelop the Atlanta Reign. That is beautiful! Perfect stuff from Funny Astro, and maybe a little bit of vitriol there for his old team. Easy in the chat from Funny Astro.
That is a big boot there from Funny Astro. Could have potentially saved the game here for the Philly Fusion. So things are not looking good.
Oh, it's hilarious. The banner in the chat. Master says it's an L2P issue, in my opinion, which is learn to play. Wow, okay. Well, nicely done by Funny Astro. He's probably hoping to get a bit of that done on well, but there was no opportunity for it. Philly are in control. They've just evened up on capture percentage now as well. Or hoping for something for later. Bit of a schnack. Bit of extra health.
They get nothing with that Amp Matrix, though.
Okay, Blizzard here, defensive, did I? Yeah, maybe they get shattered during that one. Yeah, you hear the upward inflection in my tone. It's not because I've been an American too long, it's because that was really questionable. Gator goes down to Carpe's turret. Ivy, you know, yeah, he'll be fine. He'll just get rid of Hawk and be done with it. So Philly, some signs of life now. I wonder if they gambled on just not getting well on this map.
Oh, what? No, stop it. Stop
I mean,
that.
the comp looked awful.
I mean, it was, yeah, because it was, but I also think there's a part of it where they didn't expect Atlanta to be playing the Lucio. They expected Atlanta to be playing the Brig, so they would have been able to run them down. Ooh, Ivy gets caught out. They have to jump down.
All right, so they give out the high ground. They would have liked to hold it a little bit longer, get some extra percentage, but doesn't always work out that way. Best laid plans and all that. This is, okay, singularly aggressive play from BabyBay. Trying to flank here. Gravitic Flux while Hawk turns his attention now to Sato. It's going to be a sound barrier from Astro here. Carpe caught outside the Immortality field, but he gets the safety. Only just, though. Molten Core over on the point, and Master was frozen solid. He was just using his rally as well, so all of that healing, all of that extra armor, that's gone. Forget about it. Philadelphia now at 95%, and BabyBay still in a safe position to do work, but many of his teammates have already been felled.
And there's a Blizzard on the point.
It's over. One apiece here, and Philly get, I mean, a map that really makes sense with their composition, and when they play a neutral game versus Atlanta, they look to be better.
We get one more round to decide it all. As I'm really interested to see what these teams run compositional-wise. Do you see a Widowmaker from either side? Torbjorn would be... It look like BabyBay hovers the Torb. All right, so they want to play the Brig, because that BabyBay is going to TP them out. Does he go and play Torb of his own, and do they match outside of just the Rhine versus Sigma? Is that the game plan here for Atlanta? I think that may be it. We'll see.
Seems to be what they're looking for now. So early TPs here. Sato charges. It's faster for him to charge. He gets further. Okay. All right. Well, what a fitting moment to see this come out now.
I wonder if BabyBay will go play the Widow himself. Never one to shy away from a duel.
Sato already is going to push up here, so this just gives them a really strong little anchor onto the point. Ton of damage from Fury, though. This also does expose you from multiple angles in the high ground, just to take poke damage in general. So they're relying on Carpe to do a lot of work here. He has to find these headshots. It's Carpe we're talking about. I don't really know why that needs to be brought into question. He's found a couple already. Okay, has to heal himself. I mean, that makes sense, really. You have Batiste and Lucio, but you have to be self-sufficient from this position. You can't really tax your team's healing resources. You can't be a liability. Oh, okay, that's the shot you want to hit. Exo boots used by Dogman, which is, frankly, bonkers that he would use it knowing the Widow's sitting in the corner, but he gets away with it. Can't say the same for the rest of his team, though.
Yeah, as he gets a shot into BabyBay, and Funny Astro cleans him up. So just an Amp Matrix there used at the beginning for the Philly Fusion, but Widowmaker provides some good cover from above. Yep, BabyBay, he'll play the Widow. You almost have to, right? You can't allow Carpe to just go uncontested. You're not going to play something like a Winston or a Genji. You're going to just match with a Widow of your own.
BabyBay is in the top echelon of sort of critical hit accuracy, critical hit kills. So, well, yeah, Alarm. Not really impressed by that. Doesn't really care. He's like you, man. Doesn't really give a damn about the numbers.
Alarm's pretty decent as well. Just drills him from across the map.
Sato has no shield, really. He's going to back away. Prevents him from getting broken, so it will regenerate a little faster. Yeah, oddly enough, considering he would be the one to be the impetus for their disengagement, but we'll let that one go. Dogman, yeah, punished a little bit heavily this time. Still going to survive it. Gator, though, not so lucky now. It's a 4v5. Atlanta have the numbers here. Fury's frozen up close, so close to the mega health pack, but he's not going to get it. Ursa and Hawk combine nicely, and I don't know, man. Hawk is really coming to his own here. He's definitely outshone Fury when it comes to that Sigma play over the course of the series. And Atlanta get themselves on the point now, but they're going to have to settle in for a long, cold winter. I'm not just talking about the main play.
And you saw there for a split second when we were on with Sato and he was on the point, why they want Masa on the brig. They try and push through the point with the Sigma, and they're not able to do so right away. They wait a second, they come back with the Brigitte with the Sigma, and they're able to just barrel on through Sato.
Kappa going to make their way through. Okay, here's the Gravitic Flux now. Maybe they sat in the back corner. Neither Widow challenging each other right now. It's a matter of trying to work those tanks down. Ideally not shields. Oh, that's a nice headshot though, but Dogman still goes down. An amplified fire strike keeps him at bay. Kappa's going to find Ursa. They actually get each other. Ursa's icicle was already in flight before he went down, and the Atlanta Rain are going to get cleaned up here. Now they're in the danger zone. Sato's close to an Earth Shatter here, and they'll be walking headlong into it. The Atlanta Rain don't have much of their own to work with, though.
They don't have anything. Masa's going to have to go to Lucio to come back and get a touch. You're really relying on Baby Bagel or Ursa to get a pick off early on here. Turn the tides in your favor.
Baby Bay's going to play a little bit more aggressively now. He knows he needs to do more than just try and match, and he gets rid of Alarm. It's traded out, though. Both Widows have found kills early on. Hawk trying to slow down Funny Astro, but can't find the increasing kill. Gets caught out. Frozen. Reinhardt behind him. Hammer swings through, and it's brought down. Philadelphia Fusion, one day, they are going to die by the sword that they live by, man. But today is not that day.
It goes all the way to a Game 5, the final round, but Philly able to come out on top. Now you lose the first two maps if you're the Fusion. You battle back. You win the first two maps, you lose the next two, and then you battle back in that final map, where at least early on it didn't look like it was going to go in your favor. The Atlanta Rain played great in that first point, but Carpe comes in with some clutch Widowmaker shots, Sato as well, and the Reinhardt. They're all of map 5 long, keeps them in it.
Now this series definitely had everything in that last round as well. I mean, the amount of healing, I mean, we'd already talked about this much, but it was like 22k to 14k. Philly are able to get so much more healing on the rest of their team and sustain through a lot of those fights. Carpe ends up with 10 final blows, so across the entire map, that is. But switching to Widow, you can see he made an impact. He gets a pick on Gator, right at the start of that last fire. Without the Orisa, there's no staying power. And then Hawk decides to go off and try and chase down Funny Astro, and then all of a sudden, there is no protection. Carpe's in a position where he can find another kill. He and Ersten trade, and that's really it. It has to be map 5 for Philadelphia Fusion. It seems like there is no other way. The last time these two teams played, it was also a map 5.
They're still 8-1 though, right? I mean, you're worried because the games are close, but you're not worried because of skill or anything else like that in terms of Philly. We've seen them play numerous weeks, all different types of compositions that they've had to deal with, hero pools, etc. They've come out on top. Philly looks like one of the teams to beat.
Yeah, we definitely questionable play from them on well. They're just the composition. You could see it a mile off, right? It just didn't make a lot of sense. And Atlanta are pro players themselves. They knew sort of how to counter that one. But I mean, so many huge plays from Philly. But we definitely got to talk about our player of the match, Matt.
Yeah, player of the match today. I believe it is Carpe for the Philadelphia Fusion. He was fantastic today. You know, the Torbjorn. He said, he gets his 4,000th final blow. I think definitely deserving.
I mean, I was really impressed by Alarm over the course of the series. Funny Astro makes a big impact, but I mean, I definitely think Carpe shone here. I think the first two maps were really the most important, especially when you're going to map 5. As always, Philly continue to lock down that control map type, and that's what you want to be. If you're going to be a map 5 team, you best be unbesmirched on those control maps. And when we went to Ilios, they were able to lock it down.
I still think in a loss, you still see a lot of good things about the Atlanta Rain. I think why people rate them so high. Although you end up losing the series, you move to 3-2 now. I still think Atlanta, one of the stronger teams in the Atlantic Division.
Yeah, and then going forward, I mean, they really have got so many more games to play. I think that's only what their 5th match so far. Because Philly have played like 8, so the Atlanta Rain will get to go back then and sort of survey the rest of their division and go, okay, well, maybe Philly's a bit of a challenge for us. Maybe Paris causes some problems. But there are a lot of teams that they could quote-unquote prey on here as long as they keep that level of play high. That will see them heading into a playoff situation looking pretty favorable. That whole division, we've looked at it before. It is completely stacked.
Yes, the Atlantic has a lot of good teams in it, but I'm excited for the next game. Final game of the day. The Shock versus the Gladiators. The Shock, they've been up and down this season, and I think the Gladiators, they have a really new look that's impressed me.
Absolutely. The San Francisco Shocker on the run back. Last time they went against the Gladiators, it didn't go so well for them. San Francisco, I mean, they're 500 right now, wins and losses. It's not what we expected from them this season. Let's see if they reach the lofty expectations that they have set for them right here on the Overwatch League after the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
Joining me as per usual are Reinforce as well as Custa. And what a game it was. It really came down to the very last round on the very last map. However, in the end, Fusion took it, and that means both of you are right.
Haha! I was going to say woo, but I'm sad for you, Zoe. I apologize.
Thank you.
I'm not sad
also,
for you at all.
you got your
If that makes
predictions
you feel better.
wrong to begin with, because you wanted to actually predict Atlanta.
No.
I feel like you should get half a point for that.
Well,
you should
yeah,
get a
you
half a
do.
point for that.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
Can
put
we
down
request only
in my
half?
predictions Philadelphia. Check the proof. It says on the
Yeah.
graphic itself. It says
True,
Philadelphia Fusion.
But if anyone has too much time on their hand, and let's be real, we're all at home right now, so please, no one has an excuse to have anything better to do than go ahead and rewatch last segment where Reinforce kept on hacking on about him thinking
It was
that
just a test.
Atlanta
It was a test to see if you were awake, and you
Oh,
weren't.
okay.
And so it goes.
I wasn't. I'm calling you out on it. Anyway, let's talk about the game, all right?
All right, let's go. I'm ready.
No, it got really close there in the second half, and I'm very thrilled to listen to Costa's feedback. Erster was in; he was able to bring the Mei into the mix, and also added just a lot of versatility for that team. And it almost looked like Atlanta Reign could have had it in the very end. But let's discuss the changes being made from the Atlanta Reign. What was the biggest point?
I saw them put in Erster, and I was like, oh, I'm so excited. And they come out on defense, and he's playing Junkrat. I'm like, oh no, this is not what I meant when I said put in Erster. But they get
worked, though.
Yeah, they get a full hold. They are smarter than me, so they do get the value with it. Erster gets a lot of value, but the value of having Erster in the lineup is he's very comfortable playing the Mei and playing that. And you saw that throughout the maps that they had the ability to adapt, put Erster on Tracer, but also let him play the Mei most of the time. But you got to give props to Gator and Hawk. Those guys are just so good on this tank duo. And they just got so much value, accretions, halts, just value across the board, and Hawk was just doing so much damage. So that's what brought them back, but they just fell short at the finish line.
Reinforce, what went wrong on the Philadelphia side of things? I mean, suddenly 2 maps in a row, they didn't even manage to capture a single point. What was going on?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can fault the shot calling a little bit, but at the same token, I think we talked about during the game break the fact that Atlanta Reign is a super solid double shield team. So when they finally started committing to the Baptiste, etc., they really started shining and actually playing like we expected them to do. So I don't really think you should fault Philadelphia Fusion as much as it was Atlanta Reign improving in the second half. They brought it really close, and then we saw on Ilios, they actually started bringing out the Brigitte again with Masa, and then Carpe started popping off on the Widowmaker, like he does so often, right? In clutch moments, you can always rely on Carpe to show up. So yeah, I mean, you can't really fault the Philadelphia Fusion for not getting either of those points, in my opinion. I think Atlanta Reign played it really good, and I think you have to credit them for that. Obviously, in hindsight, you could have made some adjustments for the Philadelphia Fusion, but overall, I just want to credit Atlanta Reign for bringing it back and then, falling short on the goal line.
Absolutely. Now, that was a close game, an intense game, and we did almost see the second reverse sweep of the day. So, big question: Can we go all the way to map 5 again in our last match of the day? I think we might be blessed with 5 maps across the board, as we're gonna see the San Francisco Shock taking on the LA Gladiators. This is gonna be a good one. I said about the last game too, and I was right. So I'm just gonna, assume that this is gonna be the case for this one as well. Looking at the San Francisco Shock and their starting lineup, what kind of changes do you want to see them making, given their last few games having been maybe more on the shaky side?
Yeah, a bit more on the shaky side, but I think we brought it up in the Watchpoint pre-show as well. We actually do want to see Super and Chobin mantle that front line, but instead we're going to see Super and Smurf, which is... I mean, you could say that it's a surprise, but at the same time, we've seen a lot of teams actually play the Reinhardt and the Orisa composition throughout this weekend. So, you're sort of seeing what the San Francisco Shock are going to do when you see both of these main tank players fielded. Then you see, of course, Ans and Rascal both being fielded. Rascal, he comes and goes. We don't see a ton of Rascal consistently in the lineup. I think it might be because of the Mei. I would, at least predict anyway, because he is so versatile, has a fantastic Mei. But he has such a deep hero pool that we can't really predict what Rascal is going to play. He could really honestly play any hero in the game.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And if we're looking at their opponents today, the LA Gladiators, Costa, we already discussed it in the pre-show that their tank line, their back line, like across the board, this team just looks incredible solid. Do you think they will have any issues whatsoever with the hero pools in place for this week?
I think this is pretty bread and butter for the Gladiators team. We have Mira and Birdring, which is what they've been leaning to. We've seen bits and pieces of Jaru, but for the most part, it's been Mira. You have Big Goose and Shaz in the back line, and then obviously OG and Space in the tanks. These guys across the board have massive hero pools. They can all pretty much play anything. It's whether or not they can pull that cohesion into this double tank setup. Obviously, we know exactly what Shock's going to play. They're showing that they're going to play the Ryan and the Orisa. So it's going to be interesting how OG and Space play against that. That we saw them play a lot of Ryan Zaya last week. We don't expect much of that. But I would love to see OG on the Orisa, Space on the Sigma. They're both incredibly good at those characters.
Yeah, I agree. But I also want to say, before we jump to the match, that if we don't see Sinatra throughout this series, we really have to start asking some questions, because we have been talking about for weeks now about how Sinatra is one of the best leaders in this San Francisco Shock team, and we want them to actually establish some kind of stability in their roster. And now again, we're not seeing Choyobin in the starting lineup, we're not seeing Sinatra in the starting lineup. Where are these two people? We see them rotate in and out, but I want them to establish some kind of consistency within their shot calling, and we're not really seeing that right now. So maybe San Francisco Shock can come out blazing, you know, hitting shots like they did last year specifically, but I want to see what they can do without Sinatra and Choyobin in the lineup. I have my doubts. This might actually be an opportunity for Gladiators to upset the Shock.
Again.
But we've seen it from so many teams time and time again that control map lineups always have a tendency to look slightly different as they're coming in with a few different strats there. However, let's see what they bring to the tables in those first two maps, and for all the action, we'll head back over to Uber and Mr. X.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
That's right, it's your lazy Sunday here on the Overwatch League. You might be feeling lazy, but these players aren't, because the matches keep getting better. This one, it's time for a bit of a salty California run back, man. I know how salty Californians get sometimes. Trust me. This one has got plenty on the line. The San Francisco Shock are looking to get a win against the Gladiators, who always seem to be the one that takes them down a peg.
Right, and the Gladiators, you know, they've looked very good this season. I think a lot of people were surprised with their roster, but the Shock, world champions last year, 2-2 at this moment in time. Everyone asking, is it too early to panic? What's going on with this team?
Are they asking that, actually?
Yeah. Like, people are panicking about this. Like, it's 2-2. They don't look great, but they still have a sick roster, top to bottom. We still have a lot of season left to go.
And here is that roster. Arnsun Sniper. We've got Rascal, Super, Smurf, Violet, and Moth coming in. By the way, a veritable trove of, you know, star players on their bench as well. In fairness, if you are one of those people that are going, well, hey, like, you know, is it too early to panic? Look, I mean, they are currently the weakest team in California, potentially, right? They lost to the Valiant, they lost to the Gladiators now, and of course, this Gladiators roster, I mean, not a shock to see their perform as well as they have been. Mirror looks fantastic on this Doomfist, especially now this week. Well, it's going to be a different story. We'll see if he tries to play. It's unlikely. Birdring, OG, Space, Big Goose, and Shaz. Space adds a ton to this team. His Sigma is frankly nutty. We should expect to see that today as well.
Yeah, they make the trade to get OG in the offseason because they believe that having a solid main tank was better than having, you know, one really star damage dealer when they deal decay to the Dallas Fuel. And I think the OG trade has worked out for both teams. I think both teams have benefited from it. Now the Gladiators, they have a really strong front line with OG in Space, which ranks amongst the best. And then they also have a really strong back line.
Well, here are your maps. Ilios is going to be our first, followed by Eichenwald, Volskaya, Route 66, and then if we need it, we may well, it is going to be Oasis. Interestingly enough, neither of these teams have great histories on Ilios, right? So, you know, in the past, they've looked really scrappy. The Gladiators have like a sub 30% win rate on the map in general. I want to see how they shore that up here because this tank line battle, OG versus Super, this is... frankly, it's just sick. Rascal versus Birdring, I mean, hello? There are some sick matchups here. Super and Smurf come in together. So, do we see Ryan Orisa from the Shock as well?
It's so weird. Like, yeah, I mean, I guess you would have to play Ryan Orisa with these two, right? If you're going to play Sigma, Choi would be in the game. As looks like we'll wait to see what they decide to play. I think you're still waiting for a bit. But it looks like we see the Gladiators coming out, potentially with the Rhine and the Orisa, with OG on the Rhine and Space on the Orisa. It's just what the Shock decide to do.
No, there's no way. Yeah, we don't see this.
No. They have to be playing the Rhine Orisa.
We did just see Ilios, obviously, between Philly and Atlanta. This particular map, actually, where Widow make it look really good. We've seen Arns also... Yeah, we've seen Arns play a ton of Widow on this map as well. I mean, the matchups here are incredible. Now, Mira's just going to play Mei here, so I don't know if he'll be a huge, impact player on this map. But he'll have his chance later in the series.
And I feel like Ons hasn't gotten a ton of love because obviously they're 2-2, but I feel like his play in a lot of these games on the McCree and Widowmaker, really, the hit scans has been quite good.
Yeah, justifying the concept of bringing in a specialist here. And OG's so aggressive. He was desperate to make his way through the front line of the San Francisco Shock, but Violet puts down an early immortality field and keeps his front line topped up during that time. I guess they just let Arns just sit from the back and get some damage in.
Yeah, and after that first death, I bet you Mira in the spawn was like, all right, can I go back to Doom now? Am I good?
What about now?
Yeah, what about now? So, the Shock, they'll get control of the point first. Gladiators have the Shatter to work with. Potentially a Shatter for the Shock as well. Oh, he's
what is this? What is that? Will he get away with this? He can't.
Yeah.
He got away with it. Oh, okay. That is wrong.
I was like, where is he going? And then it was...
and Ants makes the shot against Birdry, so the Widow battle is one out, but somehow Big Goose and Shaz with two Titanic fins are able to turn the fight around. Oh man, such a reliable core the Gladiators team has, even if there's flashy superstars on the other side.
Well, that's what they decided to build this team around. Strong tank line, strong supports, and then look, we talk how strong the tanks and the supports are. It's not like their damage dealers are bad. Like, you have Birdring, Mirror, and Jaru. That's like a solid 3-player rotation.
Well, Super, again, he wants to fight Matt, but it's worked against him in that case, getting picked off. Trying to make plays here. Again, it could be a lot to do with, a rivalry with OG. Two main tanks who are kind of like bass players in a band who wish they were lead singers. Like, they are very front and center personalities, and it translates into their Reinhardt play for sure.
So, the Gladiators, they'll play close because they do have the Blizzard. So you see Mirror just play the corner. They're trying to just get a listen, see where they're pushing from.
Again,
this Blizzard could be big, yeah.
They try and squeeze their way around. Blizzard from Mirror. Oh, God, he just looks at Super as he puts an icicle between his eyes, and that was a very one-sided fight. Arns is able to find an exit frag.
And they beat it there as well, did the Shock. So they ended up using their supercharger and beat during that.
Looks like it counted for very little.
Yeah, Mirror will come back on Doomfist.
All right, here we go.
Why not?
I mean, Smurf, the problem with this is that Smurf can just fortify and Super doesn't get knocked very far back. Reinhardt's sort of passive makes it hard to get him into those walls. So I guess maybe you look for an instant pick on the enemy Mei. get that zone control advantage. Arns is, yeah, he's doing work, but the rest of his team is not.
No, they're getting slaughtered by the Doom, the Ryan, the Orisa, just getting all up in the base. So Ons now will go to McCree. This will be an answer to the Doom, but how are you going to challenge Birdring? He should be able to just get a pick easy.
The Doom's not the problem, though, is it? The whole reason the Shocker behind has got nothing to do with that, and Mira gets an easy kill. All right, it is traded out. They lose Violet, though, who had Amp Matrix.
Yeah, Violet had Amp Matrix.
OG frozen in place here, so the Shock managed to at least touch the point, but now this is awkward dance. They try and stay alive. Shaz and Big Goose going absolutely ham. They, again, have as many final blows as any of their DPS players. In fact, yeah, it's Big Goose and Shaz accounting for 10. They have as many final blows as the entirety of the San Francisco Shock. San Francisco just got top-decked and wrecked.
Ugly start there. Although they did get point control early, they lose it rather quickly. And then they're never able to get it back as Birdring played a good Widow there on the first point. Then you also saw Mirror switch to the Doom. He's able to get a pick on the end. You know, the Doom was a bit of we joked a bit about it. But able to get that one pick onto Violet was massive.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the way it turned that fight around, we said, okay, maybe the Orisa or Reinhardt are not ideal targets for the Doomfist. It's quite risky, in fact, for him to try and go for him. But, I mean, anyone else is free real estate at that point. Now, do we see the... Okay, the Tracer from Arms would have been interesting here. Now, yeah, I expect to see the Widow, although you can get fairly safe high ground here, especially if the enemy team's not playing Doomfist. Birdring on McCree might be regretting that decision, especially if Rascal makes himself hard to hit.
The Torbjorn play here for the Gladiators against the Pharah. I'm not sure this is exactly going to work out.
I mean, Big Goose was right near the shield of OG. OG just watched his teammate die, being like, bro, I'm literally holding a rectangle right here.
Like where? Well, I mean, Big Goose, he'll take fights against Widowmakers, right? I mean, he'll just grapple on up and just get up in their face, but.
What do you make of this switch?
Yeah, I mean, look, they see that they have the Widow, they have the ball on the other side, Mercy as well. They want to get aggressive. They want to play right in their face. They want to dive on them. So they're going to have OG play the ball here. Orisa space, you're just kind of stuck just on the point.
One day we'll get the notorious Super Wrecking Ball, but until then, we wait with bated breath. OG has a peek up on the high ground, but has very little to disrupt the San Francisco players there. And Rascal is getting stuff done. Again, it has to be Shaz. It has to be the support line from the Gladiators to chime in, but there's not much recourse against this Pharah. Rascal is playing the peak very effectively, but Birdring was getting healed.
Oh, gee, that was incredible. He actually went over there and body blocked a little bit for Birdring, kept him alive long enough to him to get some heals, and they were able to pick up a few kills here, but Violet comes in, takes out 2.
This is a map, if you lose control early, it can be very hard to rest back. Violet's slick little 2-piece there, but more importantly, he was in a safe position to keep bombarding his Orisa with heals. OG may want to be... Yeah. See you later. I guess he goes straight off the edge. Pile drives his way through. Smurf actually knocked him over that edge, so he just hastened his own demise.
It's been a lot of chaos here early on.
We asked for... this is exactly what we asked for from these two teams, though, Matt. And you see Rascal... He doesn't want to give Birdring any easy shots, and he won't. It is kind of tricky to find a clear shot, especially when Birdring's trying to hide from Arns as well, who now has Infrasight.
Yeah, and Arns finds Mirror. He's going to find Birdring as well. Rascal's gone uncontested up here in the high ground in the sky, but it's good positioning. Arns trying to get a...
Oh, man.
Right out
nice.
the spawn.
Yeah,
he was waiting
Arns,
for the jump shot from Birdring.
He lives for this kind of stuff, man.
Yeah.
This is his wheelhouse, and now he has a very comfortable spot with not really any way for his opponents to reach him. Birdring has switched to the Widowmaker, but is it too little too late? I'm going to wager it is. OG there, struggling with Super now, switching over towards the Orisa, which also would have made a Doomfist switch very hard for Mirror to achieve. He hasn't tried to do that, maybe for that reason. But answers all the sidelines here. So, well, I mean, Space trying to walk away. Fortify used, but Widow just waits until the Orisa is no longer golden. As far as opportunities go, the Gladiators haven't had many at all. Birdring's able to find Moth at the very least. Shaz again, so it's long-range kills, but OG rolls onto the point just a little too late. And again, this is reminiscent of the Philadelphia versus Atlanta matchup. These teams have much more comfortable maps when it comes to Ilios rounds.
Well, I think there's also compositions that trend well towards certain maps, etc., that if you're not confident playing that on that point, then you're kind of out of luck. There's only so many things you can practice during the week, right? Where you may find a comp that works on 2 of the 3 points, but not the last one, and then you kind of just put something together. So now we'll see the Gladiators, the final point potentially. They'll run the Torbjorn with the Mei, and then they'll also have the double-shielded main tank with the Rhine and the Orisa. Ball again. Ball for a Widow here. Again for the shot.
All right, so when it's tough for the Gladiators then to hold point because they are at risk of being knocked out either on the left and right side of the point by the ball coming through. It's easy to get a lot of value out of your adaptive shielding as Wrecking Ball. Obviously, the enemy team generally going to group up, especially in a composition like this.
There's not great sight lines for Widow here, though. Like, where does Ons play?
Well, okay, the sidelines, on the assumption that the Shock hold the point, I think the sidelines are okay, but
yes.
Yeah, I agree. Once the Gladiators can set up on the point, you will need the Wrecking Ball to knock them out into line of sight. Maybe that's what Smurf is hoping for. Rascal obviously benefits from them being all grouped together on the point, just like that. Nice pressure here from Shaz, though. That is clean shooting.
And Birdring ends up taking out Rascal and Ons there, so Birdring on the Mei connects with 2 as the Gladiators will take the point. So that ticks over to the Gladiators now. What do you switch here if you're the Shock? I don't think you can just keep trying to force this in.
All right, so you found a pick on Shaz at least, so there's no threat to Rascal currently. He's very safe now with that Batiste in play. And now Arns moves on to the point. This is aggressive. This is not a standard setup at all.
This is not where you would want your Widowmaker ideally to be.
It does soften people up for Smurf there, but he just gets shut down by Mira awfully fast.
No one
the Shock are trying to contest the point. Arns now has a safe position. He sees the Lucio, and honestly, that was pure fragging power and not necessarily compositional acumen that wins the fight for Shock. It's still they don't get the point.
No, I was going to say, Ons picks up a few kills there, but it still may not be the difference. He's just up on the high ground. Now he's going to get pushed here by OG. It's a very difficult spot to fight at.
Yeah, I mean, and if you watch Arns, like you're watching a guy who has to play as a complete and utter individual. There is really, he knows there's going to be very little help rendered to him. Moth is busy tending to Rascal, and Violet may not be in his line of sight. Violet's just trying to keep, Super up for the most part.
Super has the thankless job of just standing there in the open, just getting pelted.
And then in chat, he lets everyone know he's upset by saying, does anyone say drat anymore?
I have not heard that ever.
The last time I've heard drat was probably watching Looney Tunes at age 4. How does Super have such an old lexicon?
He has a wealth of knowledge.
He does, yeah. Young genius. Okay, so Molten Core on the point. Mira, about that one. Got halted out into the open there. And yeah, okay, the Molten Core looks like a 4-year-old's birthday cake, which is great. But it doesn't actually really damage the Shock once they're on the point itself. It doesn't punish their positioning. It doesn't do a whole lot of anything. Rascal drops down, halted up, but gets healed. Had to be an immortality field thrown down by Shaz to keep space up.
All right, so now we're going to play if you're the Gladiators. All right, they're switching this around. So Tracer, Widow for the Glads. Birdring will now try and challenge Hans. And what's interesting is like this is such a weird comp for the Shock to play, but because they're so good at these heroes individually, they make it work. They get control of the point. They kind of force the Gladiators into this weird game as well.
Yeah,
just getting chased by Smurf.
It's almost like Chengdu used to do, forcing teams to try and match them on skill-based picks where comps didn't really matter. Rascal, okay, just the one for him. I think, yeah, it doesn't really matter too much at this point. They'll stall the point. They invest a res in this fight, but they really lack the numbers, and control is about to be given over with the demise of Smurf. Rascal will just stall for a little bit. If he gets Mirror, that would be incredible value, but that's asking a lot.
I'm just still stunned that you compared the San Francisco Shock, the champions of last year, to the Chengdu Hunters in terms of playstyle.
Well, I did, because what they're doing demands an answer in kind. You know, it's kind of wild.
It's very wild, and it's just a lot of changing. So now we have Super on the Rhine, Smurf on the Orisa, and now we have Rascal coming in off of the Pharah on the Mei here.
Why are you switching main tanks here? Like, why you get the Rhine?
Well, now you feel like you can take advantage and get to the point and just barrel over them, where you have the Immortality Field, you have the Amp Matrix. The Glads control the high ground, though.
Okay, I like this from Big Goose. I mean, this is the old guard versus the new. Arms gets healed, and still OG drops in. OG's very proud of his belly, so I'm going to call that a belly flop from him.
Oh, that is nice. Yeah, we should start calling that the belly flop.
The belly flop? Yeah. OG just wants to show people his belly. I think he's been told how unreasonable that is and unpalatable to so many Western people, but yep, not interested.
Well,
Gladiators look good here, Matt.
He showed them the belly here.
Yeah.
This looks like the Gladiators' point to win. There's just one player dancing around on the Tracer. You have Rascal coming back as well.
Okay.
This is not over. Ons with one, Ons with two.
Finding shots and Big Goose. There's no healing left for the Gladiators. Are you kidding me? I mean, the Shock should not be winning this. There's no business doing that. They tickle with a couple of players. They stay alive long enough. OG, I mean, yeah, it really puts the belly in belly flop. That did not work out for the Shock.
They had the point to like 99, and then Ons just comes in with Rascal, and they're able to take the point back with all the members remaining. Big Goose gets on the point. He falls immediately.
Right, well, again, the Moira switch just to get to the point. That did not look like it was going to work out for the Shock at the start of the fight, but they get the numbers and 2 quick kills. Does an incredible amount to turn the tide. Arns finds the Orisa, Pulse Bomb, gets rid of the Supercharger at least, but falls foul of a Rocket Punch. Rascal's going to take a breather, drop outside of the room, but he'll be returning to a desolate battlefield, one with the SF flag already firmly planted in it. The rest of his teammates have done much of the work in his absence, and that'll do it. Map 1, more exciting Overwatch. The Shock take it away. And it was 99-99. Another close affair here. Control maps today are popping off.
What a round is the Shock. They have 2 players. It's Ons and Rascal get to the point. They extend it in the OT, and they're able to win it as Ons takes out both supports for the Gladiators there. We got to look at the Super Wrecking Ball towards the end too. He was able to get close to a minefield, but he just kind of come back.
Super Wrecking Ball is infamous.
Yeah.
Matthew.
Hey. The Shock get a win with the Super Wrecking Ball. 1-0.
Good start in this series as well. Last time they went against the Gladiators, only got the 1 map. Let's see if they can get a couple more and bring some glory back to Northern California. We'll be back with map number 2 on the other side of this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network. And by State Farm. For auto, home, or renters insurance. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by HyperX. Unleash your style, unleash your fury. With HyperX Fury Memory.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. The rematch here between the Shock and the Gladiators had always promised to deliver, but now it's definitely backing up that promise after even the first map. You know, we see Arns dominate from that Widowmaker role, Matt. That's why he was brought into the team. Mira shows us a little bit of his true colors, trying to make that Doomfist work. But really, it was a tough job, and a lot of the weight is being carried by the backline, the supports of the Gladiators. Chaz and Bigu's look incredible.
Yeah, I mean, we know they're one of the best support lines in the league. They have been for a very long time. Not extremely flashy in terms of play, but they're just so consistent. Game in and game out. They can play so many of these support heroes. They're fantastic. It's not enough, though, to get them a win the first map against the Shock. It does look like we have a sub for the Gladiators going into the next game. It'll be Jaru who comes in for Mirror.
And Eichenwald is going to be our second map in this series. It's been nice to see Batiste again make his way into the meta. A good chance as well for a lot of these sort of flex support players, especially, who are focusing often on their aim, especially they're playing things like Zen and Ana. Again, they can really show that with Batiste, especially when it comes to punishing Farah or assisting the teams getting picks. I was looking at the stats as the game went, and I saw that Batiste plays with the same amount of damage as their fellow DPSs with all these shields around. No one really thinks much about covering angles against the Batiste. He's on a high ground.
Yes, Batiste can do a lot of damage as well as heals. His damage is crazy. Like, once the shields break, he's almost in full-on damage mode as opposed to heals.
And he's very accurate. There's not a lot of spread from his weapon. They have, they as in Blizzard, have recently increased the recovery time between shots. So essentially, this just means that his DPM damage per minute is a bit lower because he has to take breaks between his 3-shot bursts. But it's still impactful. I do know, speaking to a lot of Batiste players, though, it was weird. Like, just a little timing change like that really threw a lot of players off. But I'm pretty sure they've recovered that well and truly by now, because you're in the Overwatch League. You have to adapt to different metas every week, let alone a tweak to your hero every now and then.
Yes, it'll be the Gladiators on D to start things off. They have that Batiste. Then they're going to be playing McCree May. So she tries to get a little charge. It'll be the same thing for the Shock. And it'll be Orisa plus the Reinhardt in place. So both these teams want to just barrel these Rhines into each other and slug it out.
McCree's here as well, looking to chunk down. That is an incredible wall to isolate, but the Gladiators had already tried to start the fight. They got aggressive. Shaz goes down, though. He exposed himself to Smurf, and Rascal, well, he goes over the edge, but his work is done. The Gladiators wiped off the point in the sock. That is a decisive point A push, and Arns, again, limbering up in the break. Legs got a little bit stiff. Going to try and get some of those exercises in because he's got some running to do.
There wasn't even a body there anymore. He was still bringing out the crouch.
Oh, of course, yeah. Look, he's doing body squats. They are effective at high rep ranges. And Arns is now pumped up for the next fight.
Hey, he's just letting Big Goose know who he is.
I think he knows. I don't think you needed to be told, but you know what?
We mentioned it early on, but I think people really need to start paying attention to this guy in terms of his McCree play and just hit scan play in general. It's really tremendous. It looks like it's going to be another fight win for the Shock. Just his aim is sick.
What's so incredible about Arns is where he came from. Where the San Francisco shop actually scouted this guy from, man.
Yeah, I mean, he comes from the ladder pretty much. I mean, he played on
streamer, bro.
He was a window streamer. He did play on some contenders teams, like contenders level teams, but never had great success competitively. But yeah, essentially, he got big, really big streamer as well as also playing in contenders.
Hunts again, man of the moment, sitting right on back. Big shadow. That's 4 knocked down. Now, Arns would have liked to have capitalized, but all of the Gladiators were actually on a slightly lower elevation.
Is he gonna blizzard right out of this?
No, I'd be surprised. It's 3 HP. I mean, I'm shocked that Rascal still went, but look at the Gladiators. They're so far away, and the Deadeye came from the cart.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If you were just throw the blizzard down, you'd have just kept them all there anyway.
All right, I think, yeah, that's an Alt F4 moment from me. The Gladiators have got to be pretty upset about that. One player didn't even have to be the Blizzard, by the way.
What are those new plays that Johnny does on YouTube? Like, he does those play breakdowns. I want to see one of that. Why the Gladiators are over there, and then why it's not a good idea.
Well, pure and simple, they couldn't get up. They were shattered, right? The shadow wasn't to win the team fight, it was to hold them in place. And here's the Blizzard. It's devastating, but Birdring finds a quick double on the Deadeye. That's because the shot...
Did he get boosted on the wall above and then Deadeyed?
Yes, and also the Shock were pushing forward at the same time. So we had a sick angle on a team that weren't in formation. The Shock were busy on the front foot trying to get aggressive.
But who knows what his angle looks like if he's not boosted up.
That's true.
We have 5 minutes for the Shock to get this over the line. We're going to take a look. Birdring's POV.
No.
Oh.
Okay, yes, he does get boosted.
Yeah, he does
up.
at the end, yes.
I mean, it was a great blizzard from Rascal, but losing 2 players before the fight starts, you're at a huge deficit early on. So that was a sound barrier here for the San Francisco Shock, and they get rid of Shaz's Immortality Field. And yeah, the Gladiators were sort of leaning on that as a safety net as they got aggressive once more, but the Shock are more than happy just to sustain, hold on, and push back in with sound barrier.
Right, and now the Shock are in a good spot to finish the map. They have a Shatter. Remember last week we saw Guangzhou push up to this same exact door, land a big Shatter. They have a Deadeye. They'll most likely have a Supercharger during this fight as well, as looks like Rascal just playing the door, trying to get a Maywall out.
Super is just going to hold this point if he can. Swing through the Orisa barrier already as Earth Shatter, so it's not a matter of getting damage. Okay, we'll have to wait this out for just a moment. Another Deadeye from Birdring, this time not nearly as productive. And he's looking at his teammates. He's saying, who do I have to follow up on my Shatter here? Nothing now, especially because the Deadeye was blocked off. And whoa, Super, that's a whiff. He's looking there at Jaru, who gets sucked into this map all the way, and he just has nothing to follow up.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to get Jaru, that you felt like if you got the Mei, you get rid of some survivability on the cart, and then maybe you can get the cart moving towards the end after. But the Shock still, you know, they're going to be at worst when they get back to the cart. 6 meters away, 7 meters away, and they have 3 minutes and 30 to do it.
Shatter for OG here. He's going to try and play a corner, try and go for something a bit sneaky beaky, and he gets nothing. There was a wall in the way, and that's gone completely wrong. The Gladiators felt like they had to make a gambit. OG had to make a play. But I was often the case with things like that. Matt, it just blew up in his face. Super, well, he's frozen. Looks like quite a nice tableau right now, but it'll be a blizzard from the San Francisco Shock then to make it impossible to really contest. OG will get there. He doesn't get frozen. He's able to sustain through most of the blizzard. But there's plays in the back line. Super, that is, yeah, he pressed Q. That's about all I can say about that one. Swinging on the card here. Just under 2 meters away, and Birdring have a Deadeye, but with the shields on the point, there's nothing to get with that.
Super just swinging away. You can see the aim on this guy. Able to just land those hammers.
Matt, that is a pretty solid attacking effort from San Francisco.
Super must have so much fun playing like this.
I mean, well, because he has a safety net behind him that allows him to play unpredictably, try and be erratic.
Yeah, and he's also, like, the Reinhardt's basically uses, like, almost like a damage dealer, right? Just barreling him into the other team. Or he can just swing and swing and swing, shatter whenever. It's got to be somewhat fun.
Now, of course, guys, I heard a couple of people, you know, talking about Overwatch League tokens, and you got a way to get some. Show your team spirit by decking out your hero with a team skin. You get them with tokens. Now, you can get yourselves 100 free tokens right now. Go to the overwatchleague.com/email and sign up for league updates. If you've already signed up, you can still get your tokens. Just head over to the website to claim them. So that's 100 free in the pocket to get yourself a nice little San Francisco Shock Unsun Sniper skin.
Yeah, I'm gonna sign up, claim my tokens. I was looking at my account the other day. I could use some OWL tokens.
Well, I know. I saw a couple people on Reddit saying they're just a little bit short of, you know, I think they were short of picking up the Doomfist skin, so this is a good way to bolster up that bank, especially with some of the more limited releases that come out.
Yeah.
Skin it to win it, fam!
Yep, and you know, if you don't have the cool skins, you can't win. I mean, that's the way it goes. You got to look good to play good, right? So, Gladiators on offense here. They'll be running the same thing. You know, the Reinhardt, get him in there, let him do damage. It's so odd to see space on Orisa. I mean, the guy is so good at, like, Divas, I mean, Sigma, like, it's just a weird pick, but in this type of composition, you need him to play it.
Yeah, this is just one of the takes that teams have if they don't want to go with the Sigma setup with the Zen. So they still have a bit of mobility. And Orisa, I mean, she doesn't mind getting herself a speed boost. Gives you a great place to sort of set up. You don't forget, your shields are still on fairly low cooldowns, especially if you can prolong their life. Smurf, I don't know what happened to him there. He just got absolutely smashed, and still the Shock want to play aggressive. So they leave the Orisa back a little bit and lead the charge with the Ryan.
They wanted to play aggressive because they realized that they walled off half of the Gladiators, that they couldn't make it through the choke, but they're just not able to close the gap fast enough with their own speed boost.
I mean, even if you get a wall like that, your Orisa is boom already before the fight starts. I mean, I see what he's trying to do, slowing people up with the flash, but neither of these teams really showing much on the defensive side of things.
To say the least. It'll be the Gladiators who are able to take point A, 5 minutes 28 in the bank. if you're the Shock, you are forced to play up close here. You have to contest this, and that's exactly what you see them doing. The Gladiators, they knew it. They gained that information. They see Super. Now they'll figure out how they want to approach this.
Now, if you remember, the Shock got through this part of the map by halting Birdwing off the high ground and picking him off immediately. I do think the Gladiators want to solve the Arns problem, especially now so close to a Deadeye. Otherwise, they're going to take an incredibly large amount of damage getting through this choke, and they've already lost that immortality field, which was being used purely to get them through the door safely.
Yes, the Gladiators, they're playing this really passive, which is allowing the Shock to build up some ults. So Shock will get close to a Blizzard here, going through the choke. That'll be a Shatter from OG. Is it enough, though, to finish off Rascal? I don't think so.
Big Goose was hunting, though. He was up on the castle trying to find the kill, but Arns able to send him packing now. I guess he's paying for that aggression. Arns, yeah, he knew he was a long way away from his Reinhardt shield, trying to play an off angle. But the last time we saw teams do that successfully with McCree, Matt, it was because there was a Brig partnered up with the McCree right at the start of this season.
Yeah.
Very risky for Arns to go for that kind of angle.
Absolutely. And you see Birdring with a 4K to close it out there. So now we'll see where they decide to position their damage dealers. You have Jaru close to the door. He's got his Blizzard. This may be like a lost fight already for the Shock. You don't have beat, right? So what do? You can't really fight this.
You try and force Blizzard somehow, I guess, but Big Goose just knocked 2 off there. So yeah, all right, pack it up.
Yep, nail it in.
We'll head into the third phase of the map here, and the Gladiators are going to have almost 6 minutes of time. It's going to be a lot. It'll be closer to 5, but yeah. One more chance for the Shock.
0 defense. Yeah, you may have a chance for the Shock
there it
here.
goes.
Looked like they were going to try and come through us. That's going to be a Shatter from Super. It's kind of big.
It is a big Shatter. There's no follow-up. I mean, you've got to trickle out from the side doors. One of the doors is kind of already blocked away. They might buy themselves a little bit more time, but they think about you spending a Blizzard on that and an Amp Matrix.
That's bad.
Not a fan of that at all. 4 minutes 50 on the clock, and these two teams just running it back against each other.
If they could have lived a little longer, like you may have saw Moth use Sound Barrier, could it change that fight? But you still feel like bad about it, right? You would have invested, what, 3 ultimates at that point to try and turn a fight? Is Super now gets to the corner here first. That'll be a Super charge, but you lose Rascal.
Yeah, you got to commit though. You got to go for the Sound Barrier anyway. Again, another Deadeye from Arns. Strips a little bit of health away from the Gladiators, but doesn't claim any of them. That is some nice shooting though. Again though, Arns is in an off angle and gets picked off by a Wayward Fire Strike. OT slattered down though. Also, Space somehow standing behind what I thought was his own shield gets cut down, and the Shock, well, they spawn close and it's a tea party.
I mean, it's a good Shatter from Super. I think he gets 3 with it. That ends up turning that fight, but still, it's so difficult for the Shock to get these fight wins. Even when they had a decent amount of ultimates that they used in that fight, as the Gladiators put up a good effort, and now it's OG's turn though. OG with a Shatter of his own, Jaru with a Blizzard.
I mean, the odds of him finding something significant with his Shatter are not great. Are they trying to facilitate Birdring here? Why? Okay, I think they play the high ground maybe expecting there could be an aggressive push from the Shock. It doesn't happen. So they kind of just maneuver a little bit now around this main opening, which used to close up after the cart pushed through. That was an era. So it's a Deadeye from Birdring here. OG wants to push forward, force Super to drop his shield or just to pressure him in some way. Amp Matrix back in the corner. Birdring trying to flash, and there it is, man. OG got what he wanted. Shatter came through. Smurf just sitting in the background trying to edge away quietly, like trying to sneak off stage, realize he's walked into the wrong show. That's the OG show.
Yeah, the OG Shatter was big. It was the Shock all trapped in that corner. There was a Deadeye used, and then a flashbang, and then OG drops the Shatter. His odds, yep, not going to live long there. He gets frozen up, had the Reinhardt chasing him.
Cart close now, real close. Smurf and Super want to push up. Blizzard here on the point for the Shock, and they get a chance for his reinforcements to come through. Moth gets picked out of the air by Birdring, who now is looking for a flank. If he gets Arns here, it's all over. There is still strong presence on the cart, though, and Birdring, yeah, he sees his Orisa under a little bit of threat. Exo Boots used there by Violet to stay out of McCree's line of sight, but eventually he has to come back down, and he's caught by Big Goose, who's always there to finish off the kills for his DPS. Rascal, Doomfist, I'm here for it. Flashed up, headshot. Birdring will finish him off, and Moth trying to stall on the cart. Actually, somehow leaves the Gladiators with less of a time back, but make no mistake, fellow viewers. Make no mistake. Not great play from either on defense here.
No, it felt like the Gladiators were just really moving that at a fast pace, but I guess they just got stalled out a little bit there at the end. I think that's where the time comes through, like the last 30 seconds. It's really that impact time at the end of the round, but yeah, neither team's defense has looked good at all. I mean, both of them have pretty much given up the cart in point A for nothing.
There is a common thread here, and it is that both teams, as defenders, are trying to use their Lucio to speed them in and take fights here. Now, this works. Like we've seen this work many, many times. It allows you, if you win that first fight as a defender, you start to build some ultimate charge. Then you cycle, ration through those ultimates, and quite often it can buy you a lot of time on the point. The problem is that neither of these teams are really going to be put off by seeing an enemy team barreling at them. I mean, they're living for the thrill of battle. You have OG and Super. They want nothing more than to be in the middle swinging the hammer, and they have the trust of their teammates behind them. So you're not going to rattle either of these teams by speed boosting into them. Maybe something a little bit more subtle might be required.
Like, you have to play aggressive with the Rhine, because if you sit back on the point, like, why are you playing the Lucio and the Reinhardt? Like, why are you playing the whole composition, right? The composition's meant to be played in an aggressive playstyle. So I get that's why they're trying to speed in and take these fights. It's just interesting that they're not able to really rattle any wins off in a row.
Well, the Shock have to be sure that this next main wall that Rascal fires off to split people off is one that they're going to be willing to commit into. Otherwise, there's no point in really having a main wall to cut people in half. So that's what's happened here. Birdering not really being contested on that right-hand side, but it is enough that they can catch Jaru. So now the Gladiators can't wall anyone off in response. The Shock don't get punished for being pushed up, but they are grouped up anyway, so it'll be hard to split them.
Do they still want to fight this, though? I guess they'll just play a little bit slower until Jaru gets back, and then he'll have that wall to split them up as OG gets really low. He just stayed alive, being inside of that immortality field.
What are these shatters, man?
I mean, he was literally 0 HP, but...
I mean, you're playing against double shield, so you are essentially just Hail Marying every shatter, hoping that the Orisa doesn't have a barrier up.
I believe the term is that you're just yeeting them in.
Well, yeah. I mean, that is it's a good way to put it, because it's not calculated. It's not like either of these two are sitting down and writing out calculations in their workbooks before laying them down.
No, it's
however,
so hard to hit a shatter against.
Yes, and we want to make that clear. It's not that these teams are just bad or bad shatterers. It's just, I mean, they're looking for whatever they can get, and that's a good one. Super hooks a big old goose, catches him with a fire strike hot combo, and OG couldn't. Well, he's too big to really stay behind that car and break line of sight. So this is what the Shock are looking for. Answer's got bad knees. Sometimes he just needs to get some flexion in them. It's fine. He's mixing workout and gaming. He's stuck inside, Matt. He needs to find a way to exercise and frag.
The Gladiators, they're going to try and exercise, get there to the point as fast as possible. You see Big Goose with the moves, gets there, and he dies.
It felt like he got hit with a giant fly swatter, Matt, and got hit over the fence. Answer, waited for him with the Deadeye. Here I go, and nope,
there
never
I
mind.
go.
That's right. Big Goose is blasting off again, and the San Francisco Shock managed to get that full hold on defense. So this definitely paves the way for them, especially the Gladiators not getting a tick of progress. And that's a good example, Matt, of what going aggressive on defense can actually do for you, to put you ahead in economy and allow you to snowball that out, especially when the round only has 2 minutes left. Like, the attackers don't have that many attempts, and if they have to go up against, a team with more ults to them or better ults to them every single time, they're unlikely to make much progress.
Yes, that is why you do play aggressive, though, right? I mean, in the sense that when you're playing this comp, like I mentioned, to give the other team space and allow to poke you down and let them just run at you, that's not what you want to happen. You want to be the first team that gets the walls split. You want to be the first team that takes the aggressive fight. We haven't seen many teams win it consistently, though, as that time, the Shock, right? They were able to win 2-3 fights on the defensive end in a row. They started to get something going.
Matt, since 2018, the Shock are 10-1 on Eichenwald. So a very, very strong record on this map in general. And I tell you, if I was at home trying to figure out which of those shirts I should put on, because I know a lot of you have multiple different team shirts, and I'm here for it, but I'd be valuing the Shock here. They're looking pretty good. All they need to do is bait one little over-aggression from the Gladiators. I heard a caster last night talking about micro aggressions in terms of like team play. I don't know what that means, but all we need to see is the Gladiators to
yeah,
keep up holding it walled off.
They need to be passive with their aggression. I've heard that one.
That's a good one.
That's a good one. That's a
Or people that use the term aggressing sort of as a verb. I'm a fan of that one as well. OG.
Well, they have aggressed onto them this time.
Yes, I feel there's a bit aggressing onto. Yeah, that's great. And the San Francisco Shock get exactly what they wanted, Matt. And more exercise for Ants can never be a bad thing. Another map going to the Shock here in the Eichenwald record stays looking pretty pristine.
Yeah, they barrel right through. This looks like a composition that the Shock should be good at. It involves the speed boost of the Lucio, with Moth is so good at monitoring. Violet can play the Batiste, you have Rascal on the Mei, and in Super on the Reinhardt. This is a composition where even Smurf on the Orisa and Ants, right? It's like all their players pretty much on some of their best picks outside of, Violet probably playing Zen is better than his Batiste, but still, some of their best heroes for all their players across the board.
And an entire cohort waiting on the bench. Striker is number 2 right now in final blows per 10, so you have everything you need, the Shock, to put together a successful series, and so far, so good. We got halftime coming up now, and our game break will have our analysts go over the last couple of maps and see if we can identify any trends. And when we return, it'll be map 3. It'll be Volskaya, where the Shock will look to try and close out the series early. We'll be back after that.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
What's up, everyone? This is our last game break presented by Cheese Grooves. Zoe is my name, and I'm joined by Costa as well as Reinforce, who appears to be very hyper. Reinforce, are you okay, bro?
Yeah, I'm staying in the game. I'm staying excited. You know, I just had some fresh coffee. I'm ready to go.
Second to win.
This has been an incredible match so far.
Fresh coffee, 6 p.m. That's bad decision making.
Well, we're all
right
gamers
there
here.
and then.
Yeah, that's
Well,
true.
we're not going to bed at 9. We're going to bed at like 2 a.m.
Speak for
Come on,
yourself.
we're all
I'm tired,
Speak
yeah.
for yourself. Cuss and I, we're thinking
Boomers.
alike. Either way, real boomer
What
moment.
the-
Either way,
I'm younger than you.
don't really have a transition from there. But the Shock currently up 2-0 against the Gladiators. Did you guys feel like that was a close match as of right now, or do you really think that Shock is running away with it?
It was close because it was pretty chaotic.
Yeah.
Like, it felt like it was a pretty close and
brawl.
even battle of mechanical skill. I think the Gladiators, they came out swinging, and like Mitch just said on the cast, like the backline, Big Goose and Chaz, they just performed over our expectations. We know they're a fantastic support duo, but the way they came out and played aggressive, Big Goose did a fantastic job of dealing with Ants most of the time, which made it pretty even because we know Ants to be a mechanically very skilled player, but Big Goose putting the pressure on him sort of made it an even battle across the way. It was actually quite funny because Mitch brought up on the cast and he compared the San Francisco Shock to the Chengdu Hunters. And before he said that, I actually said in our private TeamSpeak channel that I did think that San Francisco Shock has sort of developed into this Chengdu Hunters of the West, the way they've been playing the past couple of weeks. They haven't really found their kind of meta, and so they rely a lot on individual skill. Ants have been popping off, but the way they're playing these compositions, I mean, they're just playing like their comfort picks, and then they're just relying on that skill really to get these wins, and that's what it's looking like so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, if it works, it works. Costa, since Reinforce just mentioned, and what are your thoughts so far? I mean, pretty clean performance there on McCree. Are you happy to see him?
Yeah, Ans, when I see him shoot people, that's exactly what I want to do. And then I try and do that, and I miss 99% of my shots. So he's just always clearing heads, always very thorough, like putting out so much damage, and there's not many McCrees who have been able to step up to him one-on-one. So, you know, that's going to be very hard for Birdering, obviously, to sort of like match up with those stats. It's just been a really impressive sort of turnaround for the Shock. But as Johnny said, this isn't the clean, perfect play that we saw from the San Francisco Shock in Season 2. This is them just flexing their muscles and being like, we are such a great team. But their all coordination isn't really there. Everything's not really there. They're just running off of individual skill right now. And that works if you have a roster as stacked as the Shock.
Absolutely. Now, many things worked for many a player in that game, and one of them made it into our crunch time presented by Cheese Grooves. Guys, we had quite a lovely shatter coming out from Super. Not a unique sight, but always nice.
Yeah,
to
we see it. We're going to see here that Super actually hits this really fat shatter, and you don't really see a shatter get. They get a lot of people and no one dies, but still get tremendous value. You see here, Super actually shatters on the top of the castle, and he hits about 4 people, but he actually gets knocked down at the same point, but they make a really good call to just go onto the cart, and this is one of the hardest points to push unless you have the positioning. And you see Gladiators really struggle after that shatter to rush to the point. They have Arns on the point, use a high noon, and it just completely zones everyone off, and they get this point for free, which is so important because this is probably one of the hardest points to push in the game. So big props to Super for hitting the fat shatter, and also for the whole team for rotating and moving around it accordingly.
Yeah.
This is the moment where I thought that Big Goose is coming in and just boops them all off the bridge.
That would have been epic.
But it didn't happen.
That would have been epic.
But that would have been amazing.
I just think it's pretty amazing to watch how the gameplay has evolved over the years and how players have improved from, you know, my time and Costa's time. Because when I played Reinhardt, making space was all about charging in for your team and sort of dying and just suiciding. Super, he makes space by shattering people and then walking away from those people he shattered. So it's a big brain play from him. It worked out. They captured the point because he stunned 4 people and walked away. So big brain plays coming in as always from Super. It worked out. What can you say about it? Crunch time.
Very crunchy 5-head play from Super.
Right, that was super
very
crunchy, very crisp, very crunch. Much wow. Thank you so much, Costa. That was Crunch Time presented by Cheesy Groove. We're now heading into Volskaya Industries. Let's see if we're going to see another reverse sweep or an attempt at a reverse sweep, as we had so many already today. So, guys, thank you so much. A reminder once again for everyone watching, we'll be announcing the hero pool draws at the end in our post show. So make sure to stick around. But for now, for all the action, we once more are going to head back over to Uber and Mr. X.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch. Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
And here we are, we've caught you on the other side of our game break, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to our final series of the day, and it's a doozy. San Francisco take on Los Angeles, the Gladiators, of course. And Eichenwald was a close affair until we got to overtime, Matt. And that characteristic aggression from San Francisco looked like it just wore the Gladiators down.
It did. And I think the biggest thing was San Francisco getting that defensive stand that they did, winning those 3 fights defensively, and then carrying over that momentum into our offensive side, because at that point, nobody on Eichenwald had played any defense really whatsoever. And for the Shock to get a 2-minute hold before they were able to take the cart and then maybe make a move in overtime, they hold them before they can even get a tick on the point.
Yeah, I like a little crunch time break there where Custer broke down what actually happened on top of the castle that allowed them to get through one of the hardest choke points in the game. The next time the Shock got there, 2 of them got booped off by Big Goose. So it is a treacherous part of the map, whether you're attacking or defending. To getting through that, gave them the timeout they needed to work with. But now we head to our 3rd map of this series, is Volskaya Industries. We have a substitution, of course. Architect comes in, so it's going to be Architect and Rascal as DPSs for San Francisco. This map has not been won by the Shock all year. They've played it 4 times. They've lost it 3 and drawn it once. So big fat goose egg for the Shock so far on Assault in general, not just Volskaya.
And they won't move away from hit scan completely, probably, because the Rascal can still play like a Widow or McCree, and then same with Architect. But bringing Architect here for Game 3 tells me they don't want to play what they've already been playing. Maybe we see more of the Hangzhou.
Do we see specific? Okay, well, Architect's Hangzhou is incredibly good, but do we expect to see like a serious switch in comp? We've seen teams make substitutions and have those players sort of play the same thing, right? I feel like.
But what do you do with your tanks here?
Well,
what? Super's not going to just bust out a Zari here, I don't think.
A year of little faith. No, the Reinhardt is definitely where he belongs, Matt. And you're right about the Hangzhou pick there for Architect. Spot on.
Yeah, I know I'm right.
Well, sometimes it's nice to tell someone as long as they don't immediately acknowledge that you are correct in saying they're right immediately after.
So I wasn't supposed to say I was right.
Not generally.
Oh, okay.
It's really up to you. Like, I'm not going to tell you to live your life, man. But regardless, we have to wonder why this map's been such a tough one for the Shock in the past. It may have something to do with that trademark aggressive defense play where they want to push up. This is the kind of map where you want to try and stay as safe as you can. But I'll admit, even that is grasping at straws.
Right, it is, and I think what's odd is this composition on this map. It's going to be really weird to see them play it. OG comes out on the ball, probably just wants to see what they're running, and then he'll go back and make the change up. So
you want the Lucio instead of a Zen here on defense?
It is. Well, that tells me they're going to play mad aggressive. Like, you wouldn't play the Lucio here. I mean, maybe you want the Lucio to be able to, like, rotate out of positions and whatnot, and not use it as aggressively. But if you were going to try and control high ground, you could have played the Zen here, yeah.
All right, well, we see the Lucio means mobility. It means being able to actually decide when you want to go aggressive. Instead of crawling towards the enemy team, you can start to approach them in a bit of a lope, as it were. Birdring, though, eventually will make his way to the left side high ground, only once he's sure it's safe. And the Gladiators are also going to go before him and make sure that's the case. That's that trademark aggression. So the Gladiators come forward. They try and use the Maywall to set something up, but Rascal's in the Lion's Den, man. And he couldn't benefit from that immortality field either. The Shock need to trade a kill here, and they do. They at least get OG. Jaru's not going to stop, though. Super has a shield up, and now we slow down at a 5v5.
Everybody was on the ground there for a half a second. Shaz earned himself the Ant Matrix, but he gets domed there by Architect. So now you have to back out, and this is big because you're going to get back to full strength here if you're the Shock.
When the Lucio pick there has to be the most impactful. I feel like Birdering's hanging around because he kind of knows that he's done. Yep. Yeah, no reason to try and head back to spawn, especially without your Lucio alive. So the Shock lose one early map, but it pays off. They just keep leaning into the Gladiators, and end up winning a fight pretty cleanly, earning some key ultimates along the way.
Really, they're trusting that Rascal can land these May walls against the Gladiators, and Rascal's been pretty clutch with the May walls. He's a fantastic May player. We'll see if he can do it again. You speed boost the May in, you get a May wall, super picks a target, and then they just charge him. That's kind of the game plan here.
Ant Matrix holds. The May's out in danger. Responding Ant Matrix from the Gladiators now, and all of a sudden Super has to sheepishly back away.
I'm surprised he peeked that again.
Maybe a Fire Strike. He still had a Matrix up, so he was probably hoping to find some 200 HP worth of Fire Strikes. Didn't find any, but as he folds back to the point, the Gladiators exposed themselves to a really wide field of view from the Shock, and that means that they can't really cover it with just a Rhine Shield.
I think fans are going to have to start getting used to like how hero pools work in terms of team performance every week, right? Like we've seen both of these teams play at a high level. You know, if the Gladiators lose here 3-0, does that mean they're a bad team? No, it just means they had a really odd week in terms of hero pool. Like the Shock, this kind of plays into their wheelhouse. Like we were talking about it before. You really have almost everybody on their best hero, except for like one player like Violet playing the Baptiste instead of like the Zen, which gives them a big advantage. That'll be a Blizzard to open it up, Dragon to try and split it off, and get some of these players not to be as aggressive.
Yeah, oh wow, the needle threaded there with that Earth Shatter. Super's able to catch Jaru. He actually goes for it even with a May wall up, but now the Shock is starting to split a little bit. They're starting to fray at the edges, and a sound barrier is going to have to help them through. Still not enough to keep Birdring and, Rascal and Architect alive. And Ant Matrix, that is a sad, sad one. Super may be able to find a Fire Strike here, maybe get a lucky kill on Birdring, but yeah, again, now they're clutching at straws, but they burn 3.5 minutes of clock. So that's an entirely acceptable and respectable Oskai defense.
So now we'll see Rascal go and play Junkrat here, potentially for the point B defense. Junkrat with the break. So this is, they do not want to play aggressive, obviously, with this kind of composition. You move away from Lucio, you move away from May. This is all about that uploaded, front-loaded damage, right? Where you're just going to just spam the chokes. With the Hangzhou, spam the chokes with the Junkrat. And then if they make it through, they're probably weak. You just finish them off with the tanks.
All right, nothing for Rascal to fire at inside the Holt. OG creeping forward. See on the left-hand side there is Rascal waiting for some options here. And the Hangzhou is going to be playing on the other side. So this Ant Matrix now, hard to find kills, but a perfect Holt to set that one up. Rascal got pulled out into the line of fire. Birdring has to drop to the point. It looks like he took a Hangzhou hit, and that's why that immortality field got quickly thrown down. Dragon Strike will split the Hangzhou away, and OG finding Architect with that Fire Strike. That is probably the biggest kill that we've seen here in this fight. Now it opens things up a little bit more. They can push up, neutral charge down. Super was on the ground space, able to mow him down there with that auto cannon. And the Gladiators break through. They find a way in here. Dragon Strike to force positioning, and then the rest, well, it's about to be history. Architect just on his own there, halted away, and that'll do it. 2 minutes on the clock for the Gladiators after a full map completion.
All right, so the Shock, they have a pretty decent first point defense. Not great on their point B. The Gladiators come in with some ultimates to use. And then they're just able to steamroll, take the point. 2 minutes on the clock. Decent amount of time here for the Glads. What do we see from them on D? I'm assuming we see the same thing we've seen before. We see the Jaru, Mei, the Bird Ring on the Hangzhou, and then the double tanks with the Arisa and the Rhine here.
Just want to again mention to everybody that Activision Blizzard and the Overwatch League, we're partnering up with the WHO to encourage everybody to hashtag play a part together, our players, our fans, everybody. Together, we're using one of the most powerful preventative strategies to protect ourselves, our loved ones, and others. So guys, we all have the power to combat this pandemic by staying home and playing together online, and we're gamers, so we're kind of a predilection.
So we love it.
This kind of behavior anyway. You know,
yeah.
This is kind of fine. Especially, it's a chance for us to all do our part and do what we can. So, jumping back in here, the San Francisco Shock. I mean, they're probably not too bothered here. I'm quite sure they expected the Gladiators to give them some trouble.
Tracer Hangzhou, they're going completely away from what they've been doing. So they're playing more of a game like you mentioned, more about control and just kind of hanging out in an area where they kind of played this almost like on Hollywood in the previous series when we saw the Atlanta Reign. They ran the Tracer, the Hangzhou, and then the Arisa Sigma with the Batiste and the Zen. Lots of damage with this comp.
Yeah, this forces the Gladiators to position on one side here. Architect, okay. Gets the TP around the side. The Gladiators going to split their forces a fair bit. They'll probably be forced to join back together now and play across two sides of the point A high ground.
I was going to say usually Widow or Hangzhou here. Yep,
yeah.
Hangzhou. There he goes.
Right, so Super says, okay, I'm going to go down a challenge. I can still duck into this low room on my right-hand side if I need to prolong my shield.
He wants a target. He wants a target that they can run somebody down, yeah.
Okay, so now they're playing inside the bunkers. They're off the point, so that capture progress may be lost. The point is, though, to really bait the Gladiators into this fight. They're trying to pull them down the high ground. There we go. They find Jaru. So they still have the Lucio in the mix here. They can still punish any sort of mispositioning by the Gladiators. And, well, they just run Jaru over. But this is where Birdwing's supposed to come alive. After the fight breaks down, after the Gladiators sort of force the shot to come to them, Birdwing wraps around, but no! Big
both support.
I mean, Matt, I know they do a lot together, but falling off the map here was not what he wanted. But Birdwing gets a quick double. Moff and Smurf are both down. The Gladiators have some numbers to work with now. Look at OG. He's still healthy enough. Space gets rid of Rascal, and Violet is out of teammates. It's just him and Architect. Architect likely looking for a player left on their own now as the fight's already broken down, maybe to give themselves a player advantage early.
Architect's, he's going to go back there and try and hunt those supports. When they got Shaz and Big Goose. We have not seen Shaz and Big Goose come back to the point yet.
Does Birdwing know he's already gotten through? He might not
think.
Well, if he does know that, he's going to try and do the same thing on the other side of the map. So now he's going to look to try and take down some supports, but that's Birdwing removed. He tried to go aggressive. So I guess Architect on these missions was hoping to get something done, but he's now on the Hangzhou map. I don't think he got through. Doesn't matter though. The Shock have the numbers now, and only takes them 2 minutes to get this point.
That's pretty quick. Some changes though for the Shock, which they don't have any of their ultimates here going into the next fight. Although they'll probably hang out. They'll probably try and farm up Blizzard. Probably try and farm up a Supercharger. Maybe even a Sound Barrier, right? If you just put Moth on heal for now, don't have Violet kind of pump everybody with the heals, and then you can win it. I mean, what a Flux and a Supercharger you're walking into right now.
Shaz.
It's not crazy.
He got halted off the map in that little corner. I saw him pop up in the air, wondering what was going on. And
Blizzard for Rascal here.
No transcendence for this fight, and now the Shock say, come to us. We're going to control this point now, and the Gladiators, that fell apart awfully quick. And all the Shock had to do was go up around the left side. Space is on a long flank here, trying to use the Gravitic Flux. It looks like more to position than to actually knock people up. Now, I don't think he got anyone with that. That wasn't the point. Jaru's shatter before he could get to the point, and Space drops on in, accepts his fate almost immediately. The Shock are going to be well ahead if this keeps trending the way it looks to be. Ojing is down. The hammer swings. It claims yet another one with Big Goose falling. Birdwing trying to keep things alive, but he gets caught as he comes out. And it's 3 minutes and 49 seconds on the clock for San Francisco. They are adamant. They want a 3-0 to make up for past transgressions.
I mean, if you're the Shock, you can't come out here and even like win some of these series in a close fashion. I think everybody wants to see them return to their peak where they were at last year. I think it's just going to be way harder to get there. I don't think anyone's going to be as dominant this year, which is how much the game is going to be changing week to week. But if anyone's got a chance to do it, it's the Shock, as now they just need to put together a good defense, and they're in a great spot. 1:49 ahead of the Gladiators in terms of time bank.
And now again, they can go back in with a similar mentality as they did in Iconvolt. They say, well, look, we feel better when we get to control the pace of the game. We feel better when we get to decide when the fight starts, instead of just waiting for it to come to us and actually being forced to react as well as watch all these other things. So we're going to bring the Lucio. We're going to try and use Mei Walls to split you off, and then we're going to run straight at you. It worked pretty well on that first hold. It bought him 3.5 minutes on point A. Hot tip, the Gladiators don't have that much time this time around.
So we'll see the Shock go with the same defense yet again. I thought there was a chance they may have opted for something with the Zen and Baptiste, but they're going to keep this going with their Lucio. They want to take these fights aggressively still yet again. And I do think it works out for them, right? I think when you have a team that was so good during GOATs and when they were great during GOATs, you had Rascal, Super, Moth in the lineup, Violet as well all the time. You can kind of replicate the same type of fast, brawly playstyle here.
Super's 25% to ult there after that whole fire strike combo. Doesn't do much else except give Big Goose and Shaz more ult percentage, but an earlier shatter here makes a difference. Birdring, okay, this time doesn't want to get caught out. Last time as he crossed this gap, he got pretty much picked up by Rascal immediately. The Gladiators want this high ground, but again, they have walked into this trap. This trap is
split.
of the Gladiators' own making.
They're split. They had too many people go into the second room before they actually got everybody across.
I mean, Matt, you're the Shock. You're sitting there like, okay, well, I'm pretty sure they're going to want to try and get the high ground. Let's wait till half of them walk in. It's an easier wall off than they did the last time. And
from
this is the problem for Los Angeles.
From this positioning on the high ground, Rascal can wall off either of those doorways on that bottom side to the high ground. He can wall off the high ground, and then if they try and come the other way, he can wall that way off. So you have to, if you're the Gladiators, use your speed and commit to a way before the Shock dude, which the Shock, that allows him to get a good Mei wall, and then speed and get aggressive onto them.
Well, depending on how long it takes for the Gladiators to get in position, this could be their last trap. So they're not trying to go, they're not trying to be circumspect here. They're going straight to the point. Birdring halted in. Okay, nice immortality field response there. That is lightning fast reflexes from Shaz. Super. Oh dear. He was in an immortality field for a while. OG frozen up.
He's alive.
Yeah, still hanging in there. Space eventually claims him, but look how much the Gladiators had to pay to get here. Smurf's going to try and sit behind a shield when he gets it. No supercharger to end the fight. I understand that. It was only Big Goose alive in fairness, but this should put the Shock in a very good position. OG will run in. There is potential for the Gladiators to still win here, but it's slim. They spawn closer, but they're a long way away, and they all died. OG down. Dragon Strike. Jaru to the high ground. Can he touch the point? That's a no. And Matt, the Gladiators now are looking at a very, very long hold to try and even stay alive in this series.
It's going to be very tough at what we've seen from the Shock with this type of composition. What do you play if you're the Glads? Do you just roll out what you did last time? I think if you do, it's just the Shock are going to find a way to force you down or find somebody to go after in terms of getting a pick. And then I just don't think you've looked that great in terms of the mirror today and what this weekend's meta's become.
So
you're in a tough spot.
This setup that involves using Mei and then trying to turn aggressive, this isn't new to the Gladiators, though. We saw plenty of this last year, early in the season. They have the players to be able to pull something like that off.
I mean, that's the thing. But this type of play relies so much on teamwork and all of that, like the communication of the walls and all different types of stuff, that this is such a new team. They're not used to each other yet, where the Shock, like I mentioned earlier, they have, Super, Violent, Moth, Rascal. Those are 4 of the 6 that were in most of the time last year, playing a up-tempo, fast playstyle that's really, it's between like OG and like Big Goose, right? Where they have to read the same target to run at and be in unison at the same time. I mean, like, they haven't really had a chance to build that, where Super and Moth are connected at the hip.
To put it bluntly, this is not that different to the compositions the Shock used to win the World Championship last year, to win the Overwatch League. So, I mean, Super's playing. I guess that's one difference between now and the Grand Finals last year. Sorry, mate. But, okay, so the Gladiators go in. There's the wall, though. The Shock say, okay, if you're going to push us, we're going to make it hard for you to escape. Now, they lose Super here, and can't really push too much more through, but OG's shield is busted up. He'll need to take a breather.
But they do get Violet very close to an Ant Matrix. Shaz also working on his as well, as the Rascal takes a lot of damage. Just moving up into the choke. So Violet will have the Ant Matrix. Use it off the rip here. All you need is one fight, mind you, for the shot.
And really all you need here is one pick. That might be it. OG.
The body block on OG. Oh.
Okay. The Mortality Field's going to get thrown down, but Smurf and Moss already found space in Jaru when that's 3 dead already for the Gladiators. Sad times indeed. Super gets charged, but he was inside that Immortality Field, and that's exactly the way the San Francisco Shock drew it up. They bounced back from an earlier loss to the Gladiators with a convincing 3-0 victory, and finally get an assault map win to cement things. The Stonks, they're up.
Yeah, they looked very good today, the Shock. I think if you were worried about them in the slightest, a meta like this where they can play fast, they can have Super in the lineup on the Rhine, you really like their chances against a lot of teams. And if I'm a Gladiator fan, I don't take this loss that hard. You've beaten some of the top teams in the league in the past over the last few weeks. To falter here in a week, you just didn't really play the meta that well. It's just one of those weeks.
Yeah, and I mean, again, all you can do is now turn your attention to the next week of hero pools and understand how you can, develop a mastery of that meta in as short a time as possible. There is no rest for the wicked here, and now the Gladiators, they were 2-2 coming into this game, so being 2-3 is fine. The Shock also, I think they finally get themselves into a decent spot there in terms of their record. I think they're 3-2 now potentially. But let's talk about our player of the match really quickly, Matt. Dominating the first couple of maps, it has to go to Unts. Looked incredible over the course of the maps that he played in. He did get substituted out before, but someone said it on Twitter, and I tend to agree. Every time you see him grapple upwards, you're almost expecting there to be a kill on the other side of it. 15 final blows per 10 match.
Yep. Crazy stats. I mean, he's on the McCree or the Widow, any of the hit scans. He's a really impactful player. So, and I feel like every time we watch him play or every time we get to cast him play, he's just getting better and better in the team environment. And it's special to watch. I mean, he has crazy aim.
I was very impressed what we had displayed to us today. And San Francisco Shock, I think they're starting to soothe some of the concerns of viewers out there. I think they are shaping up a little bit better. But again, this changes week by week.
Hugo wanted to say hello.
What's up, Hugo? Yeah, I can't see you right now. I'm kind of sad.
Yeah, he's saying hello.
All right, what's up?
No, he's just looking at me.
Oh, he's just looking at you. Okay. Well, I thought he was going to be on camera. That would be much more exciting. Hey, guys, much more to be done still today. Coming up next is going to be Watchpoint. We break down what we've seen over the matches so far this weekend. And also, importantly, have a very close look at what we should expect to see next week with our hero pool. So, guys, it's been a pleasure to have you on today. We've had some great games to watch thus far. Myself and Matthew Morello, as we send you over the Watchpoint team, it's been an absolute pleasure. Enjoy the hero pool draw and enjoy some insights from the matches today. We'll see you guys next week.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to our post-show. And guys, it happened. It was a rematch between the San Francisco Shock and the LA Gladiators, but this time the Shock came out on top. No Sinatra, apparently that is no problem. Costa, do they just have so much versatility in terms of what players
Yeah,
they can field?
you can't really look at the roster. You can't say, oh, we're fielding ANS and Rascal and be like, ugh, ridiculous. How could you field those two players? They're obviously just absolutely stacked. They have Striker, they have Sinatra on the bench, so they have a lot of power that they can bring. And, you know, they stepped up. INS has been very impressive ever since he's joined the league, so you can't really fault them for running this this lineup. And I'm really glad to see Rascalin actually playing the Mei. I think, you know, if you are going to play that Mei character, I would rather see Rascalin over Sinatra anyway.
Yeah, but you have to sort of ask the question what this change in playstyle and team environment sort of means for San Francisco Shock long term. I mean, if you really want to go big picture with it, it could just be strategy deployed by Krusty to have a more flexible team composition if you're playing hero pools where every week you have new heroes in the mix and you have to adapt faster. Maybe we want to be a looser team. Remember, this was a San Francisco Shock team that last year when they played the GOATS composition, they were so refined and their hero ability usage and their ultimate usage was like probably the best in the league, you know, on par with Vancouver Titans. So this is a very odd style and direction for a team. I don't really think in Overwatch history we've seen a lot of teams change the way they approach the game in terms of substitutions and playstyle as much as San Francisco Shock this year. So I find it very intriguing, and I'm excited to see how it turns out for them long term. It could just be a big brain play from Krusty here, because he knows in hero pools you'll have to stay more adaptive and rely more on mechanical skill. And maybe this is what they're going for on purpose, right? So very impressive that they're able to pull off this 3-0 win on the back of not having Shobin and not having Sinatra in the mix and just relying on this very loose kind of style while they were still playing that Reinhardt, that Orisa, right? So I'm very impressed by this Shock squad, at the same time very mesmerized to see what they're going to do moving forward with hero pools.
Yeah, I think you're hitting the nail on the head here. Given that we have hero pools in place, there is just no time to be as refined, since we have an ever-shifting meta and ever-changing heroes which need to be played and picked up by players. So I think you just won't see the same level of refinement as we previously had in the past 2 seasons. However, I dare say San Francisco Shock is amongst one of the teams who just can pull it off because they have that individual skill. If we're looking at this in the bigger picture, though, do you think any of the other teams will struggle not being able to refine a certain composition?
Yeah, I mean, there are some teams that can't refine those compositions, right? We talked about on the pre-show how the Chengdu Hunters, they just struggle with some hero pools. They want to play that dive composition and rely on that. And that was a problem this week when they couldn't really do it as much. I mean, I know they played some dive earlier tonight, I suppose the wording is, right? But, you know, sometimes... Last night. Sometimes it has varying degrees of effectiveness based on the hero pool, and Chengdu, they can't stay as adaptive as some of these teams like San Francisco Shock can. So it's interesting because it's a new dynamic added into competitive Overwatch as a whole, and I think we're going to see how it unfolds these coming weeks. I mean, this is not something you can determine within a week, within 2 weeks, even within 3 weeks, right? So you need to see how, over the course of months, how this affects team rosters and substitutions and how they pick up new players, etc. So it's an interesting development from San Francisco, the way they're adapting to hero pool so far.
Well, speaking of adaptation, our second match of the day was the Philadelphia Fusion going up against the Atlanta Reign. And Atlanta Reign was one of the teams which definitely adapted in the second half. We saw a different style coming out of them, and also they were fielding different players. Costa, how did they make the match so close coming into the second half?
As I said before, I think the addition of Ursta back into this lineup gives them so much versatility. Obviously, Edison is incredibly good at the Tracer and, you know, these hit scan roles, but having Ursta in, he can play the Tracer, he can play the McCree, but he's also able to play the Mei, and you sort of saw that switch. As soon as they were able to play the Mei, play Philly against them at their own game, they actually really sort of took it to them, and the sort of strength of the front line in the Atlanta Reign with Gator and Hawk playing the Orisa Sigma sort of, you know, flourished, and it almost got them over the line, but at the very end, you know, you go to control, it's a very volatile sort of map type, and they just couldn't get the edge.
Yeah, and I mean,
Reinforce, are you impressed with both of those teams though? Do you think they overall perform really well and are thriving in the hero pool situation?
Yeah, I mean, specifically looking at Philadelphia Fusion, I think they really are thriving because they have so many great players on their team. I think for Atlanta Reign, I mean, just speculating, of course, but it could be interesting to see if they actually sort of were surprised by what Philadelphia Fusion brought out. And it was another case of Atlanta Reign just being behind on the meta and going into this matchup saying, hey, we're going to play Tracer, we're going to play McCree. That is what has worked for us in practice this week. And then they face the Philadelphia Fusion and they go, oh, hold on, maybe this composition isn't the most optimal composition in the world right now, and maybe we should adapt to what Philly are playing. And then they started playing more of those heroes and actually did pretty well for themselves. Even looking back at the first match, which we'll do later, it was more of the same, where Houston, they suffered the first 2 maps because they probably didn't have the best read on the meta. And then, you know, the second half, they started playing more Tracer with Dante. And, you know, this is a common reoccurrence in these matches where the first 2 maps, some teams are really thrown off. And Atlanta Reign, were in this series. They were thrown off. They didn't play the most optimal strategies. And then in the second half, they were firing on all cylinders. Erster back in the mix, etc. So, interesting development with hero pools.
Costa, you as both of you former pro players, but you are the most recent one we're having added to our squad here. What goes on in a imaginary dugout in this case during a halftime? Like, how does the team rally back?
I think once you finally have that time to sort of take a break and actually thoroughly talk about as a team, what adaptations do we want to make? I think you sort of them come in and be like, we want to play the Tracer, we want to put the Brig armor on him, but the way that the Philadelphia Fusion were playing, especially with the Tourbillon, just made it almost impossible for Edison to move around the map on certain points, and that was really limiting them. So I think they definitely came to the conclusion of, okay, let's put in Erster, he can play the Mei, he'll give us more opportunities to sort of play the style that we want to play, and just give us a chance, because it's especially hard as a player when you come into a dugout as like Edison or even the tank line for Atlanta Reign. They're just like, we can't do what we're trying to do. How do we make this adaptation? So you got to give props to the entire team for making these adjustments halfway through a series when, as Johnny said, this probably wasn't what they were expecting to adjust to coming into that match.
All right. Well, that concludes our first 2 matches, or rather the last 2 matches we saw. We still have one more to talk about, but all of that will be done after the break. Once more, a reminder that at the end of our post-show, we will be revealing the hero pool draws for the next week. And that's not just for the Overwatch League, blah, many words. It's also for competitive play as well as contenders, so stick around.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
I run out of food, right? And all of a sudden, huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And this cold chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now.
Legend of Soulguard. Download now.
welcome back one and all. One more match we have to talk about, and that is the Houston Outlaws and the Toronto Defiant, who were our first match of the day. Now, Reinforce, you did pick Defiant to win it all, and they were up 2-0 at the half.
Yep.
What went well in the first half, and why did they fall flat in the second
Well, I
one?
think they were the superior team in the first two maps, and I predicted them because I thought they would do pretty well against the Houston Outlaws. I thought that Houston Outlaws win yesterday against the Boston Uprising was largely in part of Boston Uprising's incompetence of playing not playing the Torbjorn. They actually didn't shut down Dante as much. So when we started out this series, the first two maps, I mean, Muma got a great shatter, but overall, I think that Toronto Defiant were the better team. They had the better engages, they had a better shot calling, and they actually had the better ultimate usage. The Outlaws, they looked a bit lost. On Numbani, they had a weird offensive composition on attack and got first point held. So I think that Defiant was the better team overall in the first half. But then obviously Outlaws made some adaptations in the second half and brought it back.
Yeah.
Well, Costa, what kind of adaptations did we see coming out of the Outlaws, which in the end...
Well, they took Dante off Barra, which is probably something that I hope we don't really have to see
it's only 1 point,
ever again. But, you know, they came in and they were just trying too hard on Numbani. I think if they just play straight up against Toronto, they can win the matchup. I think they came out a little slow, as Johnny said, in that first map. But the second map was kind of a throw, almost, just with the way they were playing, picking the characters. After the halftime, they come in and they just start playing more standard. They have Raucous and they have Repel playing the double flex support. They're playing more standardized. They're playing as a team. And you saw them just get a ton more value. And then as the series went on, they got more comfort picks. They obviously had Dante on Tracer on the Rialto, which got so much value. And just sort of, as soon as they got that head full of steam, it seemed unstoppable. And they sort of realized that they could easily win this match if they just sort of play their game.
Right on. So moving forward with hero pools in place, do you think either of those teams have to worry?
Yes.
Have to worry. I mean, maybe it's a sign of weakness that Outlaws look the best whenever Dante is on Tracer, right?
Yeah.
Because eventually, teams will actually manage to figure out how they are to shut down Dante. He's incredibly mechanically skilled. We saw many times he just pulled out fights. But at the same time, we saw on Rialto that Outlaws just got held forever on second point because they couldn't even win one single fight without that Tracer, right? So that's a big hole in Houston Outlaws' armor, and you have to fix that. At the same time, you can get some of these wins. We did expect Toronto Defiant to be one of the better teams when it came to hero pools, but so far they haven't really proven that. Yeah, they have some nice compositions. They brought out the Ashe on Numbani, for example. Ashe, typically a hero we don't see a ton in the league, but I mean, both of these teams have weaknesses, but at the same time they sort of have strengths where they can adapt to some of these compositions. I would like to see the Outlaws perform a bit better without a Tracer, because then you're really starting to round out their hero pool depth quite a lot.
Right on. Well, let's see what they have in store for us moving forward. For now, it is time for our Alt Economy presented by State Farm. What do you guys have for us?
Well, so I actually picked out a play. Sorry, Costa. I'm talking a lot in this post show.
That's
Obviously,
fine, Johnny. I'm enjoying this.
You're just chilling. You're just listening to some great analysis.
Hey,
I love it.
Analysis.
Yeah, no, this is great. It's like a bedtime
So therefore,
story.
great analysis. I'm going to throw you into a Gladiators attack. The match they lost 0-3. But actually praise them for something they did well. So we're checking out this fight where they actually captured point A on Volskaya Industries. And if you go back to the beginning, it was actually quite nice because they engaged with the Hangzhou Dragon Strike. But then San Francisco Shock, they engaged with the May Ultimate, which meant that going into the next refight, the Gladiators had a way better ultimate advantage because they had the bigger ultimates available. They had the May Blizzard. They had the Shadow available, which Shock didn't. And then later on, because Shock had to commit so many ultimates on point A to try to hold that, Gladiators actually had some ultimates to spare going into point B and actually snowballed into a bit of a 2-point cap there. So it was pretty nice ultimate economy from the LA Gladiators, and it was a nice disengage on point A to allow them to snowball in the first place. So even though they lost 0-3, I have to praise the Gladiators shot calling and the way they handled that map overall. I think it was a great play to net them 2 points on Volskaya Industries through some snowballing.
Yeah, I mean, Gladiators definitely had some great moments in that match as well, so not all things to be upset about, and they have been performing really well the past few weeks. So still looking forward what more they have for us. Now, however, it is time to head into a very quick break, and afterwards we will be back with the hero pool, so don't go anywhere.
I run down the street, right? And all of a sudden, this huge explosion comes in, and it's like, no! And this gold chaos is shitting. I was going, no! And I'm like,
Download now. Download free now.
I asked her if I could borrow Nori. I offered to pay for the overnight shipping, but she said no.
You'll be my cat for this one, Achilles.
Meow. I've got the entire weight of the group draw show on my shoulders here, so I have to absorb all of the blame.
When Achilles says stop, I'm going to put the card that's at the front, and that will be our band support for the weeks.
Stop.
So in order to keep everyone in suspense, I wrote it in Korean, so it's in Hangzhou. So everyone's probably freaking out going, oh, what is this? But it's a 2-syllable word. And this support that is removed from play for the next week is Ana.
Oh boy, okay, off to a rough start, I think. Stop.
Another 2-syllable word. Diva is going to be the tank that is
We
removed.
take those, all right.
You were one away from Zarya, actually, but you didn't get it. You didn't get it.
I thought I was going to get Reinhardt and just ruin Super's career for the week. Stop.
Okay. It's Sombra. Sombra will be removed.
All right.
Next week.
All right. I think
we've
some
got
people will
one
probably
more.
be happy about that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people will.
One more. Stop.
Ah, it's Reaper. Reaper is the second
Woo, we
hero
did it,
that's
baby.
removed.
All
So
right. I like this. I think I just got a little bit of increased variance that's going to be in the meta now. Based on everything that we just saw, especially from that last season, I just single-handedly destroyed Guangzhou and Hangzhou's composition. I just snapped my fingers like Thanos and just deleted the hell out of those guys.
All right, everyone, it is time. It's finally time. None of us, and that includes us right here, know which heroes will be rotated out of the hero pool for this upcoming week. So we'll all be finding out together, but first things first. Let's actually head on over to some graphics and take a look at what changed and what changes have been made to the hero pool draw, as it is now a unified hero pool draw, and that means that the Overwatch League contenders and Open Division, as well as the competitive Overwatch play, will share a universal hero pool starting tomorrow. That is Monday. So 2 damage, 1 tank, and 1 support will be removed from play each week. And the heroes with play rates above a certain threshold in high-level competitive play matches will be eligible to be removed. Hero pools will be determined by a new algorithm-driven system, so no more cats for us, unfortunately. And that compiles hero play rates from the preceding 2 weeks. No hero will be removed from rotation 2 weeks in a row, so that is still exactly the same rule we previously had. Now, since this is the first week of integrated pools, the heroes that were rotated out of both, not just the Overwatch League, but also competitive Overwatch, they are ineligible for this coming week's hero pool selection. So don't be alarmed if there is a lack of heroes, which we've seen a lot of recently. That means that Sombra, Reaper, Diva, Ana, as well as Pharah, Symmetra, Zarya, and Lucio, they're all available to be played tomorrow and for the entire next week, since we cannot remove those. So, is that clear? I'm pretty sure
great.
it is.
Great, Zoe.
But
Yeah, great job right there. That was a lot, but you did a fantastic job.
Wonderful. I'll be requesting a race at the end of the day.
Take me with you.
Anyway, so these are the heroes which cannot be taken out of the rotation for the upcoming week, but the ones which are, we will be taking a look at right now. Starting with support, if we're looking at the hero usage rate for the support heroes, given the nature that we weren't able to actually take out Ana and Lucio, we don't have that many support heroes in that mix.
Poor Brigitte!
Yeah,
Let's go,
it.
Brig!
It's so few, it's only Brig. So
Well,
Brigitte is the only one in, so guess who's being
Soldier
drawn?
76.
Yeah, that's right. It's Brig. So, wait, what? Josh, is it you? But no, so Brig is out since she was the only one in. There.
I love in this
That's
graphic,
an
by the way,
anticlimactic
how it's
start.
question mark tank and it's a Genji shadow. I'm like, okay, well.
Everyone's a Genji.
Yeah.
That's just
My
how
Genji
it is.
is really good.
All right, let's actually take a look at the tank usage rate. I promise we have more options for that one than we previously had for our support. Which tanks do you want to see, and which ones would you like to take out of the rotation to spice it up?
I mean, I'm pretty excited to see Diva back, right?
Yeah.
Because Diva was removed this weekend and we didn't see any Diva, so I think Diva's a pretty exciting hero. I mean, you see a lot of great self-destruct kills, or sometimes players complain about the defense matrix being too overpowered, etc. But I'm pretty happy to see that Diva will be back next week, and then, you know, I could do without
Would you be
Sigma.
upset if Reinhardt were out?
Yes.
It's been a long time coming, maybe. I mean, maybe it's time.
Yes. Well, I don't want to make you upset, but I've just been told that Reinhardt has been...
What?
Johnny,
Oh,
this is all your fault.
on!
Johnny!
No!
Johnny,
That was a rude setup. You're just gonna set me
that
up,
was a rude
ask
setup,
my
wasn't it?
feelings, and then you just told, like, yeah, sorry, Johnny, we set you up. Actually, Reinhardt is gone.
Like, please tell me what will make you most upset. That's the one.
So Ryan and Brig out of the pool. That's
All right.
interesting.
Maybe I can make it up to you with our damage dealing positions. Right. So let's take a look at the hero usage rates for the damage dealing position. Again, we can't take out the same heroes which we've previously taken out from competitive play as well as the Overwatch League play. So these are not available. Given what
Genji.
we've seen the last week, McCree and Tracer are all the way up there. Ash made it in
Yes,
there.
but keep in mind,
who's
this is
playing
not
Ashe?
only Overwatch League.
Yeah. Who's playing Ashe in ranked games?
That was literally...
Where did this come from?
For?
Not my
Good
ranked
question. Out yourself. Tweet at Costa. He needs to know.
Who are you?
Also,
and why? Yeah.
keep in mind that this is a high-level competitive play, so the 15% is actually not only Bren who's playing that Genji. It's only high-level competitive play, not mediocre.
So that means it's not
competitive play,
taking
so keep that in mind.
Bren's stats then, right?
Yeah,
You're
that's what I'm
talking
saying.
Ah, okay.
I
You
mean, I
just
don't know. Is
ruined
gold-
my
is
banter
gold
with
high-level
Bren
play, Costa?
because you didn't understand it. Oh, well. Maybe I should review
All right.
the VOD. Maybe I did wrong.
Well, let's reveal the first damage dealer who will be out of the rotation, because I think production told me and I didn't hear it. So I'm just waiting for a graphic at this point,
It's
which will
coming
come eventually.
soon.
Just with a delay. Widowmaker.
Oh, Widowmaker.
It's Widowmaker.
Oh boy.
What is going on here?
This is chaos right now. Oh.
No. Wow. I mean...
You know, I did enjoy those sniper battles though, so this actually makes me quite a bit upset.
Yeah, I mean, what do we see with this? May McCree again?
Yeah, I
Double
think,
shield.
I think we're going back to double shield, May McCree, unless because May
Yeah.
can't be taken outright, so we might be leading.
Maybe some
toward that.
Sombra, right, to shut down Divas or something.
But with Brig out of the pool, I don't think many people are going to try and play the dive. I think the Brigitte enables so much of the dive with the armor packs, with the Tracer, the Sombra, and all that kind of stuff.
I mean, when it comes to ranked,
So what's the ideal scenario for you? Which other hero would you like to remove? Here they are again. These are
Yeah,
eligible
this
to
is,
be taken out.
This is pretty tough.
None of them really break
Doomfist
bunker.
out, I would be happy with.
I think if
because that would free me up to play some Winston.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of this, any of these other DPS bans are going to have a massive influence on the double shield that we're kind of expecting from seeing this. If you take out Tracer or McCree, like I think we're definitely going down that avenue. So it'll be interesting. Who we got?
All right.
Who we got?
Well,
What's
I
in the
don't know
box?
yet. I'm waiting. I'm hoping that you can stall some more time, so we can wait for a graphic to pop up.
Building tension. Building up
Again,
hype.
this is an algorithm who picked these heroes, so none of us had a hand.
Oh, it
in
is McCree.
And it is
Wow.
McCree.
This
is so interesting.
This system is worse than Sideshow at picking heroes. Who would have thought?
I want to believe
bot.
that the algorithm is just a dog sitting in the back and just picking these heroes. Like, that has to be a secret
It
algorithm.
may or may not be Hugo.
Hugo? No, he wouldn't.
Yeah, let's blame Hugo for all this.
blame
Man,
him.
this is interesting. When we see McCree out of the pool again, this is back-to-back weeks that he was available that he gets taken out of the pool. So, do you think we're just going to see a lot of Hanzo May with the double shield leading into next weekend?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's a good shout, actually.
Yes, maybe.
Wow. No,
Very
this is a very uniquely odd
What about
hero
Pharah?
pool.
Could we go Pharah with Widow and McCree out of the lineup? The main
I don't know. We could
counters.
see Ash back.
Yeah, we always say maybe Pharah, but she just never comes. She just it's just unfortunate.
I mean, last time.
I mean, the few times we have seen her
Bits and pieces,
today,
yeah.
for example, Outlaws did try to run her on
Unsuccessfully.
Numbani on A, and wasn't the most successful thing we've seen all day.
Maybe
but, you know, they gave it a
maybe
try.
we could see some of what we saw last week, where we saw Moira, Lucio, Reaper, maybe, and just now we got Diva back in the pool, so maybe not. It's complicated. It's an odd hero pool. I'm interested to see what we see next week.
I mean, it all also depends on which teams will be playing. So we will show you the schedule as we already know it for this very week in just a few seconds. Yeah, because we're actually shifting the matches. It's not going to be the initial matches with our Watch Point show, etc. At least they will be on Thursday and Friday.
Stay flexible.
And then we have more matches on Saturday and Sunday. So you have 4 days of consecutive matches. Ain't that exciting? The first one we're going to see on Thursday is going to be the Atlanta Reign taking on the Washington Justice. And then afterwards we have the battle for LA. LA Gladiators facing off against the LA Valiant. So Thursday is going to be who's your favorite parent?
Gladiators isn't my parent. Gladiators are my arch nemesis, so I got to go for the Valiant on that one.
But you still keep on picking them. So
and they betrayed me once again.
Fair enough, fair enough. Well, here we have our Friday schedule. The Florida Mayhem will go up against the Paris Eternal, and the graphic is gone, so I can't read it anymore, but I'm pretty sure
It was
I'll find it in this
Boston
document in a
Defiant.
second.
Boston Defiant.
And the Fuel and Shock.
And Fuel and Shock. There you go.
We got it.
Right.
Yeah, we know our stuff.
Nailing it. You're doing great.
Yeah, there it is again.
Loving it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. There we go. Which of these teams you reckon will be most impacted by the hero pool we just
I mean,
reviewed?
Jerry can't play McCree, right? That's a very big hit.
Yeah.
DK might be back to playing Tracer because there's no Brig in the pool. You know, there's a lot of stuff going on.
I think Paris is going to benefit from this a lot. Playing the double main tanks, I think if that's what we end up seeing, that's their bread and butter. So that's what I expect from them.
All right. What kind of damage dealing heroes do you think they will be?
I think Mei Hanzo is just if that ends up being the weekly meta, I think you'll just see a lot of Mei Hanzo. We saw it a lot this weekend. We saw bits and pieces of McCree, even a little bit of Tracer. But I think if we sort of go that full sort of bunker style, you'll see like the Zen Bap, Sigma Orisa, Mei Hanzo, and I think that's what we'll see next weekend.
Yeah.
See, many of these predictions we make in
Always
terms
wrong.
of what kind of compositions we may or may not see, not only are we very often wrong, but also very often we just kind of keep in mind what the Western teams are playing. But then there is always the Chengdu Hunters out there and all the other teams playing in our Chinese region, which go a little more crazy sometimes with their hero compositions. And that's what we're going to be watching on Saturday and Sunday. So we have more matches coming your way as the Hunters are taking on the Guangzhou Charge. The Shanghai Dragons will go up against the Spark, and then on Sunday we're going to have the Charge going up against the Spark and the Hunters taking on the Shanghai Dragons. These ought to be entertaining, but which teams do you feel will be coming out on top here?
This is a really good meta for Chengdu. If you look at it, A lot of the hit scans are out of the way. Jinmu plays Pharah regardless of what is banned, because Pharah's never going to get banned because no one else really plays it. So he's pretty much always playing Pharah. Ameng can play the Wrecking Ball. So I think this is probably going to be a good week for them. We've seen them upset a couple of teams with these kind of beneficial hero pools, so we'll see if they can pull it out.
Yeah, there's no Brigitte available as well. So there you have no armor, no stuns. No whiplashes either, so there's quite a lot of pretty good hero pool, I would say, for Chengdu Hunters. I agree with that. But then at the same time, we've seen these Chinese teams just beat each other all the time, so who knows, actually. I'd like to see if Shanghai Dragons can win 2 matches in a row again this upcoming weekend, because if they do win 2 matches in a row and again, I mean, they are most definitely the most dominant team in that Chinese region, so we'll have to see what's happening.
Are you gonna put them up on number 1 in your rankings?
Well,
like what else do they need to do?
Well, I mean, no. Well, they looked a bit inconsistent earlier, I think, these past couple of weeks, but now they've really started to find their groove and actually looked really, really convincing, right? So that's when they're starting to climb this ranking a little bit. I believe I put them at 6 going into this week, maybe even at 5. Because Vancouver dropped down.
I just remember that Shock lost 1 match and then you dropped them down to 11. So I feel like if Shanghai can win one, they should automatically
be number 1.
top.
Yeah, that's generally how Johnny's power rankings have been moving. So
what is this? We're ending the Watch Point show. We're having a great time, and you're just flaming me to end the show. Like, no, this is the moment we come together as a team. We embrace each other. We say good work. I was just going to say, Zoe, you're doing a fantastic job hosting, and Costa, you have a beautiful Australian accent. But no, that goes out the window because all you do is complain about my power rankings all weekend.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. Couldn't think of anything else I see, Johnny.
You stole my haircut already. Like, I don't know what to say.
What? I'm done with him. Oh, we lost Zoe's audio. Hey, sorry.
Zoe, we lost your audio.
No.
Oh, no.
Don't worry, Johnny. It's our time to shine. Here we go. Hey, guys. Thank you very much for watching the Overwatch League. Please make sure to follow it at Overwatch League. Our Twitters are just below our names right here, so make sure to go check us out. We got lots of cool Overwatch stuff coming. There's going to be some great action. Remember, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's going to be an action-packed week of Overwatch. Make sure you're there. Johnny, anything else you want to add up?
No, I think you summed it up pretty great there. Thank you so much for tuning in this weekend. We'll be back with more Overwatch on Thursday and Friday. Don't forget to tune into the Chinese matches next weekend as well. Saturday, Sunday. Yeah. Let's just prolong this forever. The producers are going to get tired of us because they're just talking.
Let's just keep
they
talking.
Won't be able to end the show.
They can't cut us. They would never just cut us randomly.
They can't cut us off. No way.
If we just keep talking, they're never going to stop the show. So therefore, why don't we just keep talking until Thursday, and then it'll just never end.
Do we get paid overtime?
I think we get paid overtime. Yo, we're just making the money now.
Yeah.
Let's start now. Hey, so this is why I think cheesecake has got to be the best dessert out there, okay?
No,
because chocolate cake doesn't really, make it. Cheesecake really just sort of adds that next level of dessert.
But you have to combine the flavors. Like, if you have blueberry and chocolate, like, oh my god, you just made the best cake ever.
But put
cheese
blueberries
does not belong in dessert. Like, cheese is meant for like appetizers and stuff. Meanwhile, you have desserts that's fruity stuff and it's chocolate.
We're
it's
never gonna make it to
luxurious,
Thursday
delicious.
if you have
cheese
these
is
terrible
not
takes.
luxurious. Like it's what?
Johnny,
I can't even hear you because you're
these
making
are-
so many wrong arguments.
This is worse than your
terrible.
power rankings. I don't know how